Welcome to the Esports World Cup, the pinnacle of esports competition, waged over 7 action-packed weeks, featuring the world's best players competing in the best games for a chance to take home a share of our life-changing prize pool. There's a ton of money on the line, so let's break it down. $44 million will be split across game championships, qualifiers, and achievements, with the remaining $27 million reserved for the best performing clubs across all tournaments in the club championship, where we'll crown the best esports club in the world. However, earning that title will be no easy feat. Throughout the Esports World Cup, clubs will earn points based on their placement in each title. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the top 24 clubs will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million, and of course, the title of Best Esports Club in the world. And it doesn't stop there. For these 7 weeks, Riyadh Boulevard transforms into the ultimate gaming festival, featuring everything from heart-pounding community tournaments and creator meet and greets to all-star show matches and live performances from global music icons. Bigger, bolder, and better than ever before, all kicking off with a jaw-dropping opening ceremony. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup in as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million. with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Hi everyone! The Honor of Kings Flowborn Outfit Design Contest is officially underway. We've always wanted to make HOK more fun for players. We hope the highly customizable outfit feature of Flowborn becomes a way for players to express themselves. In this contest, we welcome all players to submit their ideas through original outfit designs. Create your own exclusive hero. Outstanding entries will win cash prizes and may even be implemented in-game. The submission period is from July 4th to July 25th, so don't miss out. Before submitting, please make sure to download the official template to keep your submission format correct. After completing your design, follow the steps to submit your work. Please wait patiently for the official review results. What are you waiting for? This time, be your own hero.
Activating Warp Jump. Destination? The brightest star.
We the kings, it's an honor show.
Pulse gun charged! Scope calibrated! It's a quantum party! Ignite the stars! Into the nebula! Cosmic shifts! Supernova pulse! Woo! Right in the core!
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Esports World Cup 2025.
Team Vitality, the third place team out of AG.AL, the last team from Indonesia, still alive, but let's see how they do in the playoffs.
TT Global, challenge accepted, #1 from AG.AL. They will put up a very strong performance today.
AG.AL, the undisputed goats of Honor of Kings. They put the kings in Honor of Kings. And their challenger, Alpha 7, looking to put a rumble in the jungle.
The stage is set. The players are ready. Are you ready? Because you better be.
冠军。
Eu tenho sonho, estar onde as lendas estão.
Ini adalah jalan untuk membuktikan bahwa kami layak berada di puncak.
Gunung di hati kami, suatu hari nanti pasti kami daki. 站在世界之巅，才配称为冠军。
Nos chamam de azarões tantas vezes, sempre presentes, nunca temidos. Mas isso vai mudar agora. Quero provar que o Brasil pode estar lado a lado com os melhores. Cada derrota me ensinou o quão longe estamos do topo, mas também o quanto já subimos. Estamos escalando. E sei que um dia alcançaremos o cume e enfrentaremos jogadores como Yuno em nível de igualdade.
Saya tahu bagaimana rasanya kalah di panggung dunia. Saya telah melihat apa yang membuat tim KPL begitu tangguh. Saya meninggalkan rumah untuk berkembang, untuk membuktikan bahwa bahkan dewa pun bisa dikalahkan. Dan saya ingin melakukannya saat berdiri di hadapan Ino, pemain yang saya hormati. Saya di sini bersama tim ini untuk membawa kebanggaan. Bukan sekadar bersaing, tapi untuk menang.
Kami pernah berasa bagaimana rasanya ditakuti, tapi belum lagi dihormati. Untuk benar-benar dihormati, kami perlu kalahkan yang terbaik. Dan itu adalah Ino, lawan yang paling kami hormati, dan gunung yang perlu kami daki. Perjalanan ke puncak bermula dengannya. Gunung di hati kami, suatu hari nanti pasti kami daki.
去年的职业生涯让我经历了太多。 身边的队友都各奔东西，唯有我坚守此地。如今我们已臻于完美之境，铸就属于 AG 的王朝。金色的雨已为我们的荣耀而落下，但我们的梦想还没结束。我将带领 AG 建立属于我们的王朝。当别人提到王者荣耀，你会立刻想到一诺这个名字。无懈可击，这就是我。准备好再次向我发起挑战了吗？
Yesterday, the playoffs opened the doors to greatness, and for some, it slammed it shut. Today, the door gets narrower, the pressure's higher, the matchup's tighter, and the room for mistakes? Almost gone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the KWC 2025. I'm your host, Isaac Peña, bringing you live the playoffs day 2, live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I'm gonna be analyzing all the games for you today, and I'm gonna be here with Phil and Manjin. Phil, Manjin, how are you, boys?
Very happy to be here. Day 2. Yesterday was such intense matches going on here. We had one ultimate battle come out, and one really, unexpected battle as well too.
I'm so excited for today. Earlier we went to the gym together with Eruption and the crew. We're the 630 Club. You should join us.
Oh, I got
join us next time. But I'm excited to see. Finally, we're gonna have the top 4, best 4 teams for HOK.
Top performances yesterday. If you were here with us, you know that yesterday was packed with amazing plays, top level performances from some of those players. And of course, Qiddiya put it all together into the Qiddiya top plays of yesterday. Take a look. We started the day with Pause Gaming against Twisted Minds, but look at the Nova Esports against OG. Whew,
yeah,
that was fire.
That was a match to watch here, and we saw some really interesting picks here. Now we're into best of 7s, right? So we're going to see interesting picks come out as the picks get removed because of the global pick ban format. There's an Angela there dropping a laser. We also saw Milady come out.
Yeah, and we also saw the Luba number 7
2-time
for the ultimate battle matchup of Boss G and Twisted Minds. But again, Nova proving everyone wrong. Hey, you're thinking that this is the main course? No, we're gonna finish this early. We're gonna finish this with a sweep 4-0 onto OG.
Everyone thought that was close. Not Nova though. They cleaned it up 4-0.
Yes, sir.
And because of that, they're the best.
Yeah, and with that being said, I think they have a great preparation time also to watch the next few games that we're gonna see for later. But then again, you can also feel the hearts out for all of these players, especially Twisted Minds, right? That comeback of Pause G, right? We were all frustrated of, hey, they should have gone for the Overlord,
Tempest,
for the Tempest. But then again, they managed to pull it off for that Game 7. So props to all of these guys.
I'm telling you, yesterday while we were here just watching the performances, our reactions were just the same as the players right over there, as you can see in the Crunchyroll reactions. It was sometimes happy, sometimes sad, but never bored, always excited.
I'm really loving the Hailang power trash talk always, like the big trash talker,
pop-offs.
the pop-offs.
Yes,
but
sir.
when you get to interview him, it's really sweet, you know.
Of course.
Yeah.
Humble players. But with great pop-offs, come, really low moments as well, too. Because if you lose, you're going home.
It was sad yesterday just to see Pause Gaming and OG Esports say goodbye to our KWC 2025. They worked really hard just to make it all the way. But you know what? Regardless of the result from yesterday, they go home with their heads high because top 8 in the whole world, that's already pretty good.
Plus, if I'm not mistaken, they will take home a huge amount.
Huge cash prize.
Huge cash prize,
absolutely.
right? Huge shout out to the top 18 because they also got a huge amount too. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Everyone that makes it to EWC or to KWC in particular is already a winner. Right
I
now,
agree.
we're just splitting hairs to see who wins the most.
But you know what? It's not only about winning. It's about having fun. It's about enjoying with friends. And you know what? Today, before we go into our 2 best of 7s, we have best of 1. We're going to bring you a show match between Team Honor and Team Kings.
Super excited for this show match coming up here. You see some fan favorites, creators, pros, coaches, staff. Everyone's in the mix.
Everyone is welcome in HOK. That's the main marketing slogan in our region. Welcome to HOK, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone from our production team, right? From our directors, they do play. And who knows, maybe someday you can also join the show match, right?
I'm telling you, today's show match is just going to be like that. It's going to feel just like gathering with friends, getting all together around the meal, and then just get 10 players and then just get on and just go over there and just finish online. I'm telling you, a lot of times when I'm with my friends, I'm always playing like that as well. I'm always just trying the best just to get 9 players just so we can get a whole room full of 10. Ladies and gentlemen, our show match is about to start. What about if we send it to Sky and Mara, who are over there at the Amazon Arena? Ladies, please take it from here.
Hello and welcome to the Honor of Kings World Cup 2025. We got all the Esports World Cup action happening here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. My name is Mara Aquino, and here with me, the ever awesome Sky.
Thank you, Mara. Hello to the world. I'm Sky. I'm so honored to be back one more time, and I have to say this, I feel even more excited than last year because apart from the fact that we see a lot of amazing plays lately, but today is the day we're going to finally see the debuts of those 2 KPL powerful teams on the stage right here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
We're filling out the crowd, but you know what? We're gonna take a little detour and we're gonna show the audience something that's a little fun and that's gonna show off some skills. We got your favorite personalities and creators fighting it out here in the Amazon Arena. So how about let's get it started?
Of course, you up first.
And now introducing Team Honor. These are your favorite personalities from around the world. We got from the Clash lane, Geoja, Jungler, Carl, Mid laner, Hoon, Farmer, Audi, and Roamer, Noel. They are ready to go.
And up next, let's welcome their opponents to the stage. Let's welcome Team Kings. Clash lane, Pi. Jungle, Jushi. Mid lane, Cat. Farm lane, Mobazane. Roamer, the pretty and the smartest, Linger, welcome. watch out for their dangerous plays. I believe that this will be the time where we have a little talk with the players.
Let's have a little chat with them and get to know them just a little bit more.
Just hope they are fully ready. Hello, guys. I hope I'm not interrupting. First of all, Pai, please say hi to audiences. And what will be the things you want to say before the match?
Hello, guys. Wish me luck.
Okay, good luck. We'll be all by your side.
And we got here Coach Jojo. How are you? 你好.
你好.
Feeling good?
感觉如何呢？
非常的开心。
Very happy.
很好. And here we got Carl. What do you have to say to everybody watching for you?
I hope you guys enjoyed the match. And Hun said, Mobazane, you need to be ready.
You need to be ready.
All right, what do you have to say towards your enemy?
All I can say is nothing beats the Just J holiday.
Wow, cool.
And right now, you can beat them. Hoon, your opponent is right there. First of all, let's do some heart fingers for the audience. And what do you have to say to everybody? You're looking so good today.
Well, I'm a little nervous going versus the best mid laner, but I'll try my best.
Don't be nervous. You're good. You're so amazing.
Wow, your opponent gives you a lot of respect. 对位的中单觉得你是非常强的一位中单选手，有什么话想对他说的呢？
很感谢你的认可，我们比赛加油。
Okay, thank you for your respect. We will get our best self into the stage. And how about this, like Mobazane? Do you have anything you want to say to your opponents right now?
Good luck. We got Cat.
We got Cat. We got the carry here.
Well, here we got Audi. What do you have to say to everybody?
干就完了。
We can do it. How about Noel? You know what? A lot of people online, when you come on to translate, they are falling in love with you. And now you have the mic to say hi to everybody.
Hello, guys.
All right, lastly, we got Leonard here. So please say hi to the audience from all over the world.
Hi, hello.
What do you say to your opponents before everything started?
我先用中文来，我们那个中单说会打爆对面的。
Do you have an English version? 有英文版哈。
好，来一个吧。Our midline said he will make the opponents unhappy.
Okay, they will destroy their opponents.
Now that we got to meet the most hype and the most requested talent from all around the globe, it's time to get this show match started. What do you think?
Just hope they are ready for the fire.
And now, they're gonna give us a show match that you've never seen before. This is gonna be one intense best of match series. So how about let's take it to the casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you so much, Mara and Sky. As we go into the show match, it's going to be Team Honor versus Team Kings in a best of one. My name is Holler, and with me is Kindo Fu.
That's right. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and we have a special treat for you guys. This is going to be an appetizer before the main course of our best of 7 series today. Now, for Team Honor, we have a lot of big names here. Jiu Zhe, of course, as you know, the coach of TT Global. If you're new to him, don't worry. He is one of the professors over in the KPL side. He actually, I think, has like a course where he has a lot of students, so well respected, and also has a lot of inside information. The question is he gonna bring that to the stage today?
Look, if they were to win this game, I think they could make everyone from Team Kings their student moving forward, right? I think that they're going to have a great time. Yes, there was some trash talking involved. I thought it was a little too respectful for my taste, but all in all, in good fun.
Yeah, for sure. I think we like to raise the bar a little bit in terms of, you know, the banter between teams and whatnot. But also on the side of Team Honor, we have Carl. Carl, the most prominent jungler on the side, besides Joshua, of course, in the PKL. They have brought their biggest guns to the stage today.
And it's going to be kind of a bit of a rivalry in that sense. And I think that we've kind of evenly matched up the teams. This is as even as it's going to get going into this game. Of course, going back to that whole trash talking thing, I think I'm actually very good at that. So I could be coach in the trash talking department.
Why not play? But with that being said, we also take a look at the other side. Team Kings, if you guys know him and if you don't, it's fine. It's Sir Pai, one of our HOK Indonesia biggest names as well. You've already seen him compete once in Indonesia. Let's see if he's going to put up a spectacular performance today.
Yeah, I think that we're going to see everyone really step up on this one. I mean, yes, it's a best of one. Yes, it's all for good fun and all that. But, I mean, going to this stage in Riyadh and just kind of going at it, none of these players get to play together or even on the stage. So this is a great opportunity to see how they can shine on Honor of Kings.
Yeah, because there was no prep, right? Both teams, they were kind of like, hey, we're going to put you on stage, you're going to play. And you know what? I think Team Kings have a slight advantage because if you haven't noticed, we have someone called Cat, who has been a veteran in the KPL region. And also, as you have seen, the fans have been cheering him on. Cat God. Now, is he going to show his prowess in the Gorge today?
Yeah, but okay, let's go back to Jija. In terms of TT Global, yes, he's the coach, but is this a little too much, or is it just like a flex going into the series of like, actually, I don't need to worry about my team. I can continue to play the show match and then just jump into that series without skipping a beat?
I feel like he's using this as a practice because the first series is actually going to be TT Global going up against Team Vitality here.
Okay, but all right. Do you give any of these teams, just from the players alone, kind of a bit of an edge? Because, I mean, if we're looking at these ones, it seems like they're evenly matched, but again, just like holistically, what are your thoughts?
I think it's pretty equal because the next set of people we'll talk about is actually Moba, Zane, and Hun as well, right? Hun, as you all know, the on-screen boyfriend of Miss Mara over here. Now, they have had a long history. They have been teammates for a number of years. So I'm curious to see if there's any internal civil war that they'll be going with against each other down here.
I think they'll have some fun with this.
Yeah.
I mean, they were very respectful in the trash talking portion of this one, but I did find that very funny with the heart thing, very cute by Hun. That we need a little bit more love in this community, and I think that that's a great way to kind of showcase that.
Okay, so next up on Team Honor, we have Alti. Alti is one of those biggest streamers coming up from the Chinese region here, and I think he is a very funny talent. But not only that, he actually has some proficiency with quite a few heroes in the Gorge as well. Excited to see his performance.
What about Noelle? I mean, she's from Nova Esports, the team manager. She's actually like always been there because, I mean, look, Nova Esports has been winning everything, right? But seeing her on stage, obviously she's doing a great job with the team, but does she play well in the roam?
Okay, so this is the final matchup, right? Noelle and Linger in that roam. Now, for those of you that have watched both of their streams, right? Noelle streams online, Linger streams online as well. Both of them have been very successful in their ranked games. But this is not a ranked game. This is a, I don't know, battle for bragging rights. It's kind of more than a ranked game at this point.
Yeah, more than just like it's the reputation. It's also like really sticking it to them. But, you know, as the roam here, like what are you thinking in terms of like just overall prowess?
I feel like Linger should have a lot more experience. I mean, this is the first time we see her play live, right, in person. So I have high expectations for Linger. I have the same high expectations for Noelle today, but I want those weird picks coming out today.
Yeah, actually that would be crazy, right? But it doesn't seem like Team Honor are being, you know, showing a lot of honor. As it looks like they want to kind of like speed up the game and go with the pay one. Yes, this is just a best of one. We want to extend this. We want to see these guys play. But if you're going with this like fast-paced type of hero here, it seems like they just want to end this.
It feels like it. And look, honestly, this is like a professional team kind of draft, right?
Yeah.
The Byron actually being stolen away from the Team Honor side. So, Pei-Byron combination not available, and they pick up the Dolia, which is going to be played and piloted by Linger over here.
I love it. I love it. Even though it's like a show match, even though it's for fun and all that, but they're like, no. We're playing this for realsies, right? We're going to ensure that we have some really good heroes. We're going to counter draft, and we're just going to make things very difficult.
Yo, okay, take a look at Linger. She's locked in. There is like serious discussion. And wow, Cat, no Diao-chan, he is going for the Shangguan, one of those flashy heroes with the finishing stroke, jumping in the air, zip and zap.
Yeah, it's going to have a great time. I mean, the ability to play this one, and we haven't seen it at the KWC, but seeing it at the show match, this is a great hero to see. It's very flashy, getting to the back line, getting those potential kills. I love the way that they're going with Team King's draft.
Yeah, Team Honor here, they're going to pick up the D-Renjie and the Yuhuan. All the meta picks coming through. Team Honor is not here to play around. They are looking for not the show, it's a match for them.
Yeah, actually, I'm wondering, is there something at stake that we weren't told about? Because it seems like they're, again, going with their best foot forward in this draft. They really want to win here.
Yes, I think it's the backstage stakes, right? Like, I don't know, maybe someone has to do push-ups like kind of how Phil did it yesterday?
yeah, I don't think he got to the full 30. I think the full count was like 26 or 27. But yeah, I think that if maybe they have some sort of side bet going into this one, because again, both of these teams are really looking to win this one out. But the Shangguan, look, I love this pick. I think it's very fun to play. But bringing it here and just showcasing what this hero can do, great job by Team Kings here.
I'm so curious whether they're gonna do like the full like, hey, 5-man composition, we're gonna play together as a team, or is it gonna be, all right, you do your thing, I'm gonna do mine, we try to win the game from there.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, you might as well. But now they're gonna go with a Flowborn Marksman. This is gonna change things up. Give it into Mobazane here. So this could be an interesting one. We've seen this one at the KWC. We haven't had too much success with it, but let's give Mobazane a little bit of credit here.
Look, he has been streaming Honor of Kings quite a lot recently, and he has played Flowborn Marksman. I mean, the clips we've seen of him is on Marco Polo, so I'm kind of like, hey, where's the Marco, man? But it's fine. Mobazane on the Flowborn Marksman. He is a professional player nonetheless, so he's going to impress us today.
Yeah, definitely looking to impress. I think for everyone, they just want to kind of show off, just flex a little bit, right? Like on the international stage, yes, you're playing with some, people that really you haven't been playing with, but that's the whole fun about this showcase here.
Okay, wow, okay, this is such a serious draft coming up from Team Honor. They actually pick up the Princess Frost and the Lianpo as well. So it's looking like a Lianpo support. So Noel going for the big tanky blows. And here we go, Jashi. This is a alarm special for Jashi here. So PKL fans, rejoice because we're going to see some flying blades and deep shock bites.
Yeah, great finish to the draft here. Really just like, again, to Jashi's credit, this is what he likes to play. Yes, he's gonna need some space to really get that farm, but when he gets there, Llama is gonna be great for him.
Okay, so let's talk about Showmatch strats. Bear in mind, I said Showmatch. This is not a professional match. What kind of strats would you like to try?
I mean, look, I would go very serious as well, right? Especially when I'm up there, because I don't want to look like a fool. I don't want to be like, oh my gosh, why is this guy like 0-17 and 3?
Wow, someone is putting my KDA on the scoreboard, but that is not going to happen today. I think at this point, right, I think teamwork is definitely going to be very apparent. Now, there are a couple of pros on each side, so I'm so curious how this synergy is going to work.
Actually, I'm not entirely sure if the Leon Po is going to be Rome. It might have been the Yuhan for Noel. They might have first picked it, or first phase picked it, because the Leon Po kind of, they could flex it, but we're going to see exactly where they line up here.
In the clash, right? I think
it's
maybe that's a potential.
Yeah, I think
and, Noel, she has quite a decent hero pool as well. We've been watching her streams as well. So let's see, right? The Battle of the Roams, that's the one I want to talk about. Linger against Noel. How is that going to run out?
Yeah, it's going to be personal. I think it's going to be, there are going to be some, dare I say, pillow fighting. I mean, yeah, they're not going to do too much damage. There's a lot of sustain between them, so it might not be the easiest thing to do, but it's going to be fun going into this one. Of course, it will be the show match between Team Honor and Team Kings, and let's go in.
Super big matchup. And of course, there's one more matchup I'm super curious. Now, Cat has long been known as one of the strongest players, the veteran of KPL. And Hoon is a new and upcoming player into, our side of the story so far. I want to see how far Hoon has grown.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Oh, it looks like they're going to go with that mid lane. The Princess Frost, Noel, Rome, throwing people off. Cat taking a lot of damage, and he's going to give up first blood to Hoon, and they set the tone already. Team Honor with that first kill.
Okay, so Cat has been tamed for that first blood, but it's fine. He recovers. It's a Shangguan, no worries.
Yeah, look, let's talk about this draft here. It's completely throwing us off, right? I mean, you had that Princess Frost in that Rome position, really changing things up, and they kind of flexed it because they were like, we're going to fair first phase, pick this one, and kind of throw everyone off because they were like, this is definitely in the mid lane.
One thing here is, look, I think on the side of Team Honor, they have quite a lot of stuns as well. Yeah. And not as many on the side of Team Kings.
Yeah, not as many, but they have to play around that. That's like the biggest thing. But let's talk a little bit about this bottom lane here. Mobazane going up versus Audi. Like Flowborn Marksman, D-Ren-J, classic. We've actually seen this in the KWC, but the Flowborn Marksman hasn't really been able to kind of shine throughout.
But it's Mobile Zane. But at the same time, I also have to argue, it's Alti, right? Look, these two members are very strong in their own right. Like I said, if you don't know who Alti is, he's one of the biggest streamers in China. So this is a big marker of success. If Mobile Zane actually gets to take down one of the biggest streamers over there.
Yeah, that'd be a huge flex, right? I think that he would want to do that, and there's a reason why they want to kind of let this guy shine on this Flowborn, which again hasn't had too much success here.
Okay, so Jiu Zhe, as also known as the coach on the side of TT Global, he is making Pai's life so hard in this clash lane.
Completely zoned away, not even able to get close to the sprite. Jose doing a great job. And again, I do want your, I mean, he's kind of like the coach of this team, dare I say. He's probably going to be making some calls, but he's in the clash lane, and it looks like the finishing stroke not going to finish off Noel there.
Okay, but Kat showing you exactly what a Shangguan does, right? That finishing stroke, she's able to go immune. Take to the skies and throw some paint brushes at you as well. It kind of hurts, you know, when paint enters your eyes.
Yeah, but what's better than one finishing stroke? Two finishing strokes, and then Linger with that Celestial Melody. The potential is there for that double, and getting right on top of that, making kind of focus fire and potentially get more kills that way.
And then that's a bit of an advantage here. Kat and Linger, I'm pretty sure they have like good comms between them. Now it's up to Hoon and Noel. Can they pull off the same combination as well?
I think they're going to be able to. Those two are much easier to play in synergy. Kat and Linger, you need to kind of like time the ults properly. Everybody needs to be in sync. It's a little bit more difficult of a combination, but here comes the gank. It looks like he's going to go in. Jose with a nice little stun, nice little burst ram, but Noel in a world of hurt. Flash away, and it looks like Jose will survive, but Noel not as lucky.
Oh, they take this Princess Frost out. So Noel, unfortunately, out of the game for 9 seconds more. It's okay. And look, 5 different members on the King's side. So I'm very curious because, look, Joshi and Carl, this might be very personal here.
Yeah, personal, but they weren't really in that fight. They've been kind of farming on their own, which has been great. And yes, with that pickoff was very nice for Team Kings on that one. But finding Noel just a little out of position on that one.
Okay, so you know what? Joshi and Carl, I know that both of them can dance to a certain extent. So if they get the kill on each other, I want them to pause the game.
the BM, but Hoon gets gone on, not able to stay alive, and it looks like they're going to find Noel as well. A double kill going the way of Kat, and showing you the prowess on the Shangguan.
Okay, the claws are shown. The pullback by Joshi as well. Carl, he is safe for the time being. But let's take a look at the replay here. This movement by Hoon was just a little bit too far forward, and when you have the timing and the planning by Kat, who is a veteran in this game, there is no way you make it out.
Yeah, no real way. He did try to ult so that it was expended, but in the cast time, he got blown up. So Team Kings to finding yet another kill, and look at this pressure that they're putting on. They're really taking it to Team Honor here.
Hello, this is not a professional game. Why are you guys playing like professionals here?
I mean, they're going to force it. Look at another gank attempt. Audi, though, getting gone on here. He's going to dodge it. He gets to safety and staying alive. Even with that finishing stroke, that potential 1-2 combination can really just kill somebody.
It's so scary, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, look, let's take a look at the good things that are happening for the side of Alti. Alti here actually has not died a single time. Yes, no assist in comparison to, you know, Mobile Zane, who has 1, but it's just 1.
Actually, it's very close in terms of the net worth. Yeah. I mean, it's been a couple kills, you know, in more in favor of Team Kings here, but I mean, there's a Frigid Prison. That's a nice one. With that, winner is here, and Noel gets the kill, but they find a return kill in that mid lane. Carl going down, and now Jose with that nice little tremor smash will just hit the minion wave, and he's going to have to back off and get to safety under that tower.
So Mobile Zane seems to be the one that's getting pummeled over here. His T1 has been taken down. But Carl, this is his first death in the game, and Joshi was playing an important part in the game as well. He was split pushing at the side.
Yeah, taking the farm away, right? And Carl really needs that. Obviously, he needs to stay alive more than anything else. Really give their team a chance, especially in this early game. We haven't seen too much of Carl because he's just so busy farming.
I think that's a good thing. And here's the silent assassin. Alti has been farming the entire game, hasn't died once yet. He's about at close to 3.5k, which is not bad, but Joshi, topping the global goal charts here. Greatest hits once again at 4.5 thousand.
Yeah, Joshi here. I mean, you're going to leave him alone? He's going to get his own farm, right? He's able to just go in, and he will carry the game at the end. But now this bottom lane completely pushed in. It looks like the bottom T2 is going to be going down for Team Honor. But here's they got burst ram. He wants to go in for this one, but that force field suppression, the tremor smash only onto Linger, but now on the side, Noel have been killed elsewhere, and they find Audi, but now Juicy looking to turn this around. Fighting 1 versus 3, not a good situation for him. He's going to get whittled down, but he will survive. Now Carl shows up, finds Pi, finds all 3 members, but can he get a kill? Here comes another teleport, who with a finishing stroke, and it looks like Linger gets the final blow though.
Wow, team play at its finest coming out from Team Kings here. Just dragging everyone from Team Honor one by one. Hoon is trying his best to come in to help the fight, but unfortunately got caught out. And Alti faces his first death of this game.
Yeah, and Team Kings was like waiting patiently, and they were coming in one by one, but nice frigid prison on it too. Mobazane will get to safety, but Pi not as lucky.
Okay, so Pi takes a fall for the team, but I think, you know what, maybe Pi has some history in this. He lost
nice
his
little burst ramp. Finding it on the Linger here, and it looks like the return, the finishing stroke, not enough. It's been distributed throughout, but the Aerostrom is going to do some more. Cat has already been killed. The nice little burst ram. Noel has been killed as well. Joshi finding the back line.
So Kyle gets 1 for the team too, in fact. But, you know, for a trade, pretty decent by Joshi. He actually went to the back lines to find Noel on the back lines.
Team Honor kind of taking the fight back to them. I mean, they're taking some good team fights. That was a good turn of events. They're definitely getting back into this one, but still, Joshi has kind of been popping off. We haven't seen him too much, and he just got that kill.
Yeah, and you know what? Playing like a true professional. So we have the lead. Okay, let me take the Azure Golem and make sure that our team has a decent advantage. That very tight-knit goal gap is now close to 2,000.
Yeah, the Tremor Smash is going to be dodged here. Joshi, again, baiting it out. He's all the way up in front, using his mobility to the maximum, finds 2, and with that unending sorrow, trying to just stay alive. Noel is going to be picked off, and now Joshi, he has to dash over the wall, but here they go. Cat with a kill, finds him, and he wants to dive in, gets the finishing stroke onto Audi, finds the pickoff, and Josie will die as well. 4 members down.
Do you see how well Cat played? Oh my goodness, that...
they have the return. Cat is going to be killed here. You just complimented me. He goes down, and Carl will trade his life away. Mobazane with the shutdown, and they get the team ace.
Still, it is a good sacrifice coming up from Cat God here. And what a team play. This is truly Team Kings. They are so dominant this time.
So dominant. I mean, just the rotations, being able to find that pick off, but DJ can break it down.
Yeah, so Joshi goes into the backlines, catches out 2 different members, allowing space for Mobazane to get the free damage in. And of course, this is where Cat shows off. Look, waiting under the T2, didn't care about the shots, gets the finishing stroke down as well. And it was just 1 by 1 they fell on the side of Team Honor.
Yeah, and look, just Cat just sticking around, and Carl's like, okay, you want to stick around? You're going to find out. He gets that pick off. I mean, I think in the end, not the worst trade for him, but Noel loving it.
Yes, and this is what we want to see, right? So Noel making the calls for the team. While this may not be the situation they like to find themselves in, she's doing a pretty good job.
Yes, staying alive, but the Aerostorm Jose so low. The finishing stroke attempt, but Justy finds him, gets that pick off.
Yeah, the shock bite coming in deep here. And I mean, Death from Below, that's the name of the ultimate on the side of love. And Pi, hey, Sir Pi, do not do that.
Yeah, they're going to just push out the bottom T3. It doesn't look like Team Honor want to defend this one. They take that one essentially for free. They're going to be backing off and dodging that winners here as well.
Okay, I have to tell you, Sir Pi here, he is very happy because the last showmatch he had, he lost. So this one is personal to him. He needs to win this one.
Yeah, and that's probably why they wanted to go with that first pick Byron in that first phase, is just ensuring that he's got that hero that he wants. Again, this is for realsies, and you can feel it, but the Shadow Tyrant got to be picked up by Team Kings here.
Yeah, Mobazane putting in the damage along with Cat as well. This is the 10-minute mark Tyrant, so it's a Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, Joji was potentially just going in, but he's just scouting out more than anything else. Now, how does Team Honor somehow get back in this one?
Wombo combo. It has to be, right? Alti needs to land that golden token. Noel needs to land her frigid prison. And who needs to land his second skill?
Okay, easier said than done, though. Yeah. I mean, the positioning has been far superior thus far, but with this map control, pushing it even further ahead, Team Kings look to be in a great spot as they take the top T2.
Well, there is always a chance, right? We have seen teams, turning around, and this might be the chance.
Nice little chance. Nice little burst ram with that frigid prison. They find Mobazane, the Tremor Smash with a slam dunk. Cat gets Audi, though. They find him on the back line. Cat is going to be traded as well, and a double before he goes in. Hoon is going to be picked off, but Carl gets picked off. 3 members down for Team Honor.
Still a good result, right? Oh, Noel this time really putting the freezes to work. And this is where Pi, he wants to go for a big one.
a little bit of a push more than anything else. I don't think they're going to end. Look at that recall. Oh, the BM Pi flexing right in front of Jose.
Yep, the couch. Oh, he caught Noel.
Oh, finds Joshi. He's getting a little bit low. Needs to be careful. He's going to be just get tremor smashed, and Juicy makes him pay.
Brilliant. The coach is doing a lot of work. He's no longer a coach. He is a player now.
Yeah, actually flexing on that one, right? Joshi was like sticking around, and he's like, I got my mobility. I'm going to get on out. But this Lian Po, just so many stuns.
Let's take a look at the items here. And okay, nothing too crazy. We're going for the full damage onto Hun as well. He takes the Venom Staff, the anti-heal. And once he completes, I presume that's going to be the Void Staff coming in. Oh, but Carl already at 5 items.
Yeah, he's a little bit behind Joshi though, which is a bit of a problem about, 1K at this point. But the Overlord about to be started. Jose gets the jump in with that Tremor Smash, finding Moba Zane. He goes for the direct target, but Carl taking him down. And it looks like with that Overlord, Moba Zane is going to be killed. Pei is going to be killed as well. Pi, excuse me. Cat getting a little bit low. Nice little burst ramp onto 2 with that control. But here comes Joshi. The finishing stroke picks off Noel, and that's going to be it for them. 4 members down, and the final 2 members, Jose and Joshi, going at it. Jose with not really too much damage. He probably wants to stay alive. He burst rams over the wall, gets chased by Joshi.
Yeah, Joshi going for the chase at this point. I mean, he is looking for an opening, but at this point, Tutor has done so much. Look, they secured the Shadow Overlord, so the map is now in reverse pressure, meaning Team Kings, they need to clear the waves. So this buys a lot of time for the rest of the team. So Team Honor doing the play, making the right moves, and having the stress and pressure relieved for the moment, because at this point it's gonna start being a little bit more difficult. It's almost double the kills on the side of Team Kings.
Yeah, they have so many kills. I mean, Joshi was like the last man standing. I think you would have enjoyed that one, but he's gotten to that point where he's critical mass. He's gotten all that space, and he's just really been putting the pressure on, and now he's gonna put it onto Carl, brushing him away, and it looks like they're going to take the Azure Golem here.
Okay, let's take a look at this moment. How did they actually secure it? Oh, so Carl was actually left undisturbed, and this was also due to the fact that Noel got a couple of nice freezes here, and the flash coming out from Ulti managed to save his life for a little bit, allowing him to get a lot of free damage as Cat was going in for the backlines as well. While he did give his life, this put us in that situation of the 1v1. Tutor knows that, hey, I don't win this fight, right? So let me just drag it as long as possible.
Yeah, just extending it. But it looks like the fight is going to be happening in the mid lane. Hoon has already been killed, and it looks like they're going to take Noel and Audi down. Pi just too much control. The damage is on point, and Jose will be picked off as well. And it looks like Team Kings are going to roll it down mid.
Not yet, not yet. Okay. This is what you need to do in your ranked game. Look at what Carl's doing, right? You cut the waves, and then you go and look for something else in the jungle. So brilliant play. This is not just a professional play. This is ranked games, guys. Learn this.
Yeah, extending the game as much as possible. Without those minions, of course, you have that backdoor protection, and it's going to slow it down. You're probably thinking, why don't they just go all in? It's like, wait, actually, there are no minion waves there, so they have that backdoor, and we can't go in.
Linger catches his eyes onto Carl here, and they're going to try and escort this bottom wave, but the members are coming up.
Yeah, they're coming up. They're going for the crystal. They're doing some damage, but Moba Zane's been stunned. He's going to be backing off. Goes for that Aerostorm. Not going to connect on this one, but Linger's going to be picked off. Joshi has to dash away. Carl wants that damage. He goes right to him. Sage's Sanctuary on top of this. The finishing stroke onto all 5 members. Not going to get the pick. Here's another Sage's Sanctuary from Carl. He's going to be back off, but finds Kat. He's going to be picked off. Moba Zane is going to be killed, and now Pi on the run, and he's going to be running with Joshi.
Is it going to be an honorable comeback coming in? Because, okay, the goal gap's still very big, but the fact that they caught Cat, Moba Zane, and Linger, 3 members who actually provide so much value for the composition, they're now down for about 20 seconds more.
Yeah, it's actually quite a bit in that sense, but with Pi and Joshi, I think that they have enough wave clear to kind of extend it. They're in no trouble at this point, but again, Team Honor striking back.
Okay, let's see, can they break this?
Oh, the Storm Strike right on top of Carl. He was trying to go for this one, but he goes immune, he dodges them, and with that, Winter is here, just too much control. Linger now trying to focus it down onto Carl, but he gets Tremor Smash. They actually find Pi, but now Joshi on the back. He's going to be stunned with that burst ramp, just too much control. Wow. He's going to stay alive, and Joshi finally goes down, but here comes Cat. He goes directly for Hoon, finds him. He's going to go golden. The finishing stroke is going to be scattered throughout. They've got the pick up on Hoon, and Jose, just like the last man standing, slowing the game more than anything else. He's just trying to go for into the enemy fountain.
Yeah, he needs to buy time. How much time time can he buy? Not much. And there is a wave crashing now at the bottom. Moba Zane and Cat, the two members, need to make a sprint for the bottom. In fact, it could be within here, but it is a little bit of time left for the side of Team Honors.
It's going to be slowed down. Audi's up in about 6 seconds or so, so I don't think that it's going to be game over at this moment. But those minions will do a little chip damage on the crystal here.
I think it might be over. Cat, Moba Zane, they've reached the crystal. Audi on his own. What can he do? 1v2.
The backdoor protection was up for a second, but Audi gets focus fired. He's going to be picked off, but now Carl is joined up, and it looks like he wants to go for Cat. He deals with the minion wave more than anything else. They need to protect the base.
Okay, Noel is going to try and do this with Hoon as well as Carl. They do survive for the moment. So Team Honor, they have bought some time, and I'm so happy with this, guys. We are at close to 17 minutes. Means we have a potential Tempest game.
Yeah, both of these teams showed up at this one. I mean, look, with the Shadow Overlord about to be started on this. I mean, 3 minutes away from that Tempest Dragon. We're not there yet. And yes, Team Kings had a potential to go, but the defense was just too strong at this point. Team Honor survived at least for another minute or so.
And you can see the happiness. Look, so much fun across the team. And right now, this is going to be not the final one yet. So Shadow Tyrant's available. Carl looking to escape, but Pi.
Oh, Carl pounces away. Pi looking to just get that hunt down on this Tiger. Gets the nice little Storm Strike, Sage's Sanctuary. That's going to be it. And Pi with that recall. Oh, the flex. He's done it so many times.
Sake, that is that play coming in from Pi there. And he actually gets the Sage's Sanctuary. So one more life. And I think there might not be any more lives because the Shadow Overlord is flying down on the top side.
Yeah, they want to just deal with this one. But Joshi diving deep. He wants to go, but he's going to just use up the Sage's Sanctuary. The Arrow Storm. Moba Zane coming in with a machine gun, doing some serious damage. Joshi just dove in too deep, and now Moba Zane looking to end the game, and Team Kings are your winner.
So Team Kings, a very brilliant performance. Team Honor, of course, doing well, but this time, the Kings suffice.
Yeah, that was plenty. I mean, they had the full kills advantage. They were just taking over the game, but while Team Honor had their moments, they were striking back, but it just, unfortunately for them, Team King just too much in the end.
Yes, I mean, all of this is for laughs. It's for the fun as well. So Team Kings now having a very splendid game, and this sets the tone for the day, right? We want to have fun, we want to be serious as well, but all of it is for the fans of HOK.
Yeah, actually, serious game, serious business in that show match. I mean, both of these teams, like, they're showing good sportsmanship, and they did have some fun, which is what Honor of Kings is all about. And, you know, inviting everyone to just be able to play with anyone.
Okay, so now I think it's a bit of a worry. TT Global, you know, the coach just lost. He might not be happy. We might see a very strong performance from TT Global in the next series.
They're going to take it out on Team Vitality next.
Yeah.
Like, oh, mercy, sir, mercy. Don't be so angry. Let's just have some fun in that series as well.
And, you know, Sapai was kind of like egging him on with the sofa as well, right? The recall.
Actually, that would have enraged me, to be honest. Just seeing that right in front. But here come the highlights. I mean, you're seeing exactly how they were diving deep. Cat was just like flexing on them, trying to go in with Justy here. Noel just, you know, ecstatic at that point, just looking to survive at that moment. But again, just too much Team Kings in the end.
Look, she had quite a few catches. The winner here was not bad, right? And, you know, with the help of Hoon on this Yuan, they got quite a nice few setups on the side of Team Kings. But then once again, Joshi and Linger, look, the two of them playing well together as well. Like, Linger's job here is just to enable the team, and Cat really benefited off of that. And Pi, I have to talk about this guy. Pi, he came here with a vengeance. It didn't matter who the opponents were. He lost that first show match ever in ID. He's coming here to win it.
Yeah, going in for that serious business here. But again, Team Kings with that victory. Let's find out what the players had to think about. Let's pass it over to Sky now.
Here we are with Coach Jojo. How was that? You know, a lot of people were cheering for you. They came all the way here. How does that feel that everyone here flew all the way to Riyadh just to watch you guys play?
那首先呢，非常恭喜啊，就是来到我们这个表演赛，希望你就玩得非常的开心。当然，我们看到很多的粉丝朋友们非常远的地方，不远万里来到我们沙特的现场来支持你们的比赛，有什么话想跟他们说的吗？
感谢大家就是远道而来的支持吧，就是我们也会打出我们的风采，
All right. So thank you so much for you guys to travel all the way through China to Saudi Arabia, and we will try to bring the best state of ourselves as a reward and gift to all of you.
All right, thank you, Coach. Cheers.
All right, next one is going to be the interview with Kat. So you're supposed to be the carry of the team, but you ended up with the very first blood of the game. So how do you feel? What's the communication back then? 其实我们今天第一局这一局呢，应该是这个队的唯一 C 位哈，那是成为了这一局比赛的第一条第一滴血。当时感觉怎么样？你们的一个战术布置会是怎么样的呢？
第一局第一波还是有点年轻了，因为我看他杨玉环和老虎的站位，我以为中路就他们2个人。王昭君突然冒出来的时候，我是有点惊讶的，我觉得还是太年轻了，作为一个新人选手，经验不是很足。
All right, he's basically joking because he's been so young and childish. He doesn't that much care and being not too cautious about the first wave of the mid lane because the Pei and the Yuhuan, he thought that it was only 2 person in the round, but ended up seeing the Princess Frost happening onto the mid lane. That will be the surprise. So it will be a lesson learned. So like Mo was saying, did you enjoy the whole battlefield? This will be your first time to HOK. How do you feel?
It feels great knowing that Hoon lost, to be honest. And it felt very good playing with one of the best HOK players in the whole world.
I know, out of curiosity, so you all speak different languages. So how do you actually communicate during the game?
Our support would talk to Kat, and then it was a little bit difficult talking to Kat because he only knows Chinese for the most part, but he still carried us, so it's okay.
But I believe you've enjoyed the battle. So how about you, Mara?
You know what? We gotta talk to Hoon, and I gotta say, Hoon, first blood. And that's how you make an entrance. You said earlier today that you were nervous, but you got the first blood against Kat. How did that feel for you?
Well, it was 3 people just jumping on 1 person, so it felt great, but after that I realized why he's the best. It was so hard, and it's a pretty fun match.
It's okay, even though there's 3 people, you got the first blood against him now. This is your first match with Honor of Kings, and you're here all the way at the KWC Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. How is that like for you with your debut here on this stage?
It feels great. I'm honored to be here, and then even though this is the first, I'm pretty sure they're gonna be more for us, and then I hope you guys support NA, and then so we can be here next time as well.
I hope everybody supports NA so you could be here next time. Great job, Hoon. So now that we heard from the players and the coaches and our content creators, how about we talk about that a little bit more and head to the studio. Lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Mara. Thank you very much, Sky. And thank you very much to the players that brought us an amazing show. An amazing show match. I'm telling you, I've been doing this for a while, and this was one of the most interesting show matches that I've seen in a while. The compositions, they were amazing. And just the way that Kat took that one in there. He literally just said, I thought it was a 1v2, and I'm down for a 1v2. For a 1v3, that'd be a little bit too much.
Of course, massive respect being shown to Kat, the undisputed GOAT. I hear his name around all the time, right? And I ask people how he is. Everyone just mentions he's the GOAT. He's been playing back in the day. He doesn't play as much anymore. But he's a great creator now, and he obviously can still play as
he's the OG GOAT. I'm telling you. When I saw him perform when he was at the top of his level. Wow. He was a completely different thing. It's very rare to see players that are so good at one hero, like his Diao-chan, as he was. And it was not only his Diao-chan, it was just the way that he understood how to play the game, and that's why we call him always the GOAT.
For sure, he is the cat GOAT, I should say. The cat god. It's not the GOAT, the greatest of all time. I don't know, cat god, but of course, he's so confident with the Changguan pick. This is like a ranked game, you know?
He went easy on them. He could have went to Daochan. It was not banned.
Yeah.
He was like, these young kids, let me give them a break, all right?
You know what?
Yeah, I want to showcase my skill. Right.
You know what? At the end of the day, it's about just coming in and just getting everyone to play. He wanted to play that Shangguan because he knew that Lingard would play the Dahlia. And we talked about that. We thought that, okay, how do we get Lingard just to play with that Dahlia and for us to actually really capitalize on this? That was lovely. You can see her having the time of her life.
Yes, sir.
I want to be in that team, man. I want Kat to carry me.
I wanted to play.
Yes, sir.
They won't let me in.
I want Linger to reset my ulti. Right?
We gotta do a caster match.
We gotta go next time, maybe.
We gotta set that up, and that's what you guys need to set up right over there at home. Look at how much fun these people are having, man.
Yeah.
That is the lovely thing about our game. You can come in. What you just saw right over there is just 10 people having fun, playing games and enjoying their time. This is what HOK, Honor of Kings, is about.
Happy moments right there. Look at that. Hoon trash talking MOBA Zane all the time. MOBA Zane just trashing him every time.
Important note here is even the losing team, they're having fun too. Look at Hoon there. He lost, but he's still having a great time.
I'm telling you, this is top level of performance. What a better way to start the day, playoffs day 2, than with this show match.
Yes, sir.
This is exactly what we need, right, Manjin?
Yes, sir. And it goes to show that how open HOK is. Like the global server, all of them have different languages. If you're in there, what would you say to me? If I don't know how to speak to you.
Stop feeding.
Stop. Go.
No, die.
Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Don't go. Don't go.
You know what I would be saying? Carry me, please. Just carry me. Carry me. Please, Cat God, carry me. This has been great start to the day, ladies and gentlemen. The feeling right now here in the studio and right over there in the arena is already the best that it could have been. What about if we take a little bit of a break, and then after that we're going to come back with playoffs. It's going to be our match 1 of today, TT Global against Team Vitality. Stay online.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. This is the playoffs day 2, the quarterfinals. And today we're going to have 2 amazing matches. Welcome to the KWC 2025, the best level of Honor of Kings worldwide. I'm Isaac Peña. And right now, for bringing us this match number 1, we're going to have Manjin and Dave. Manjin, Dave. Dave, let's start from you, man. Did you watch the Showmatch?
Oh, absolutely. That was an incredible match.
Yes, sir.
My heart was pounding harder than some of the other matches.
Tell me, what was your favorite moment of that game, mate?
I thought it was going to go to Tempest Dragon.
I thought so too.
Yeah,
it
final
was so
showdown.
back and forth.
Yeah, those were your boys.
And also, it was so exciting that Cat got first blood in the middle lane because it's such a cheese strategy, and that's something that you can pull off in one of those like best of one scenarios, especially in a show match. And it's so fun to watch.
Every single time that you're playing rank with your friends, you need to try to think, what is our winning strategy? And let's go and try to get onto that, right? They knew that Cat was going to be the winning strategy from the other team. So at least let's just get the 1 kill at the beginning of the game, right?
Yeah, but absolutely. Another thing I want to mention is right after that kill, who immediately realized why Cat is one of the best, if not the best, right? He is the GOAT. But the amount of details, I think there's one Shangguan ult where Hoon couldn't even react.
None. Immediately disappeared from the courts, right, Manjin?
It was a huge honor for Hoon to play with the Cat God for sure. And of course, to see the different professional, to see these people on personalities, I mean, HOK, it's really fun. Like, the aura here is so refreshing. The audience is so refreshing. I even saw our marketing team in the audience cheering for Just Chi, cheering for Carl.
It was lovely to see that.
That was, like, Carl, the thing that Carl did, it was like the simplest way to not get defeated.
I'm telling you, it was a great show.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, this is a tournament and we need to leave the show behind and move on into what's going to be today, the last 2 tickets into our top 4. Or for today's matches, we're going to have 2 best of 7. We're going to start with TT Global against Team Vitality. And right after that, we're going to go to AG.AL against Alpha 7 Esports.
Oh, the ACL champions. Finally, we are in the secret level. We finally unlocked the unlockable character, TT Global. But man, Team Vitality, the only remaining team for IKL. I'm so excited for this.
Today's matches, I have one phrase again. It's called Gold Standard, okay? Today is a learning day. You want to learn everything you can from these top teams. Right? TT Global, the first match versus Team Vitality. You got Team Vitality have some of the crowd's darlings, right? ZenQ, He's making a name for himself with his skill, personality, the entire community. TT Global, what can we say? This team is so goated. They're considered underdog. They have a lot of young players, but nonetheless, some of the most skilled players.
Yeah.
We can see how the players are arriving to our Amazon arena. You can see the moment when they get their hands into their keys, they know the next time that they will see that key, it's either going to be crushed or they're going to be doing some crushing.
Yeah, there you go. I think for Team Vitality, they're really full aware of what's going to happen here. They're really full aware of their situation here. That's why they need to bring the AAA game that they need here.
I'm telling you, AAA game might not even be enough.
For sure, maybe.
It might not be enough. They need to bring godlike levels of game today because look at that. TT Global, they look relaxed. They look, they know the big stages. They know how to work in this, and they are not going to be afraid to come in and just deal some damage.
Absolutely. What you saw was Qing holding the triangle. I mean, he looks really happy, actually, right? This is the same expression we saw him yesterday in the interviews.
Their keys, right?
And this guy's not afraid to share all his tips with the global players. So this is why I make him so goated.
Yeah.
There's not fear. Even if I were to tell you right now, okay, this is what you need to go and do, can you just kind of like in 30 seconds just internalize it and perfectly just go and deliver? It's not possible. So for them just coming in and sharing, it's an amazing opportunity just to come and to make friends.
Yeah.
Even if I tell you what I'm going to do, there is going to be a difference on knowing and just being able to perform.
And this is such a huge opportunity for the side of Team Vitality also. Like with the global release of HOK, it's just a year, and for them to manage to pull off to be here at the top 8, they will definitely get a lot of knowledge also just by doing maybe the draft. I'm so excited about the draft because if I'm not mistaken, for TT Global, they're playing on a different server as well, which is advanced, right? We have like hidden heroes still that we don't see in the global server, right?
TT Global, Snowy, Crane, Ting, Joy, and Sunrise. The Thunder Threat.
Thunder Threat.
That name is fire.
I like it. I mean, look at Sunrise. This guy is known for a really, really aggressive. I would say the entire team is known for a really aggressive playstyle. I want to see them invade because they love to take objective seriously. And when I say objective, I don't just mean towers. I don't just mean tower and overlord. I mean those small jungle minions, right? The thing that you go invade and really force a fight and then take your advantage to the next level. So I'm excited for TT Global to show how to take aggressive comp and play it properly.
Team Vitality on the other side, 19, Zan, Tranq, Neil, and Tubbs. V for victory. Team Vitality.
Yes, sir. Team Vitality, maybe their games is kind of like messy for the few group stages, but then again, it's a hard thing to do to be up here in the top 8. And I want to shout out ZanQ for sure in using a lot of assassins, the fades, for sure we're going to see it. Maybe we're going to see the Jing up here. But then again, if you're up against a team that can probably invade you, I would love 19 and the mid laner to step up their game in maybe protecting ZanQ, because ZanQ is one of their win conditions.
It is very difficult for Tranq today. If he decides just to become the core of the team and then just to build everything around him, the team is going to have to find a way how to zone out TT Global from coming and taking jungle resources.
But it's not going to be an easy task. Okay.
No, it is.
No, I love ZanQ. Okay, ZanQ is my boy. We made a lot of content. By the way, you should follow HOK Global Esports channel. And why wouldn't you follow it, right? For all the great news, great content. Just saying, right? ZanQ is a goated.
If I'm not mistaken, HOK actually interviewed ZanQ right after the draft, and ZanQ was jokingly saying that, oh, it's gonna be 8 minutes. He knows, and I commend that. For sure, they will bring out their best. For sure, they will do their best here. And what I like about them is that they know they accept like what's gonna happen. They accept their strengths, and let's move forward from that.
I like seeing this in this way. Right? I like looking at this as you are being given in life a hand, and then you need to deal with that hand. You cannot return your cards. You need to play with the cards that you've been given. You can decide, Are you going to stay in the hotel and just call it a day? Or are you going to come into the Amazon Arena and really perform and try to give us what we deserve, which is a top-level game?
You know, to your point, Manjin, when we were recording that video, you should be in the proximity. Everybody was laughing so hard.
Yeah.
If you haven't watched that video, Zenkyu is definitely one of the most charismatic character or player in the entire HOK global ecosystem. So definitely follow the HOK global esports channel so you can get all this great content. At the same time, I look forward to Jenkyu's performance today.
I am really looking forward to hear from the players as well. I want to know exactly what is going through their minds. I know that we had an interview over there with TT Global's Joy. Let's see what Joy had to tell us about that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are backstage not only with Joy, the roamer of TT Global, we also have Sky. Welcome backstage. Usually she's on the front of the stage. Now she's backstage with me. So first of all, congratulations making the playoffs and also here in KWC. My first question is, you're going against Team Vitality. What is the game plan going against Team Vitality?
OK， 首先呢，非常恭喜9星选手呢可以来到我们淘汰赛，以及来到我们现场沙特利雅得。那你们今天对阵的选手呢会是 Team Vitality 啊？你觉得那场比赛你们的战术风格，或者说你们对于这支队伍的研究会是什么呢？
我们就打好自己的，然后做好每一个布局就行。
Okay, I think we will just perform the best state of ourselves and do every single step 1, step 2, step by step, and ensure that we can get a very safe victory.
I love it. What an answer, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What a translation.
Thank you.
And second question is, Joy, this might be a little harsh, but what is your prediction going in against Team Vitality?
这个问题呢会稍微有点辛辣。你个人觉得你们这场 BOT 的对决的比分会是怎么样的呢？
比分应该是4-0。
I think it will be a 4-0.
4-0, guys. That is the prediction. Once again, thank you very much, Joy, and good luck in advance. And also to TT Global and Sky. Thank you for being with us.
It's my
Appreciate
pleasure.
It. Back to you guys.
4-0. For some people, that sounds harsh. But I'm telling you, if I am a professional player, every single game that I'm going to go for a best of 7, I'm going to say 4-0 every single time, because that's got to be mentality. It's a matter of how you feel yourself over there getting into that game.
That's, of course, the confidence that TT Global has in this tournament. Plus, of course, if you're going to look at on paper, if you're going to look at the resume, for sure, there are a lot of achievements of each player for the side of TT Global compared, of course, to the players of Vitality. But then again, Team Vitality, I want to say they just need to take this one game at a time. No pressure. Don't pressure themselves, because they're fully aware of what's going to happen. Just play it with maybe nothing to win, nothing to lose, and who knows what's going to happen, right?
Who knows what's going to happen, Dave? What is your thought on that?
I want to shine some lights on Coach Jojo.
Okay.
This coach is known to be one of the most strict coach in the entire world. All right.
Okay.
One word to describe this coach is called discipline. Every single detail in the game has to be done in perfection. If you make some mistakes, he will correct you. He will point it out until you're fully, I would say, absorbed it as a muscle memory.
And he's one of the most passionate coaches as well, right? Like you can see, like yesterday when I said, like, maybe they need some yelling. Jojo can do a lot of yelling.
By the way, he lost the show match. So that's a warm-up. That's a warm-up now.
True. I mean,
he already got the loss out of there. Like, he knows, like, right now from here it's only dubs.
No more defeats.
I also want to mention that Jojo is one of the most successful coach in the entire KPL history. This guys know what he's talking about. Every team he leads goes to success. So today, I want to see the strategies, not just the ban pick, but how you execute the draft. And that's going to be so interesting to watch and learn.
I'm telling you, this is going to be an amazing match, because at the end of the day, there's only 2 options in here. Either TT Global comes in and takes a victory that everyone is expecting, or Team Vitality is going to give us the biggest upset of the tournament. Which one is going to be? We are all looking forward to that. Okay, predictions as we're going to be moving forward.
Okay, let's go. I'm going to go hard here. Let's go. 4-1. I'm going to give Vitality 1 game.
Okay, 4-1 TT Global. Dave.
All right, I love Zenkyu, my boy, but 4-0 TTG.
4-0 TTG. Well, I am going to go with the best prediction ever. I'm going to say that Team Vitality is going to come. They're going to show us that the storyline for them is very clear. They are the Cinderella. They came in 3rd seed in AG.AL, and right now they're in the top 8. TT Global, they want to come in and then just show us that they can be champions as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is quarterfinals, playoffs, day 2. TT Global against Team Vitality. Take it here, Amazon Arena. Let's go!
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to KWC at the Esports World Cup 2025. What an incredible honor for us to have you here with us in the beautiful Amazon Arena. Fans from all over the world have joined us either here or from home to witness history in the second day of playoffs. Hello and welcome. I'm Milos. By my side is the wonderful, beautiful Sky. How are you doing today?
Thank you. Hello to the world one more time. So great to be back again. So today is the second day of our playoff stage. After days of heart-stopping battles, countless jaw-dropping strategies, finally only 6 elite teams make it to the playoffs, and right now they're still fighting for this trophy and their place in that $3 million prize pool. Isn't that interesting?
That is an insane amount of money. $3 million can change anybody's life, let alone a competitor at this top level of play. We have some games to go through.
Of course, these squads have clawed their way through blood, sweat, and glory. And what after that? It only gets tougher from here. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for us to welcome our first 2 team to the stage. First, from the legendary KWC, the top of the pyramid, the monster that every rival fear. That introduction will not be introduced. Our reigning AG.AL champion, TT Global. Chin, Sunrise, Crane, Snowy, Joy. They fight without fear. They play with no limits. And now, they're now at KWC aiming only for the trophy and to claim the ultimate prize. The storm has arrived. The throne awaits. Will anyone dare to stand in their way?
Like you said, Sky, it only gets tougher from this moment. So let's bring out TT's challengers. It's Team Vitality! And here they are, Tufts, Jiankyu, Neil, Zan, and 19. Qualifying 3rd out of AG.AL Spring, they had clutched a spot to compete here at KWC 25. During the group stage, their resilience was tested once again, and they flew above Dominator Esports in a 25-minute decider game, then stung Genji in the last chance qualifier 3-1. The Bees, though, faced their biggest matchup ever today. Will they make history here on the KWC stage? We're about to find out. TT, please, Team Vitality, you may go place your keys and get ready for your match.
Who will rise and who will fall? Who will finally etch their name into the history of KWC? Let the battle begin. The battle starts now. Let's watch.
TTG is the top 3 team in KPL. They are the strongest team and they have a best coach in KPL.
我觉得 Team YWD 的这支队伍的话，他们准备的时间更久嘛，而且他们的实力也比较强劲，所以说我们在仅限的几天时间里面，我们需要更加的努力。我觉得 Team YWD 的打野他比较强，然后他的镜和露娜都玩得比较好。
1v5, what are you doing? As Tufts gets the Vitality going at it against Channing.
The player that caught my attention is the top lane, Qingqing, because he was the top player in KPL.
我想对 Team YWD 的选手们说，很高兴我们能够交手，然后我们在赛场上都展现出自己最好的风采吧。
we can fight with TTG is a very good opportunity for us. I will take this chance to show what we have.
Team Vitality know. They know their place. They know what they've been working for. And they know that if they want to make the upset, their top level performance needs to be done today.
Yeah.
On the other side, TT Global, they know that they're the favorites. They know that they only need to perform. Will they be able to perform? Only time will tell. Dave, Team Vitality, TT Global, break it down for us.
Oh man, first I want to talk about TT Global. All right, this team is known for unorthodox playstyle. Let's talk about mid lane Crane. This guy, his favorite character, actually most well-known characters, is Shangguan.
Shangguan, yeah.
Yeah, obviously you have Ganmo, obviously you have Yixing out there, right? But he's known for Shangguan. And today, we might see some Shangguan Dolia combo coming out from Crane.
We've already seen it in the show match, right?
Yeah.
So if we've seen it in the show match, maybe they went like, you know what? It actually works. Let's try that.
I actually expect a lot of different combos here also being showcased by TT Global. All of these kids are youngsters. They're like Lightning McQueen in cars, like Kachao, fast-paced game. And I should say for Team Vitality, all of their matches was a pain in the neck, right? They had a hard time up against a Dominator, also against Alpha 7. All of their games, maybe if you're gonna do the ratio, 7 out of 10 was plus 15 minutes. And it goes to show that their cardio in those games, like their resistance, their endurance, it gave them a hard time.
They're good. Let's agree.
Yeah.
Let's agree on something. They are good players. Are they good enough right now to be put here in the big leagues? They've already been practicing. They've been playing in this arena already for these days. And from what I have seen, they might have a chance in here to be an upset.
You know what? What I want to see, obviously, TT Global is going to invade, right? They are known for the aggressive playstyle. They have a really strong composition. The Algorand idea, they mastered it. What I want to see is how Team Vitality is able to pull off a defense, right? Do they have to pick strong clash lane, farm lane, and a mid lane to make sure their side of the jungle is protected?
I kind of think that for the side of Vitality to do that, they need to at least pick a clash lane that can wave clear like easily, to at least support 19 on the tank role, to actually help Zankyu. Because for me, maybe game number 1, Zankyu should maybe try the assassin type of hero, then just adjust late towards the game.
They should go with everything they have in game 1. This is what I'm gonna say. If you want to really make the upset, in game 1 you need to come out with everything you got. Don't save anything for after, because there might not be an after. Go to game 1, toss everything you have, and you might have a chance.
Yeah, Pei and Byron. This is it. All right.
Why not? Why not?
Maybe just pick the Byron up already, but I'm not sure if TT Global can maybe respect ban that. But Dharma is still open for the taking. Ogran, I'm not gonna be surprised if there's gonna be a Shangguan. For sure, TT Global will try the draft to adjust the draft with a Shangguan type of lineup.
Sure. Another thing, now we're talking about lineup again. When we talk about TT Global being unorthodox, another player, their farm lane, Snow. He's known for Shouyue, right? We haven't seen Shouyue much in the playoff yet. We have been talking about this character because the key piece in the poke strategy, in the poke composition. Are we going to see Shouyue coming out today to demonstrate how to poke, how to end the team fight before it even begins? And that's going to come out from TT Global.
In this KWC 2025, we've seen twice Shouyue, and both times were from Fengjie. So Fengjie had 2 performances over there on Shouyue with 1 win and 1 loss.
Yeah, for sure. If there's a Shouyue, you need to expect a stun also. A Mozi combo, a Liang Princess Pros combo, for sure is gonna happen in this game. But for the side of Team Vitality, I do want to see a lot of heroes that has the ability to take pokes in the early stages of the game, maybe level 1 to 3. A Kongming, I think, is good here to at least have the extra passive. Let's see.
Let's wait and see. The players are ready. The BP is starting. Team Vitality, there is no pressure. Just go there, do your best. TT Global, how are you gonna answer that? Boys, casters, go for it.
Welcome to the first match of the day as we have the AG.AL champion TT Global going up against the last team left from the AG.AL and Team Vitality for this best of 7 quarterfinal elimination match. My name is Holler and with me is Kindofu.
That's right, it's your favorite kind of tofu, and this is a perfect way to start the quarterfinals. Team Vitality here looking for the first blood, the first strike against TT Global, and they have to make it work because TT Global will not give you a chance.
I think the panel said it best in the sense that Team Vitality really need to put their best foot forward. Game 1 is like an elimination match because it's all about that momentum, building confidence. Are they able to strike first against TT Global?
If there's any hero that strike first, it has to be the Dharma, picked up for the side of Tufts. Now, if you're new to TT Global, right, I know a lot of the chat has been asking, when are the KPL teams coming? They are right here, right now, and you will start to see why they are #1 in AG.AL.
Yeah, I would like to say welcome aboard to the international stage. Our new KPL overlords are now here, and this is, of course, with TT Global. What are they going to bring? It looks like it's going to have the Ogren and Fatih, and actually sticking to kind of like the meta that we've kind of built into KWC thus far.
And it's very scary, but you never count out the other team. Team Vitality, also known for their jungle prowess. Zankyu going to pick up the pay. The panel was talking about this. Give him the assassins, and they're going to pair it up with the Yuhuan. Yuhuan, of course, as you guys know, can be flexed into the roam, can be flexed into the mid. Let's take a look at what is the thought process of Kurus here, who is going to be the coach for Team Vitality.
Yeah, they want to go with a fast pace, like really take the fight to them, just going out swinging, so to speak, picking up that Zankyu pay. It's going to really set the tone. I mean, this was a counter pick. Some of the teams were like, hey, if we go with pay, we can go with the Ogren. So it goes actually both ways, but Team Vitality realized that, hey, we have a great strategy. We're able to counter the Ogren by just being aggressive early.
Okay, but TT Global, they respond. #1 with the early ban, #2 with the Lady Jun pick, which is actually really good against the Ogren, but it also now messes up the Dharma because with the Destructive Deluge, the ultimate for Lady Jun, big AoE, constant freezes coming in, TT Global might have a better team fight than Team Vitality if they don't play their cards right.
Yeah, it's all about that jump in, that counter initiation, just slowing it down, buying yourself a little bit of time to keep that Ogren alive. I like it how both of these teams thus far, if we're talking about meta, Team Vitality on point. That Dharma is like one of the top picks. Pei, we know, it's been banned or picked quite a bit. It has a 75% win rate. It's actually been very strong. But the Yuan has been the hero of the KWC. It's the most picked with 36 thus far in the KWC.
So decent stats. And Team Vitality, they don't want to allow that power spike by TT Global. So that standard combination which you see, the idea with Ogren, no longer available, banned out by the side of Team Vitality.
Yeah, they'll look to take that one out. I think that's going to be the most important thing. But going into the second phase, it's going to be the D-Ren-J. We're going to go with a little bit classic, tried and true farm laner from Snowy. We're not going to see the Shoyu. We do know that he excels with that, as well as the Chano, but they're going to go with the D-Ren-J. A slow and steady pace. This is kind of what their lineup is looking to do right now.
It's a very spiked shield kind of strategy, right? The Ogren is going to come in, try to pierce in through the front. Meanwhile, the D-Ren-J and the Lady Jun will be trying to throw skills, throw those tokens, get the damage in. And when you are so preoccupied with them, this is where Ching on this Fadi is going to come in from the sidelines, and you might not like it if you're a Team Vitality fan.
Yeah, and actually looking at the TT Global lineup, they have a lot of damage. I mean, look, Team Vitality, they round out their draft with the Lady Zune and the Shi here.
Great pick. Shi, of course, will be able to catch out the initial piercing attack from TT Global, but the perfect answer as well. And a debut pick. The Zhuangzi comes out into the gorge in this first day of the quarterfinals. This is a tough lineup to play against for the side of Team Vitality because with the anti-CC butterfly effect, the ultimate of Zhuangzi, you're actually able to remove all of the debuffs, all of the crowd control that is thrown by the side of Team Vitality.
Yeah, it's interesting that we haven't seen it thus far, right? Baking it up here into the, of course, the quarterfinals, and that last Trump pick exactly what you want, really setting the tone in terms of how they want to play this. Is like, yeah, you're trying to stun us, but good luck. We have the Zhuangzi. We're going to be able to just deal with this and just continue on with our siege.
So it takes a bit of time for the Zhuangzi to come into play. So this is going to be aided, I believe, TT Global, one of the most aggressive teams coming out from the KPL region will be looking to put that first best step forward.
Best step forward indeed. I mean, I think that Team Vitality, this is a dare I say, tried and true. It's not too crazy. Yes, the Lady Soon is going to be there. It hasn't been one of those top farm laners, but of course, only game one. I think Team Vitality, more than anything else, are looking to kind of leverage off of this pay here.
Right, so TT Global fans in the arena, let's hear your scream because game number 1 is going to start.
Team Vitality, any of you guys there, let me hear some noise.
That's right, action and energy, game number 1. This is the best time to put that foot forward. Now TT Global, Team Vitality, they have played their cards. The keys are in place. One of them will be crushed. One of them will continue to move forward.
This is a single elimination. I'm best of 7 going into this one. We want to see this go to the distance. Of course, Team Vitality here going up first against TT Global. Not the easiest task. I mean, there's going to be a lot of data that's been out there for Team Vitality. TT Global will definitely have honed in on some of those weaknesses.
So straight away, 1v1. Tufts is not doing that well against Ching. He might get first blood.
Yeah, Ching, the flash away. Tufts will survive, but he is very low, setting the tone again for TT Global. It's just starting off strong here.
And TT Global, you can tell, right? The players are kind of feeling out how Team Vitality players react to their movements. Ching didn't have to commit the flash, actually forced it out of Tufts. This is a great start for the side of TT Global.
Yeah, great start indeed. A little unfortunate. I mean, using that common skill, Neil has to flash away as well. Just walking in, kind of scary. Just walking through the river, trying to rotate, and again, you got caught out and had to use another common skill.
Which is why the panel was talking about this. This is really a learning lesson, right? So now Team Vitality, we know their strengths. ZanQ, one of the best junglers out there, but this is a new challenge. We are going deeper into proficiency for KWC. TT Global, #1 team, you have to do better.
You have to do better. I mean, I think that ZanQ is going to be super focused. He wants to put his head down, wants to get his team an early lead. He's going to be looking to invade as well. Just be that aggressive guy. He's been an all-star at the KWC thus far, on and off screen, but this is a guy that you got to be careful about because, again, once he starts getting going, TT Global might have some issues.
Exactly, and I think that's what all Team Vitality fans want, right? You want to put this good performance against TT Global. You want to show that, hey, after 1 year of Honor of Kings, we have grown to be a bigger monster.
Yeah, Team Vitality here. We're looking for the potential jump. Ching is actually going to just skirt out the top brush. He's going to just make sure that everybody thinks fine. But look at how TT Global are starting to rotate. It's going to be interesting to see how the KPL teams play this game.
Yes, it's a numbers advantage for sure, right? 4v3, they get that initial rotation as well. They have information about who is here from Vitality. Sunrise looking for the steal.
Yeah, Zan taking a lot of damage in the bottom lane. Snowy's doing, putting the pressure on, making things a little bit uncomfortable. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Still very early. This is great for Team Vitality because, I mean, they're only 500 gold behind, but TT Global looking to get aggressive.
I think very importantly is the fact that ZanQ is actually keeping pace. He's 100 gold ahead of Sunrise. This is not what we expected coming in.
Not really what we expected. I mean, if we're talking about the players alone, but in terms of heroes, I would have expected that because you want that early game lead. Payden, generally speaking, will have that advantage. He's very fast, he's able to move around, and he does a decent amount of damage, so those wave clears are very quick for him.
Yeah, so stealing camps is very important, and with that, right, they've actually taken that Horntail Beast at the bottom side of the map away from TT Global. So Vitality, this is a good pace keeping with the side of a #1 team from ACL.
Yeah, I mean, they're down about 500, 600 gold. It's been fluctuating throughout, but ZanQ still top of the gold chart. He's ensuring that he's giving his team a chance on this one, but the next 3 are going to go all the way of TT Global.
And it's a concerning one because it's Ching, Sunrise, and Snowy, the 3 most important members on the side of TT Global. So this first 4-minute Tyrant fight, I'm curious to see. Vitality, what is your answer here?
Yeah, what is your answer indeed? I mean, for Team Vitality, they need to ensure that they're playing their game. They're not playing scared. They're not like too much respect is given to TT Global, and the fight is being gone on them. You want to be making those rotations. You're looking for some sort of pick, and with that 4-minute mark about to happen, something is about to happen in terms of kills.
Yes, you need that control, and right now, this first rotation coming out, it's 4 minutes already. Tyrant already started by TT Global.
Oh, it's going down so quickly. It looks like TT Global are going to pick that one up for free. Sunrise with that smite. First one of the day.
Okay, so the timing on the jungle rotations starting to look a lot cleaner. 19, maybe under pressure.
Death Precipice right on. The Unending Sorrow has to be used early, ensuring that he does stay alive. But this is a jungle invade from Sunrise.
Yep, and you can see, right, this is where the advantage will be.
They got the truth onto Ching, who has to flash under that tower, needs to get back to the safety. He gets the healing due, but now ZhanQ is going to be there, even with 2 members, not able to find the pick off here.
They needed that kill because they gave away the Crimson Golem to the side of Sunrise. And knowing TT Global, look, that one play, they're now close to 1,000 ahead. They also have the information on the timing of that Crimson Golem for ZhanQ.
Yeah, and Team Vitality were kind of going in on this one. They wanted that pick off more than anything else. Give it up their Crimson. And again, the early game buffs are actually very big in terms of just how these games kind of snowball. And this lead is starting to grow in favor of TT Global.
That's because you get to choose your fights. 19.
19 with that unending sorrow. He's going to get dove on the flash away, but it looks like the Imperial Order finds 19, and first blood is going to go the way of Snowy.
Clean funnel here. They filter that kill into the hands of Snowy. He has that Crimson Golem buff as well. And with that, Ching also gets a T1, a 3-prong win for the side of TT Global.
Yeah, if you're a Team Vitality fan, that's the worst thing, right? Letting Snowy get going. He's been an 18-year-old child prodigy in terms of this game. TT Global's been really leveraging off his skills. He's mechanically sound, and getting him that farm going to be super scary, especially since we're moving into the mid-game.
Exactly. And also, this is where, taking the buffs, we didn't really talk about it in the earlier stages, group stages as well. Now we are at close to the end of this competition at KWC. You will start to see why buffs matter so much.
It helps out with the acceleration. It's a 1.5k net worth lead at this point. TT Global now putting the pressure on. They're grouping up into the mid lane, and Team Vitality, you have less map to deal with, you have less farm to go around.
And why they're doing this? Because now they have to focus on the defense of the T2. Nobody can defend the T2 at the bottom.
Yeah, no defense here. I mean, the T2 is going to go down by those minions. But look in the top lane. ZhanQ looking to just cut the creeps, slow the game down, at least in the top lane. Yes, the mid lane is completely barren and it's been a struggle, but again, they're still looking for that end game.
So when you're at a deficit, that is what we're looking to do, right? Vitality, I like this understanding of the game. Look, we just want to drag, we want to put ourselves in the best 50-50 position possible.
But I also think that Team Vitality, the timer is on them, right? Once TT Global get a little bit tanky and you have an Augur in there, which is going to be very scary in that late game, you don't want to let him get that farm. You need to take advantage of this early game spike. Unfortunately, it really hasn't paid off in terms of the net worth.
This is why you pick up the Dharma. This is why you pick up the Lady Sun. So Zan and Tufts, they will be that late game turnaround on the side of TT, which is also why TT Global, they have picked up Joy on this juncture, because that is your safe condition. When you don't, you are immune to CC, that's when you can turn the fight. Snowy, looking for an opening, he's just going to try and poke them down.
Yeah, the Sunrise looking to cut it off the angle more than anything else, but this is just space created. Look at how they're rotating, and it looks like it's going to be a free top T2. Yes, it will be traded by the bottom one, so it looks like, Team Vitality understanding movements, realizing that they're behind, but they're still continuing to fight with the space given.
But this is a good result, right? So far, Team Vitality, I like the response. They are not getting taken down without a fight, right? And I'm not talking about physical fights. I'm talking about map control, the macro game. Team Vitality, matching them almost blow for blow. And look, the goal lead is not that big of a gap.
Not that big of a gap, and you're kind of seeing exactly how TT Global are playing. It's about objective. It's not about the kills. It's not looking me to constantly fight. It's more about just taking away, again, the towers as well as the buffs.
And playing with vision. I think this is something very important. You will notice a cleaner gameplay coming in.
Yeah, Sunrise looking for that flank. 19 scouts it out. Unending Sorrow was used, though.
Okay, so vision game, this is where Ching is going to make a very big difference. He's at level 11, already has a Frost Scar Embrace along with the Axe of Torment. Now, Snowy, due to the distractions that Sunrise and Joy have gotten them, they have gotten this 8.5-minute Tyrant.
Yeah, but look at ZhanQ. I mean, matching up with against Sunrise, he has about a 2k net worth lead. Overall, they're down by 4k throughout, so there are definitely deficiencies in other roles on the Team Vitality side. But ZhanQ is like, hey, I'm going to continue to farm. I'm going to be that late game monster, or that mid game monster.
Yeah, so ZhanQ actually doing well, right? This is a standard performance by him, but Sunrise and Crane, they have found their target. Tufts maybe has to run for his life. He's buying time for the team. No one is supporting. They have to do something else on the side of Team Vitality.
Yeah, he's on the run, just buying time more than anything else. This is definitely going to be going down, but it's going to create space for the Overlord to be picked up. So Team Vitality understanding that, hey, we give something, we're going to take something.
Exactly. So it's about finding small wins when you're put in a difficult situation. So Vitality, this is, once again, I'm feeling impressed, right? They're holding their own. TT Global obviously still at the top, but this 10-minute mark, Vitality needs to put up a fight. This 10-minute Shadow Tyrant cannot be given to TT Global for free.
Yeah, cannot be given for free. And I mean, you need to just hold the fort. You need to keep these T3s alive at this stage. But TT Global over the wall, putting pressure in. Here's the teleport. Even it looks like Ching will be joining the mid lane, putting pressure there, but they're not able to get any towers.
Yeah, this next fight, very important for Neil, right? We need Neil to catch out any singular moment member on the side of TT Global. It would be great if they can take out Sunrise, then it kind of opens up the doors to the backlines of TT Global.
Yeah, but finding that angle, trying to go in, look at how they're using their vision to their advantage. They've been pushing them back, and look, it's looking like it's going to be a free Shadow Tyrant as well.
So even if you have the lead of ZanQ, look, you need the lead coming in from the Team 19 looking for an opening, but it's not going to be there, and now they can start to turn the fight. Snowy though, falling a bit low. Tufts
was looking for the potential jump in, and look at how TT Global understanding that there's a Dharma on the enemy team, not grouped up, right? So even if he went in, you might have gotten one guy, and that's really not the target you want in Sunrise.
And Joy, this is the beauty of the pick, right? Joy, as long as he is with Snowy and Crane, you can't exactly burst them down. There is anti-CC.
Anti-CC. Zan, though, taking a lot of damage. ZanQ looking for that perfect angle when to go in, but it looks like Team Vitality already very low. You really can't take this fight. More than anything else, ZanQ is looking to just clear the wave.
And free damage coming from Snowy as well. This is one of the benefits of D-range here. You can attack from range, and your passive procs, you throw extra cards out, and it will hit that tower.
Yeah, that extra range is super helpful. I mean, in between minion waves, you're doing a little bit of chip damage, slowly taking that one down. And this is that slow siege. Sunrise is here. They've already taken the mid T3.
They don't have to overcommit. This is one of the strengths of, a #1 KPL team playing in ACL. It's all about those minor things. Play at range, right? Maximize your damage without taking any at all.
Yeah, look, I mean, taking away a game from TT Global seems like a tough task, but right now, we just need to think about baby steps. Looking for that first kill. Team Vitality playing for about 11 minutes, haven't found anything because TT Global's positioning has been flawless.
Exactly, and you need to be very careful because as a team coming in this learning journey, you have learned it. You cannot overcommit, but they're
looking to jump in. It looks like ZanQ, he gets picked off first. He gets caught out in that sense, but 19 looking to go, and Tough tried to go for the truth, but he gets blown up. Sunrise making a pay, and now TT Global on the run with 3 members down from Team Vitality. This will be a tough hold.
TT Global have swung the doors open. 19 going to be pushed back as well, and this very well could be game #1.
I mean, the minion wave is about to crash in. They're just a matter of time. Neil looking to deal with a minion wave, but he's going to have to go golden to stay alive. He gets picked off. Ching makes him die on this one, but it looks like they're going to go for the crystal, and Team Vitality will fall in the first game here.
So #1, this first win goes to TT Global. This is why they are the #1 team coming out from ACL. Great start, but it's not done yet. Team Vitality, some lessons have been learned. How fast can they adapt?
I mean, they need to adapt very quickly. TT Global just looks next level on this one, not dying a single time, putting the fight to them. There was no space for any sort of kill. Their positioning was perfect. Everything that you wanted, especially in the first game for TT Global here.
We were always asking, right? Where do you find these gaps coming in from both teams? And now that you've seen game #1 from TT Global, do you understand why we say it's so hard to play against the KPL teams?
Just the way that they move, the way that they handle the enemy team. I mean, ZanQ was looking to go in, and he had that that attempt to go in, but once he was killed, he had all of the farm, and the rest of your team just crumbles.
Okay, so guys, this is why I picked the Zhuangzi in rank.
Yeah, but it looks like that's going to be it. Let's check out and see what the panel have to say about game #1 here.
Thank you very much, boys. It's already 1-0 advantage for TT Global on top of Team Vitality. This was a chess match, and I loved watching every single minute of it because it might not have been the boxing match that everyone was expecting, but it was actually about strategy.
Yeah, for sure. But I can actually feel the jitters here for the side of Team Vitality. I do believe that they didn't even get the chance to kind of play what they want to play. They reacted so much for this. I do feel that the pressure is getting to them right now because that was a slow-paced game. For the first 5 minutes, ZanQ was able to get the farm. But unfortunately, if you're a Pei, if you don't get kills, what's the point of like getting the first 5 minutes?
Manjin, I'm gonna have to debate you on that, mate. I'm gonna have to debate you on that because I do believe that for Team Vitality, their strat was working.
Oh yeah,
their strat was like, okay, let's build our rank queue. By minute 5:30, like he had already a 2,000 gold advantage compared to Sunrise, and that was actually really good. What's the problem? That you cannot expect that you have an advantage and then not capitalize on that. Yeah. I think that was the move that they were unable to actually do, right, Dave?
Yeah, absolutely. Another thing that, to your exact point, because TTG is playing so much to the objective, it's kind of hard that for Vitality to actually do what they wanted to do. Because everything that TTG wanted to do was clearly defined. Invade this buff, go for this tower, and we can go into details on how they break every objective.
Of course.
But that's going to be a lesson for another time.
And I think for the people out there that's watching, it's really about the macro game, right? For HOK, and to be able to do those macro objectives after objectives, Crimson Golems after Azure Golems, you need the vision game, and the vision game coming in for the side of TT Global was so good, was so clear on that for Sunrise to get all the things that he needs.
I agree with you, Manjin. I completely agree in terms of that. It was a matter of vision. It was a matter of information. There was a very interesting hero that we had right over there in the TT Global composition. The Trunks first appearance here in the KWC 2025. And that hero can give you vision. It can take damage. It can be a shield the same as it can be a detective, right, Dave?
Yeah, I want to talk more about Drons. This character is so seldomly used. A lot of people think it's one of those characters you will never see in rank, but it's actually so good at a specific draft, especially in this game when you see Dharma, when you see Shu. You want to be cleansing those quad controls for your team, and Drons provide exactly just that. Not to mention how tanky he is. With a recent buff on Drons' ultimate, you get I will say incredibly sized shield for your entire team, so nobody dies. And look at the battle spell he's taking. He's taking heal. So not only do you get a shield, you also get a heal, you also get a quad control cleansing. I mean, this is one of the best picks in this draft.
This is the last pick for the draft that we saw earlier, and I do feel that because they saw the Dharma. Okay, the Dharma is the only initiating tool that Team Vitality has. Let's go for it. Let's pick this Zhuangzi. Is that how we pronounce it?
Yes, sir.
Zhuangzi. And let's go from there.
I'm telling you. That Trunks was a great pick against the Dharma. It was a great pick against the Shu. I find that it was just so mobile. It would allow the team just to be able to play around their laning easily. They didn't even need to think too much about like trying to be ganked because there was no opening for ganking.
Yes, sir.
That's the exact thing that Team Vitality needed. They needed to find a little opening, jump in, and then just try to get the one kill that would allow Pei to start snowballing.
And not to mention, Drons is really, really tanky, right? This character is incredibly hard to kill. He has a self-quad control cleansing every few seconds. So it's really hard to catch. So you can actually try this at home, play with your friend, enemy team have a lot of quad control, like Dharma, like Mulan, like a lot of people. For example, Guan Yu as well, when he pushed our entire team. Drons is a great pick to cleanse all of that.
Yeah, that's a great combo. The Renji and Zhuangzi, you will not get stunned. For sure. Second skill, the Renji, Guangzhou ultimate. Man, I do feel that Team Vitality, they're overthinking their movements. First 5 minutes was so good. I do agree with you. But then again, taking advantage of what you have.
Of course.
I think those were the jitters that they have. I do feel that there's always a difference between the concept of playing to win, between playing against playing not to lose.
Of course.
So they're playing not to lose. They're not playing to win.
I'm telling you, I do believe that Team Vitality came in with a great strategy. It came in with the right strategy, but they came into a strategy in a David against Goliath kind of fight, right?
Yeah.
It is not lost. I am actually pretty happy of Team Vitality's performance. I am actually enjoying this a lot. I'm really looking forward to see what they can do in game number 2, because this game number 1, it was not bad. Compared to some games that we've seen, a complete stomp, this was not one of those games, for sure.
Absolutely. There are a few highlights for Vitality as well. For example, the tower trading the entire game. Early game, when they lost the momentum, they didn't, just go shrink under their side of the base. Dharma was split pushing. They were trading towers. You got 2 towers, the outer and inner on the bottom lane, when the entire TTG was fighting on the top side. So it's not just a complete loss right away. And I think that's a really great strategy, especially when you have Lady Swin who need to snowball into the late game.
Yes, of course.
They understood their win condition and they were executing. They're trying to make sure they level up the playing field until they hit that late game power spike.
Of course, and I'm telling you, they came in already with a clear game plan. And I hope that that game plan is not going to change, that they can polish it and they can make it better.
Yeah.
What about if we go and hear a little bit from Team Vitality's players? I know that Neil had a conversation with Eruption. What about if we look at that?
Guys, we are backstage with the one and only Neil of Team Vitality. And mate, he is the mid laner. One of his favorite hero assassins is none other than... All right, the killer, the assassin. But okay, so my first question to you is, what is going on through your mind? How do you feel right now going against the battle of TT Global? How do you feel? How do you feel?
To fight TT Global?
Yep.
It's my first time about fight with TT Global KWC, and it will have a good experience and it will have fun. Yeah.
So very excited, guys. So it's going to be the first time, and it is also a playoff round, so it's going to be a tough one as well. Speaking of TT Global, I was with Joy earlier, and Joy said his prediction will be 4-0. What do you have to say about that?
About TT Global say it's true, like 4-0, but about my mind, I hope we can like have 1 point, like 4-1, so it will have a good experience too about fight with TT Global.
That's great. So he's being honest at the same time. All he wants to do is at least get 1 point, get 1 game, but maybe try and win. Okay. But anyway, do you have any in closing? Do you have any words to your fans, especially those in your country?
Yeah, we have.
What would you like to say to them?
Maybe I will talk Indonesian.
Sure.
Okay. Terima kasih sudah mendukung kami ya, tim, para fans Bigetron Vitality. Semoga kedepannya tetap mendukung kami untuk seterusnya ya.
Terima kasih, Neil.
Terima kasih.
All right. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Neil. Thank you very much, Eruption. It is really nice just to see how the players are thinking about their opponents. And it's completely two different sides of a coin.
Yeah.
When you ask TT Global what's they're expecting, 4-0.
Yeah.
But you go and ask Team Vitality, they're like, I hope we can get the 1 point.
Yeah.
And if we can get the 1 point, maybe they could get the second one, and maybe they could take the next ones.
I love the sportsmanship here by Team Vitality. I love that they're really aware of what's happening. And this is a good warm-up game. Game number 1 was a pre-game, right? Pre-game.
I loved it.
Right?
I liked it a lot.
It is a great warm-up. I should say, my advice is, don't overthink and take the risks.
Now, I gotta play devil's advocate, okay? I saw a completely opposite. When I saw Neil's facial expression, he looked like he's scared to say something confident, you know?
Oh.
And I want to see a more ferocious side of Vitality coming to the tournament. Yes, you're facing TTG, and it's going to be an uphill battle for sure. But play your game and aim for the win, right? And then this is where you can actually just show the best strategy, show your best hand. We all expect a great show, and you cannot get a great show if you're coming in with a mentality of 4-1.
No good show is going to come out of that. And I know that this game number 2 is going to be even better than game number 1. Casters, take it from here.
All right, MP back.
Let's go. Oh, this one.
Really just show up. So, I mean, if we're looking at this one, the fact that Team Vitality, like, we're able to kind of really take the fight to TT Global. They're trying to fight, they're trying to play, and I mean, yes, they didn't find that single kill, but again, the way that they played gave themselves a chance, at least in this one.
Okay, so talking about taking a chance in this game, I think it's also about learning, right? So TT Global, they have dished out that first lesson number 1 to Team Vitality. Team Vitality, you have 4 chances to learn. How much can you grow in 4 games.
Well, 3 more at this point, right? I think that going into this one, look, the idea was there, just the execution, just finding the weaknesses of TT Global was very tough. I mean, the way that they were positioned, they were almost baiting Zankyu in that last one. And once they did, they just basically took over.
Okay, so Team Vitality, I like this mindset. Yes, you know TT Global is a very strong team. And what do? You give them the R lead. They want to learn this lesson and they want to learn it fast as well. R Lee, one of the best heroes in the farm lane. Yes, difficulty fully maxed out, but it is TT Global we're talking about, and it is Snowy.
Yeah, Snowy here, full on flex, just starting it off very strong. A very well-rounded draft with how you want to go. It doesn't show your hand. I love this pick. It's one of the S-tier heroes in terms of that farm lane, so you just kind of want to secure that early.
Okay, so Team Vitality, they respond with the Mai Shinui as well as the Diadia. Now, Diadia is actually a good answer because when she gets a lockdown on you on the second skill, you can't use your skills. So hopefully Team Vitality capitalizes on that mistake and maybe take out the RLE. But TT Global, what a response.
Yeah, the Liang Princess Frost combo. We've seen this time and time again. The lockdown from the Liang and then the Princess Frost. Winter is here, Fridge of Prison, everything in the kitchen sink right on top. Almost guaranteeing a kill on these moments and also keeping your Arlie very safe in the backline.
Okay, but what is the one weakness they have on this composition? They will group up together because the combination only works when you're together. So Team Vitality, I like this answer. Omkurus giving the Guan Yu.
Yeah, and that's a great one, right? I mean, when that lockdown is happening from the Liang, he's a very static hero. You have the Guan Yu with that Razor Cavalry pushing him out and potentially putting him in a situation where they're not fighting under the blizzard.
Okay, so TT Global, they understand that, hey, there is a lot of control and that buys you a lot of space on the side of Team Vitality. So one of the dangers is actually the Hoi, because if he gets a stun along with that with the Burning Sun arrow, it's not going to be an easy game for TT Global. They take out a potential trump card in the form of Hoi.
Yeah, and just dealing with it. The extra stuns and just kind of dealing with, again, the static Liang. They want to protect that as much as possible. But let's talk a little bit about Neil's Mai. Is he going to be up to the task of dealing with this Crane Frost in the mid lane?
In all honesty, I don't think so. I mean, right, we've already seen how TT Global is such a force to be reckoned with. And honestly, I think Team Vitality, this is just, we're watching Team Vitality learn in person here.
Yeah, and they're going to pick up the Agudo here. A little bit of slow sieging, slowing the game down, letting them play more of like the positioning one, understanding that, hey, we're not able to find all the kills that we want. Maybe we can just take down towers.
Okay, so slow sieging is definitely one of the ways they can play, but it also plays through their strengths, right? Zankyu is a person that loves to be aggressive in the jungle. He wants to get the advantage with the skill set that Agudo offers. That is definitely a possibility. Now, TT Global, what is the response? There is a potential of alarm pick. That's one of the counters. Hano is available as well.
Yeah, it looks like the Zhongyu and the Jing, they're going to go high flying, let Sunrise go, and especially since you're going to lock down that clash lane with the Zhongyu, this could be an interesting one.
Okay, so another debut pick for the side of TT Global, bringing out the Xiangyu into the Gorge. Why is this hero so good? It's because he has a last gasp attack called the Hegemon Slash, of which the lower his health, the more damage he does.
Yeah, and actually Phil, I know, likes to really play this hero, so this is going to be, I'm sure he's like foaming at the mouth on this one, understanding and just wanting to see exactly how Ching is going to play this hero.
Okay, so taking up this draft, there is an answer for the Guan Yu, right? Xiangyu as a hero is able to push them out with the charge, Furious Charge as you guys know it. So the draft this time a little bit closer from the side of Team Vitality. I like that Omkurus has kind of equipped the team with a little bit more force this time. But can they make the plays? Because I think Team Vitality, they've answered well. The map control has been okay. They need more.
Yeah, but TT Global, their lineup is looking to just use their mechanical skill prowess and be able to really take the fight to Team Vitality. The last one, again, their positioning was flawless, but seeing exactly how they want to play this one with, again, somewhat difficult and mechanically difficult heroes, this is going to be a sight to see.
Exactly. And I want to, bring back the comments of our panel just now. I agree with them. I think, you know what? Even if there is a challenge, you embrace it. Go more furiously, right? Take it up.
Yeah, be aggressive. Take the fight to them. Do not be scared. That's the biggest thing in this one, of just kind of like be no fear, go in. You have nothing to lose at the end of the day. I mean, a lot of people are kind of like, how much of a chance do they have? I think we saw with game one that, hey, they're ready. They're well coached. They're good to go. And again, they're going to give the global community a chance and a big up for them.
Exactly. A learning lesson like this doesn't really happen any day all the time, right? So, Vitality, I like this initial movement. You want to get the Guan Yu in that brush and maybe try and catch out members on the side of TT Global.
I mean, if he's able to find somebody, get that catch out, the pushback. That was like the biggest thing, was that they were not really able to initiate Team Vitality, that is.
Yeah, but take a look at what Joy is doing. Actually, this is what I do during my ranked games. Guys, I feel validated.
Yeah, but it looks like it's going to be contested here. 19 spots it out, realizing that something is a bit of a stray. The Bitter Farewell on top of this one, and Neil is there. I think he gets the Kachusin, does steal it away, and Joy not in a great spot. It looks like he will go down to Neil getting first blood here.
This is big for Vitality, a great start. So they have a slight goal lead, they protect their buff, but of course, going into the hands of Neil here.
I mean, picking up that first kill. This is the first kill for Team Vitality in this entire series. Yes, it took about a minute into the second game to get there, but we're here. Great start for them.
Okay, Zan gonna be pushed back for a little bit. So this combination of Princess Frost and Liang has been stopped for a while. Now, the only question is, what more advantage can Vitality get for themselves?
Yeah, and they need anything right now. And again, TT Global, we're kind of playing a little cheeky with that one. Joy definitely being aggressive, and you were, you do it in your own ranked games. I'm sure you've given up first blood as well.
No, I don't. No, I'm just kidding, I do. But it comes with the information, right? So this is exactly what you need to do. This is where you be aggressive and force mistakes out.
Yeah, and also, ZanQ was not able to get the blue buff. So in a way, yes, you're giving up first blood or whatever, but ZanQ doesn't have that, potentially slowing a little bit of his farm down.
I think it definitely slows the game down. Not by a lot, but the fact is, the lesser buffs you have, it impacts your EXP, impacts your goal lead, so everything, in a nutshell, kind of benefits TT Global in a way.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to kind of just, get that advantage, which is going to be huge for them. And just continuing with that farm, but Team Vitality with about a 100 gold lead, and ZanQ getting most of that farm being funneled into him.
They need a little bit more. Now, TT Global, Ching here actually looking to freeze the lanes. A big movement, and now he's going to stop the freeze and go for that lane swap. Let's see where he's going to go.
Yeah, it looks like Sunrise is making his way there, ensuring that the sprite... Look at the timing of that. Ching had actually pushed out the lane perfectly, and Sunrise was right there, right for that sprite. The coordination is next level.
Also sharing the wave, right? This is something that helps to amplify the growth of Sunrise as a Jing player, and he is going to be able to be ahead of ZanQ.
And Snowy here putting a little bit of pressure on. Crane is actually rotated as well off the map. Basically, TT Global right now giving that farm to Sunrise, and Crane is just helping with the bottom lane more than anything else.
Okay, so let's take a look at the impact of the goal. So now 2.2k for Sunrise. He's a little bit ahead of ZanQ. And just overall, they have restored that goal lead to the side of TT Global.
And they're just able to extract farm just a little bit more efficiently. And this is why TT Global are so good. It's like, yeah, you've given up first blood in that, but we're finding ways to take more farm.
They're showing you how to recover, right? And this is a trait that Vitality, if played well.
Oh, they've got the control. They've got the lockdown with that winner is here. And that 1-2 combination from the Liang and the Princess Frost, just way too much. The Autumn Storm, Snowy, he's going to get gone on the flash on forward. They want to get the kill. Not enough damage. They've got the healing due. Snowy will recall back.
This is why it's so difficult, right? Snowy, he knows the exact limits. Vitality, they just need a little bit more, but you don't want to over dive.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Just staying within reason, right? I mean, you don't want to go out of position. You want to be aggressive, definitely. And now Snowy has to kind of slowly make his way back. It looks like he's going to be in the mid lane, though, but he's not farming at this stage.
Okay, so for the first time, Vitality, they have Prio over the pit. What can they do here?
Oh, they see them, and it looks like with Crane going for that flank, TT Global have just made an appearance. All 5 members, they will pick up the Tyrants.
They know they can't do it. Look, Sunrise at level 8, they have the level advantage, which contributes to your damage dealt as well.
Oh, 19 flashes over the wall, but now ZanQ has to contest this Azure Golem. Not going to be comfortable for him. And, Tufts looking for the wraparound, might potentially go in, but it looks like they're going to back off again. Yep, they don't. Oh no, they go in for the charge. The Hegemon slash right on top of 19, who's going to try to back off, but they find Zan. He's going to be the first to fall. Snowy trades his life away, and with those tower shots, not enough. The bitter farewell on top, but it looks like the double kill going the way of Crane, and here comes Tufts. He wants the perfect rotation, gets the pick up, finds Crane.
And still, TT Global win this because take a look at all that confusion on that action on the bot side. Sunrise makes the cross map play, gets the Crimson Golem away from ZanQ. He needs that desperately.
Yeah, needs that desperately. And I mean, they traded 2 for 2, but with that top lane, I mean, TT Global weren't even fighting this full-on strength, but break this one down.
It's really about the control, right? And the fact that Crane was tanking for the team because number one, Joy was low. They needed Ching to stay alive as well. Look, he was ready to give his life, and he did it in such a beautiful way because he made the trades for the team. Even though he fell, he bought so much time, and because everyone has to focus on that point, Sunrise gets the opening to go and explore the jungle camp on the top.
Yeah, was able to find that pick off. The 5-3 lead favoring TT Global yet again, just putting the pressure on. Team Vitality, though, finding some kills, but again, every single one of their jungle camps are being contested.
You never give away anything for free, and you always force them to have a difficult decision to make when they are trying to take their buffs. And once again, you can see this is prime time top level gameplay, right? Put your Crimson buffs into your farm laner, into your jungle, and just make life difficult.
Yeah, and I mean, taking it away and also just kind of accelerating your own ability to get that farm. Snowy with that red buff will help him with that push. The top lane, top T1 has already been taken down, and now TT Global putting the pressure on.
And I think this one was a little bit personal for TT Global, right? They said, okay, you were trading the turrets. This time you don't get a single one.
Control is going to be connected. They find 19. He was just looking to scout, but now Joy on the run. Tufts goes in with that Soaring Greed Dragon. He gets the heroic charge, finds Joy. They get the return kill, but the nice two-man stun, the Hegemon slash on top. They find Tufts in return. TT Global on the assault, but it looks like it's a 2-for-1 in favor of TT Global.
And so they always have an answer. ZanQ, he's going to try and go.
Yeah, he's going to try to go. He throws out Furball. Sunrise is on the back. He's just too fast at this point.
This one really shows you the understanding of the strength, right? Knowing, hey, number one, I have a level advantage. Number two, I have a gold advantage, which means I have an item advantage. And knowing when to take the fight. ZanQ forced to use his Blood Rage early. And this is a trait you need to start learning from the KPL teams.
Yeah, just baiting things out. I mean, he disengaged at the perfect time. Really well played by Sunrise. Understanding that, hey, what is the limit of this hero? Am I able to get out? Always playing that safe route and just taking the right fights.
The timing, right? Like you mentioned before, the timing is so big for the side of TT Global. In the global stage, you need to understand, Snowy, he's going to try and go again. His frenzy is coming off of cooldown.
Yeah, they're looking for a potential assault at this point, but Snowy dealing with the minion waves. ZanQ just being like, let's slow the game down. We need to keep ourselves in this one. Yes, we're down about 5k, but the longer the game goes, we can get more of our guys some of that farm.
Yes, and take a look at how TT is playing, right? So TT Global, they're doing a 4-1 composition now. The 4 members with a goldie, they will keep forcing you into difficult situations where it's a limbo. Do you go for the fight? Do you not?
Oh, Sunrise looking to just go in, but they've Team Vitality. A lot of them have taken a decent amount. They're going to have to go back to their fountain to heal, taking a free tower for TT Global yet again.
So free damage, right? They take the turrets. At the same time, there's no response for Vitality. You have multiple waves pushing, and you now have the freedom to clear the lanes. And now at the 8-minute mark, what are they going to do on the side of Vitality?
I mean, TT Global, the way that they're playing is so clean. The Tyrant is being picked up. I mean, this is space created, and it looks like Ching was potentially looking to go in. He charges to the side instead, staying alive. Team Vitality on the retreat.
Nice catch.
They catch him with a furball. They have the connection onto Joy, but 19 is going to be killed. Joy will trade his life away, and it looks like Tufts just trying to get back to his own base. Not able to do so. He gets picked off. 2 members down.
Opening space for Snowy. They're super smart. At the same time, also making sure that everyone was in the mirror domain of Sunrise. That is where he's the strongest as a Jing. And now they are rewarded with the T3 on the top. ZanQ, look at that damage coming in from the side of Snowy.
I mean, you think that the Agudo would be tanky, but TT Global are like, no, you're not tanky. We have the damage items, and we're able to just blow you up whenever you want. How dare you stick your neck out?
I mean,
Snowy's level 13. He has a frenzy as well. He is one level ahead of the jungler. The jungler normally is the #1 EXP farmer on the team.
All right, damage dealt. Snowy and Crane, both of those guys just doing so much work. ZonQ just doing what he can to give Team Vitality a fighting chance in this one. But TT Global, the way that they close out the map, take things away, it makes it very difficult for Team Vitality to get anything going. But that Mirror Domain is going to be expended, but they're not going to catch Tufts.
It's a pretty short cooldown. They don't really care. TT Global, this is perfect for them. So they get rid of that Vision Sprite at the same time. Ching, he was hard to kill before. Now he has a Blood Rage along the Eye of the Phoenix. They're looking for an opening.
I mean, he's 3-0-5. He's not only finding kills, but he's had such an impact. His stuns have been on point. He's been able to just really be that frontliner bruiser, which Team Vitality have no answers for. They cannot get to the squishy backline.
And look, the clock is always ticking, right? Every single buff respawn. TT Global, they are there. Sunrise is there, Snowy is there, and at this 10-minute mark, the critical moment of the game, they go for the double objective take.
I mean, they had such a huge lead. They can be greedy, they can do whatever they want. The world is their oyster, so to speak. Team Vitality realized that they're in a tough situation, trying to find some way to get back in this one.
And go Chart, this is exactly what you want. You want your jungler on the top, you want your farm lane on the top. Now Ching, he's doing a very good job, he's giving information. But Tufts, maybe he can make a game-changing play here. Everything on the table.
Yeah, he needs that perfect initiation from the backline, but that bottom E3 going down, Tufts is going in, the control, the lockdown has already been there. TT Global finding him out, and there's no chance for Team Vitality at this stage.
And additional pressure, Snowy with the Daybreaker, the Overlord is flying down, 11 minutes.
Oh, nice 4-man stun. Neil finds it, but Neil is actually going to go down. Snowy with just way too much damage. They're going to go push back 19, and TT Global still up in front, finds ZonQ, but more importantly, they take the crystal in game 2.
Number 2 in the bag for the side of TT Global. This is what we expected.
What a great game by TT Global, just being able to bounce back. Yeah, they gave up some kills in this one. Team Vitality finding some openings, but TT Global just too strong in the end, realizing that, hey, early game, mid game, late game, we have every game.
And this is one of the difficulties going up against a KPL team, right? #1 in ACL. Look, they gave you a kind of a pop quiz in game #1, and you didn't really have too many answers on the side of Vitality. Game #2, they gave you a new examination, and this time it was even tougher.
Yeah, but if you're going to have an examination, at least tell me what the topic's on, right? It seems like Team Vitality haven't been able to just be readily available for the onslaught that TT Global have been throwing at them. They've been taking every fight that they want. Yes, that was a much better fight by Team Vitality, but TT Global are like, yes, we're the professors, but you have no answers to this test.
And this is a painful lesson to learn, but one that is very important, right? Look, so many things now, as we explain this and explore this for the global audiences, now you have to pay attention to your common spells, your itemizations, your goal leads, your camps, your hero picks, your BPs, everything coming in perfect synchronization for the side of TT Global. But it's on our side. Isaac, what do you have for us on the desk?
Thank you very much, Ken. Thank you very much to Holler as well. This has been a great game. One more time, TT Global showing us how the HOK needs to be played, how the best teams in Honor of Kings actually play the game. It was really difficult for Team Vitality to try to find the opening. They found some kills, which is already a good first step, but they were unable just to turn tides around.
Yeah, finally Team Vitality on the board, but not on the series yet. On the board in terms of kills. Yeah. Neil getting the steal, there were like glimpses of hope, like, oh, maybe they can actually get this early game. But again, the problem for me is still the mastery of Team TT Global in the mid game, handling situations, sticky situations right after the early game. The vision that the Princess Pros provided to them, and that was a Princess Pros. That was not even a tank type of support, gave Sunrise the free game on this Jing.
Yeah, and I want to highlight just the mastery of rotation, right? Not losing a single tower. Not losing a single tower on TTG's side. They've been rotating like crazy, and there's one specific team fight on the bottom side. Now we're looking at all the team fight clashes. One rotation when Jin was on top side, took the teleportation, go to the bottom lane and kill Guan Yu along with Shangyu when they're pushing bottom tier 1. That just shows you how you can actually take advantage of the first 10-minute teleportation, and use it to your advantage.
I like the way that you mentioned it, right? Like just to understand the timing of the game and then to understand all the different resources. That TP tunnel right over there is something that they need to be able to understand.
Yeah.
And that's something that TT Global has shown us today how it's supposed to be used.
Yeah, that's something special, right? You can't teach those types of things. But then again, Team Vitality, I think they need to risk it a little bit more because they got the opportunity again. Maybe they led 3 kills in a row, but then again, they did not punish. Like, for example, you have the Arlie in the bottom side that was Snowy not having any boots for the first few moments, having just extra armor item. They did not went all in. They did not chase them. And with that being said, it was the jungle who is actually owning Jing, Sunrise, owning all of the jungle camps.
To be honest, that's actually such a good point. The breakdown of items is what make this game, what make the pros. And actually, in Honor of Kings, you can go look at loadouts and see and click on modify and see the slow breakdowns, the detailed breakdowns of how pros build their items. You can see the finished build, but you can see the components. To your point regarding Arlie on the bottom side,
go ahead.
He built a small component of Doomsday, the 8% lifesteal that helped him in the early game. So he didn't build boots for the longest time. And eventually, he got boots of resistance just to make sure he has the mobility to run around and not getting CC by DNG or Diadia, because the tiny CC is what kind of kills Arlie. Notice he has Frenzy as a battle spell. So he's going all in on damage. Another thing I want to mention about Arlie, if you're at home learning this character, Arlie is a late game character. You need that Doomsday, you need a Shadow Reaper, you need an Eternity Blade in order to be effective.
Fully online.
Exactly.
Yes,
so before that, you really wanted to farm. And that's exactly what Snowy did. And we noticed a lot of KWC players, they rush into team fights a little bit too early before they're fully built out.
Yeah,
I think that's the one big difference in between these two games and what we've been seeing in the previous 7 days. It has been, there's not that many brawls at the beginning of the game. There's not that many like minute one, just kind of like going in and they just one-to-one trade, stuff like this. It doesn't happen. They're trying to build a little bit of an advantage out of nothing. If we cannot remember the game 1, the one thing that they loved to do was to put pressure and force you to use your flash.
Yeah.
And after the flash is gone, that's it.
GG.
You know that that's already on cooldown. So I know that for the 4 minutes battle, you might not have that available.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, TT Global always 2 steps ahead, maybe 5 steps ahead. Because besides the mechanics that we're talking about, besides the itemization, I also want to talk about the draft. I do feel that they already expected the Guan Yu to be picked on the 3rd phase. And what I like about TT Global, they know how to counter certain picks. Like, for example, game number 1.
and Princess Frost, right?
There you go. Like, for example, game number 1, they chose the last pick, Zhuangzi. And then the last pick, how do you pronounce it? Zhuangzi. And then the last pick, Zhuang Yu? Zhang Yu, the last pick, Zhang Yu, because they know that the Guan Yu is coming. So with this TT Global, it goes to show they have the mastery of course, the compositions.
Yes.
And they know it. Yes.
Hopefully for Team Vitality right now, they're looking at this and just really taking notes and trying to get better for the next game, which is going to be Game 3. We're going to bring you Game 3 right after this short break. Go take something to drink and then come back.
here.
Team Vitality hasn't been playing badly.
Yeah.
Again, like I sincerely believe that Team Vitality has been playing by far their best performance in this whole tournament.
Yeah.
The problem is that right now they're in front of an opponent that's completely different to anything that they have seen before. I'm telling you, the problem is that. The problem is that right now they are trying their very best against a very, very big mountain.
Yes, sir.
It's
Yes,
not.
sir.
It's not the fact that they cannot beat them. It's the fact that right now that mountain is just becoming bigger and bigger, and Team Vitality might start becoming a little bit tired about this.
We shall see in game number 3. I think this is the game that they need to win right here, right now. If we go 3-0 here, for me, it's over.
Yeah,
just don't overthink. They have the opportunity for the first 5 minutes. Maybe they can just do 50-50 invades also.
They have so many combos available to TDG right now. Right, that Pei, Byron, they still have not used the strongest. Agro, Ziyan, Moses, so we have everything that those players like to use. Damn, this is going to be a great game.
All of those options are up there for grabs. What about if we send it to Holler and Kin? Holler, Kin, what are your reads on this BP?
We're going to find out as it's TT Global up 2-0 against Team Vitality. Team Vitality have struck back. There have been glimpses of hope for them at this stage.
That's great, right? So, I mean, end of the day, we take this as a lesson to be learned because Team Vitality, look, this, I would believe this is one of the most painful ways to learn a lesson, but this is a great lesson because you know, you get to see where are those exact gaps, right? What are the timings you need to learn in this game to be one of the top teams in the world?
Okay, well, I've definitely had some painful experiences, painful lessons, but I don't think that this would be one of those top 10 even on stage. Although, I mean, if they happen to go 0-4, it might be rough for them. But Team Vitality, the way that they've been playing, they can be proud of themselves thus far.
Yes, I think they definitely have learned quickly. Definitely at this point, they need to step up their game even more. And now, Team Vitality, right? Third time maybe, third time's a charm. Will they be able to put an even stronger fight, right? Last game, game number 2, they got the first blood, they got some kills. They did not manage to make too much of a difference, but I think if they can learn to control their jungle a little bit better, manage the resources and share it across the team, maybe they can try to put up a bigger fight against TT Global.
Yeah, it looks like during the break, Team Vitality was just like, they had a huddle, they were talking about what they need to do better, and Zancu was like, actually, let me shine on this Luna. Give me an opportunity, coach. Let us go in with this one. Let me fly.
That's right. You will never regret it when you deliver your best. And for now, Team Vitality, they're going to start with the Liempo and the Luna, a good start. But TT Global, look, they're picking Flowborn Tank. This hero has not had the best win rate, but maybe TT Global going to add to that number.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, I mean, there's definitely going to be a good chance that they have a good time. It is, as you were saying, not the greatest win rate. It's been 2-6 thus far at the KWC, but we have not seen it in the hands of Snowy.
And once again, just a reminder to everyone, never will there be no chance at all. Team Vitality, there is still a chance, a very low one of course, but now they pick up the Artie for the side of Zen. His performance with Artie has been okay, so let's see if it's good enough to go up against TT Global.
The opportunity will be there. I think that we need to trust in Zan. His Arlie's been very good, at least at the global stage. It's definitely been able to perform, but I think it's really going to come down to this Arlie as well as the Luna, the Zan Q. I mean, we've seen him definitely doing well, at least in terms of the stats. He's been able to just fight head-to-head with Sunrise, but it just, the rest of TT Global as a team have just made it very difficult for one player to really shine against them.
That's true, and one of the strengths that you will see on the side of TT Global is this Garden pick, as recently highlighted. One of the most damaging mid laners in this game. So he is going to be a problem, Crane that is, going to be a problem for Zan on this Arlie, because if you get that full combination, especially with the lead that TT Global has already shown you that it's possible to do, it's not going to be a good game. Zen might get deleted.
Might get deleted. And look, the rest of Team Vitality, Arlie and Luna, very squishy heroes. If they want to fight and they want to dive in, and you've got those, you know, those couple blades just doing some serious work, you might be in a world of hurt. TT Global will probably want a little bit more of the stuns to kind of lock these two down because they are elusive.
That's right. And now Team Vitality, I think here's the challenge that they might want to complete first, right? How do we make Snowy's life difficult? Because the way that TT Global has been playing, it's really, we're going to put the pressure up on you with our front lines so that you can't, you know, disrupt and disturb our back lines. And until Team Vitality solves that problem, I think TT Global is going to try and push and make it so pressurizing for Team Vitality.
But they have the jump. They have the potential heroes, especially with the Zankyu Luna. And then you have Byron as the secondary initiation. This is looking to be a very strong lineup from Team Vitality. Definitely putting their best foot forward in this game 3 here.
Okay, so one strength you will see on the side of Team Vitality is they have backline access, right? This is what we expect out of a Zankyu. This Luna needs to dive into the backlines, get rid of Crane, get rid of Snowy. But once again, if you don't have enough damage, Joy, DaChao is going to send you home.
Yeah, DaChao, I mean, the split push is going to be real, but I love the fact that they've also picked up the Chanu, one of Snowy's specialty heroes. He should do quite well on this one. I wanted to see exactly how he pilots this one.
Exactly. Playing with the range. Look, they have good poke. This composition on TT Global is so powerful, also because they can play very far from range, right? And with the channel and with the Garden Mode, you have free pokes. And if you ever need that TP back home, Flowborn Tank, DaChao, this is a combination that is very frequently used in the KPL region as well. Learn this. This is why Flowborn Tank is well played in the KPL server.
It's going to be interesting to see how they play it. If there's going to be a completely different play style, but they also kind of complement it with that DaChao. So like if Flowborn decides to go in, he's in a bad spot, you can kind of, you know, see a fate yourself back to safety. So this, you know, the way that they're playing it has been different than the other teams have been playing with it.
Yes, pay attention to the timing, right? So actually this Sea of Fate, second skill for DaChao, will be placed down early in preparation for the Flowborn Tank to engage. So once he's done using his skills, if they get the steal, they get out. Even if they don't get the steal, they get out.
Yeah, and it looks like the teams are locked in. They know exactly what they're going in. But Game 3, Team Vitality fans, if you're out there, send them your energy right now.
They need it because it's TT Global, #1 on the side of AG.AL. They have came here all the way. It's a faraway land, and now they have to put their best performance against Vitality.
Yeah, TT Global here looking to just end this series, putting it down in terms of like taking over this Game 3. Having a mountain to climb, 0-3, you never want to be in that situation. Team Vitality really need this one.
I mean, it's a tough challenge, right? It's, hey, we're going to climb a mountain today. This is going to be a first day mountain climbing. We're going to count Mount Everest.
Yeah, it's not looking good at this point. And as the panel was talking about, this mountain is getting bigger and bigger and more difficult for Team Vitality to overcome.
Okay, but a good start so far. Tufts is doing well in the Clash lane. They are managing to put a little bit of damage on the Crane as well. Potential first blood.
And look at how Sunrise looking to contest. And they're slowly, they're not even taking the Azure Golem, but they want Sunrise more than anything else. But reinforcements are on the way. The Sea of Fate, perfectly timed. Ooh. Yes, he just barely gets out of that one.
Yep. Showing you that absolute limit, right? So they do put a bit of pressure onto ZanQ. He did secure the Azure Golem, but this is exactly what you need to do. Zan trying to steal, but Crane, he stops him.
And look at how Tufts looking to invade himself. Like, they're understanding the movements, and they're trying to give it this to ZanQ. Again, keeping him with that blue buff is going to be key for this Luna here.
Yes, and you don't give away things for free, right? This time, Vitality, I like this lesson learned. Put the pressure, be the pressure.
Yeah, and taking advantage of that space, understanding where the movements are. Yes, this Joy is going to be super annoying, constantly just harassing ZanQ, and he can get out of there if he wants to. But again, Team Vitality being put, pressured from all angles.
It's not just a physical game, it's a mental game for sure, right? As Vitality, you know now the stakes are super high. You're going up against one of the strongest teams from the KBL region. You don't want to make mistakes, but with the Da Xiao played by Joy, he gets to use his first and second skill, very disruptive, and if you miss the timing, you kind of lose the buffs away to a roamer.
Yeah, that would be, feels bad, man, if they were able to do that one. But now Joy and Snowy on the approach, not able to find the catch onto 19, setting themselves up. They're looking for some sort of gank here.
They need to do it, right? And at this point, Zan, he's going to try and open up the map for a little bit and give information to the team. Right now, one of the win conditions Team Vitality can look for is a shutdown Crane.
Oh, they've got 3 members here. They find Joy, but they focus their attention onto Snowy. Zan trading a little bit of damage on this one, but Snowy coming out a little worse for wear.
I like this. I like this, though. This is good confidence, right? Bring your game, fight with them, throw the punches as well.
Yeah, take the fight to them, be aggressive, do what you can. And now Zan here, continuing on. Yes, Joy has done a great job of babysitting Snowy and protecting him as much as possible. But look at this, a little bit of space. 19 is more in the mid lane, and he's going to be threatening here. They get the potential. No any sort of catch onto Sunrise. He pulls him back with that searing stab, but he's just being cheeky in the end.
Okay, they have learned, right? ZanQ now, level 6. He does have the level advantage against Sunrise, which means they've played the map a little bit better.
Yeah, nice little burst ram, slowing down Joy. They will back off here, but with that Sea of Fate, they're getting on out of there one. And again, knowing the limits and understanding where people need to be or when they need to go back home.
Okay, so take a look at this situation now, right? I think both teams are starting to recognize, hey, when do we start to force out these common spells? Can we make your flash use early before this 4-minute mark?
Yeah, it's all about that bait, right? Again, just being a little bit aggressive, forcing something out. Like, you want a reaction. You're not really looking for any sort of kill, but you're just, again, just trying to test them a bit.
And this is kind of the limit testing, right? This is where you put yourself in a position where I am threatening you, I'm putting you in limbo. How do you react, right? This is then the mental game where you're playing.
Yeah, when we play together, you test me quite a bit with the weird things that you do.
I'm testing you, I'm making sure that you're at TT Global level.
Yeah, well, okay, you just tell me, we could talk about it as a teammate, but it looks like they're going to go for this one. The Tremor Smash not going to connect, only on the minion wave, and TT Global will back off.
Okay, so Vitality kind of testing the synergies here. They want to see how well can we coordinate these moves together. And once again, this is the strength of the draft from TT Global. Crane, he's going to be the artillery mage.
Yeah, it looks like the blue buff is going to be taking away. ZanQ looking for that jump, finds Crane in a bad spot, gets first blood, snipes him down, and it looks like they want to go for a little bit more. Snowy, he's going to Soaring Signal back to safety. Joy's still up in front. He's knocking Zan around, but he's going to light step back.
Okay, look, this is a great play. Good recovery from ZanQ. He's trying to put pressure on the Ching as well. Get another kill, maybe?
Oh, the truth right under the tower. ZanQ taking a couple tower shots on that one, but he will go to the bottom T1. Tufts taking it for his boy.
Okay, that's a good play. But right now, because of the timing, right? Notice, both junglers, they don't go for the Tyrant. Now is an important time to go and secure your buffs.
Yeah, ZanQ, I love that play. Just finding somebody just barely out of position. Now is the time to jump in, and he makes them pay. He's got so much speed on this Luna. Really great play, and the reason why they got that first blood.
I mean, if there's any player you want to place your hope on, it has to be ZanQ. He's one of the best junglers in the global HOK Esports world ecosystem as well. And once again, Sunrise against ZanQ. This is no longer a 1v1.
It's no longer one. The burst ram onto Sunrise. The Tyrant, though, is going to be the big one. It looks like the steal happens. Crane gets that steal from everyone.
And Vitality, they were doing well. The confidence was growing. And Crane said, sit down. This game is not over yet.
I mean, the perfectly timed blades, that was on point by Crane, ensuring that they secured it away. I mean, look, Team Vitality picks that up. That completely, I mean, they would have had a monster lead in that sense, but now things have shifted. TT Global are getting the lead back.
And what do you do when you have the lead? You put pressure. Sunrise just pushing them back. This is a stock standard thing you need to do.
Yeah, putting that pressure on. Even contesting this Azure Golem here, ZanQ just wants to be left alone. He will smite it, ensure that Sunrise doesn't steal it away.
Yep, so one action, achieving 2 results.
Nice first ram, connecting onto 2 here, but they're not able to get any sort of follow-up. TT Global just backing off at this point.
Okay, I think they don't have to take too much risk. ZanQ, I think this game, fabulous. Can he go in again?
Oh, he wants to go in. He gets another pick off. He finds Snowy, and he's just like, I got this one. Let's continue on.
Team Vitality, you have to believe. At this point, it's ZanQ. If there's any person that's going to change this game, it has to be this jungler. Ching, running for his life. This is the exact thing they need to do. Team Vitality, push them away. You can't get the turrets.
Yeah, and this kill is turning into the objective. That's the biggest thing. Like, you're on a power play. Snowy's down for, he's going to be up right now. But Team Vitality, again, using that extra space to take some objectives, which they needed to have done. I don't think they took a single one in the last game.
Look, ZanQ is locked in at this point. TT Global, they have to look for an opening. It's not the biggest of leads just yet. Vitality, there is a chance they can still lose that lead.
Yeah, it's still 50-50 at this point. Obviously, we're not giving a victory to Team Vitality, but now they find ZanQ. He's going to have to dash back over. He wants to take the Crimson Golem more than anything else, but Zan focusing it down, running it down onto Sunrise. ZanQ now showing up, wants to go on to potentially Sunrise. He dives deep for this one, but Sunrise under that tower, and I think that's going to be the end of this assault.
And this is what we're talking about. Look, they're forcing them to use the skills. This is not a timing that Joy wants to put the Eye of the Whirlpool. There could be bigger times where it's necessary. So Vitality, we ask, have they learned? They are learning.
Yeah, they're definitely learning. And actually, they're doing well with those lessons learned. They've gotten better already. They have 2 kills to their name. They've been playing flawlessly.
Yep, the goal. Look at the goal difference. Sunrise nearing 4,000, but ZanQ already at 6. And this time, the goal lead is kind of at the correct places on the side of Team Vitality.
I think it's more because Global Tank's not that good, but that's just me. I mean, ZanQ has been styling on this Luna. He's been having a great time. Sunrise has been struggling to really catch up. I mean, being down 2.4K, I did not have that on my bingo card.
I did not have that as well. But still, even when you're from behind, this is why teams like Nova are so scary as well. They are playing from behind, but TT Global, they have pushed the map. They've traded the turrets as well.
Yeah, all those kills, everything has been in favor of Team Vitality, but the rest of it, I mean, the net worth lead is still in favor of TT Global because, again, they're continuing to push. They're stealing boars at this point, contesting everything.
And you know what? Crane, he has done this a couple of times. I'm not sure whether you guys have seen it, but he's consistently stealing these small camps away. And those minute differences make a difference at the highest level.
Yeah, but the blades are starting to really hurt. I mean, he has a 2-level advantage. He's doing some damage. He's got that net worth as well. And that Crimson Golem just getting taken away by TT Global yet again.
And this is where it starts to turn around. Snowy under pressure from ZanQ. I don't think he will be able to get the kill, but it's important they get something here from the jungle. But the Eye of the Whirlpool, ZanQ.
Oh, they've got the Whirlpool. They find ZanQ in a bad spot. He's trying to stay alive, and Snowy snipes him out. He calls the rest of his friends here.
The idea was good. This was exactly what Vitality needs to have in mindset, right? We be aggressive, we make you feel the pressure as well. But the execution, TT Global, they're a very strong team. There's a reason why they're #1. And once again, this looks like a bait. They're waiting for ZanQ to come out, maybe?
Yeah, they're potentially going in for this one, but 19, he's a tanky boy. He will be fine in that sense. But with this numbers advantage, how does TT Global respond?
I think at this point, they just want to take the T1. This opens up the map so much, it makes them blind as well on the side of Vitality.
Yeah, Zan doing a little bit of work on the Sunrise. He's going to just walk away. Joy, not in a great spot as well. Tries to go for the Sea of Fate. He does get out. That burst ram with that knockoff could have potentially disrupted that.
Exactly. You just want to stop Joy from reaching that Sea of Fate portal on the floor, right? Tufts catches eyes onto Ching. And right now, it's really about, hey, can the rest of the team set up Zan or ZanQ?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it, right? Those are the two. Those are your win conditions, finding them. And look, TT Global's lineup is kind of on the squishier side as well. If they're able to get on like the Chano or the Gan and Mo, they have that potential. It's about those team fights. How does the initiation happen from Team Vitality?
And also vision, right? Knowing when to engage, when your opponent doesn't know that you're there. Example, that's what Zan is doing. He might be able to catch Snowy if Snowy doesn't make too good of a rotation here.
He's just waiting in the wings. The Shadow Tyrant, the first of the game, and it looks like it's going to be started by ZonQ. He's going to look to pull this away. TT Global realizing that they're rushing it down a bit. They're starting to move into position here.
Wrong call. Macro play all on the side of TT Global.
Yeah, Sunrise here just looking to contest the Tremor Smash onto 2, and here comes the flash in forward, gets the Storm Strike onto Joy, but the Tyrant getting pulled away. They want to go for this one, but Tufts is going to be killed. Who picks it up? And it's still going the way of Sunrise, and now TT Global on the chase. The flash forward, they're going to go for Neil. They're going for that kill with ZonQ already been down. Neil just trying to hang on, but the Wolves will chop him down.
And it's an ace coming in for the side of TT Global. Look, they made all the right decisions. We'll give you the breakdown later on the test, but for now, game number 3 in the bag for TT Global.
They're going to take this one down in a matter of time, and TT Global just really, with that one team fight, you blink, and the game completely changes.
There's so many good decisions that they made in a row for the side of TT Global. And this is one lesson you definitely need to pay attention to learn, right? They dragged that Tyrant fight. They didn't really care. They had the Dharma on the top, Ching split pushing, mid lane split pushing, bottom lane split pushing as well. And when they finally took the fight, it was a one-kill strike.
One-kill strike. I mean, the last kills on this one, the scoreboard was like 6-2. So just winning that with that ace, they were down throughout the entire game. I mean, Team Vitality were really taking the fight to them, but it was that last one. The ability to just close out the game after a single team fight just speaks volumes about this team here.
Okay, so it was a beautiful ending for the side of TT Global, but I want to say this to all Team Vitality fans. What a performance. ZonQ, this is exactly what we expected of him. The quality, the dive, the confidence, and the pain he dealt to TT Global.
He was giving them a chance. He was really fighting back. I mean, most of these highlights are around him when it came to Team Vitality, getting those kills, setting it up, but this was pretty much it. But let's see what the panel had to think about Game 3 here.
Thank you very much, boys. Thank you. It is already a 3-0 for TT Global. It might be a little bit too big of an advantage, but this one left us a very good taste in our mouth, I would say, because ZonQ showing us why he is the main core over there for Team Vitality. The way that Luna played, that is the way that top players play.
I gotta say, you gotta give it up to ZonQ and also to Team Vitality for getting, again, another good early game. But man, I'm also liking all of these unorthodox heroes that we're seeing in EWC for the side of TT Global. We're not used to see the Da-Chow for the past few groups, and now look at this, another expert usage of yet a great composition for the side of TT Global.
Yeah, Da-Chow is one of the most versatile characters in the entire game. You can teleport people all across the map. If you want to learn this character, you have to learn this character. It's actually one of the most annoying characters to go against in lane because of the poke combo, right?
Yes,
Skill
exactly.
1, 2. If you get touched by that, it's so annoying. But thankfully, we do have early skill 2 can cleanse that, and that's Vitality's Marksman. So if you want to learn how to cleanse Da-Chow's skill as well, find some tutorials online, because I think Vitality did a good draft. And Luna was, I mean, we shine enough light on the Luna play. That was awesome. Finding kill and gun and more on, dude, that was insane. On Crane? Yeah, than the Crane. I mean, that's skills right there.
I think that when you think about the composition from Team Vitality, they had a very high-end composition. They have a very expensive composition. They got the Arlie, they got the Luna, they got the Byron. But it was just these marginal moments. It was that the difference. Just how on point Crane was, just to be able to take not only the Tyrant, but to be taking every single monster in the jungle as well.
Yeah. That wasn't even the ultimate plus. That was not even the freshly forged buff. That was just the mid second skill of the gun and more. And with that being said, for the side of TT Global, it shows us again how masterful they are, not just in the macro, but in the micro as well. Even though you have Team Vitality getting 2 kills, it's still TT Global leading by what, 1K? And that's bad news for you. That's not a good sign.
I totally agree. we need to give a little bit the spotlight to Tranq because the way that he played that Luna, you need to understand the way that Luna plays in there. It's able to deal damage, take the kills, take control of the pace, but he cannot do that on his own. I'm not saying that his teammates did not do their work. I'm just saying that as a unit, TT Global and Team Vitality are in different leagues.
You know what? I was talking to Coach Jojo. Yeah. One of the strengths for this coach is communication. He trains purposely on communication. What can be said, cannot be said in game. There's not an actual word in actual game because it's a battle. And in the battle, every second matters. And in this game, you saw the different level of communications you mentioned, Isaac. Because for TT Global, when they fight together. They're hitting the same target.
Look at the teamfight rate, man.
Yep. And look at Vitality. It seems like it's Zhang Q's solo fight.
Of course. 1v5. I think that 19 just soak up damage because of that team fight rate. Both of them having 100% and 0% on Arlie, on Zaan and Tufts. They didn't actually get to play their game, and it just took TT Global one team fight, and they know that it's over. They have the push capability with the channel, with the zone on Kin.
Yes.
I think for the next game, I don't want to say it, but I think we're done.
No, come on.
I think we're done.
We gotta be realistic.
Yeah.
After this game 3, with the great composition that Team Vitality had, and the way that TT Global just finished the game, you gotta admit that there's already a gap in here.
Yeah.
For Team Vitality to come back from a 3-0 down and then just to be able to win it in 4-3, that would be for the history books.
And it seems like TT Global has mastered not just the communication, but they put in the word over communicate in your game. So shout out to all of your ranked games. You should practice it, open your mics, and just over communicate, report the little details. Like for example, hey, the Lianpo just ulted. Hey, the Lianpo just burned his flash. It will definitely give you more victories for sure.
It is such a different game, right? Honor of Kings, when you have your mic on and then you can actually communicate with people around. That is a completely different experience. So if you're at home and you want to do Honor of Kings, I'm telling you, mic on, and then everything is gonna go your way.
Communicate, and most importantly, remember the jungle timers. We saw the Flowborn tank. This is a masterclass for Flowborn tank, actually.
Yes.
We've seen this character so little, and it's such a flexible and versatile character. And it's so fun to use as well, not to mention all the customization. Of course. Make sure to customize yours, and I think there's a contest on customization as well going on, so make sure to do that. But in this game, we saw Sunrise in the Luna's jungle at blue buff on time before Luna was there.
Yeah.
So just show you that they took objective fight to another level. Again, it's not just the towers, it's not just the Overlord Tyrants, it's the jungle buffs.
Dave, I'm telling you, what we have seen in these 3 games has been a masterclass of how this is supposed to be played. Not only the way that they play the macro, but the hero picks. Just the heroes that we've been able to see in these 3 games have shown you that not only the meta is out there, like you could actually see every single other option depending on your composition. We've seen the Zhuangzi, we've been seeing the Xiangyu, and we just saw right over here the Tatsia with the channel.
Yeah. Oh man, this is Team Vitality. They already spent all of their they just cashed out like every S tier hero for the past few 3 games. You have the Arlie, you have the Mai Shiranui, even the Dharma is in there. I'm just curious right now for game number 4. What is the last pick for TT Global? I want to see something new. I want to see maybe a Yarya. We didn't see a Yarya yet, right?
Yeah, no, in this game, we have not yet seen the Yarya. We've seen the Yarya in the KWC 2025 with Marco Polo. We saw that one, of course. But Dave, what are some compositions that are available there for people?
Oh man, there's so many available. Let me tell you, you have Duendolia alone that still have not been used on the table for TT Global. You have Pei, Byron.
Still open.
I want to see aggressive, because this team is known for playing aggressive. I want to see a more aggressive game, right?
Yeah.
Take that Pei and start going to the jungle, show a masterclass how to maneuver the early game. That's what TT Global is known for. I want to see more of it. And obviously the push combo, the Agudo, the Ziya, we saw channel being taken out. I mean, it's a good pick just now, but it doesn't really synchronize into any specific compositions. And I want to see the tower push show that aspect of Honor of Kings as well.
That would be interesting to see, no, Manjin?
I want to see the Huyi. I want to see the arrow. I want to see arrows flying in. I want to see highlights. Come on, TT Global. We're talking about the rundown. We're talking about the ka-chow. Give it to us. Come on. Maybe give this a gentleman's mercy. I don't know. But TT Global, give us something new. I want to see something new. Maybe Laura? Is that how you pronounce it? Laura?
Luara.
Maybe
Luara.
a Luara or maybe an Erin. Again, they banned out Huyi 3 times already in the series. So who knows? Maybe we get to see it.
I'm really looking forward to that. And I know that everyone at home is really looking forward to this. Team Vitality on the other side, they have one more game to try to turn things around. And they can take this game in whatever way that they want. They want to just come in and demonstrate why they belong here in the top 8. You got to remember, this is the top 8 of all the world.
Yep.
It's not just your region. It's not just like around home. This is the whole world. And if they're here, it's because they've earned the passage here. They're not bad players. They're not a bad team. The problem is that right now they're playing against a bigger, stronger club than what it is TT Global.
You know what I tell you will be banned? Fatih. Fatih has been banned almost
every single time, right?
Every single time. After TT Global picked it in game 1. This character, I wouldn't say underrated because it has been like meta for the entire KWC.
For the KWC, it just jumped into the meta.
It is so strong. If you have not tried Fatih, make sure to learn this character at home. Play it. It is so great. The amount of sustainability, the poke, the mobility. Use Fatih to go against some mobile characters like Arlie, because Arlie can dash so many times. But guess what? Fatih can do the same. So that's why they're banning it. Also, laning phase is strong. The amount of, I would just poke from skill 2, skill 1 combo in Kuner passive to practice hero, and that's why it's being banned.
It has been one of the most used heroes here in the KWC 2025. So that Fatih is an option for everyone at home. And we hope that you can go online and give it a try. Look at the trophy. Just sitting right there in the middle of the stage. Closer and closer to TT Global. And further and further away from Team Vitality.
Oh man, huge props. I should say, still props to Team Vitality. All of their games back in the group stages, it was definitely a pain in their bodies and their necks. Plus, they're the 3rd placers in AG.AL. So this is
making it already to top 8 for them. It's gotta be like a statement. It's got to be a statement. When you come in here to a tournament as the 3rd seed of your region and making it to the top 8 on top of everyone else, that already gives you bragging rights.
Yeah, they win with huge chunk for sure of a Mula for sure with this, right?
You know, to your point, actually, I want to see some Luara because that character doesn't exist in the KPL region yet. That might be some surprise factor for for Vitality.
Wow.
You know, take it out and show something.
Let's wait and see. Game 4, Team Vitality is going to be on the blue side. TT Global is going to be on the red side. Kane, Holler, take it from here, boys.
Thank you very much. It is series point from the side of TT Global, and like you said, take it out. There is one hero that TT Global are famous for, and that is the Lupan number 7. Take that out.
Yeah, I mean, if they pick that one up, I think it would be very funny for them. Just to just style on them, let them pick their heroes. But to point out, I mean, the Fatih and the Liang bans from TT Global being very focused on these two, realizing that it's actually strong on the global stage.
So Team Vitality, they have learned very well. I have to say, I think that both of us, and across the desk as well, we are very impressed. Team Vitality, this growth insane. 3 games, but each game is getting a little bit tougher for TT Global.
It hasn't been easy. I mean, TT Global, you think that with this 3-0 scoreline, check the games, check the tape in that sense. Team Vitality have really struck back. They've been able to kind of find some weaknesses in TT Global. They've gotten some leads, but unfortunately for them, TT Global just too strong in the end.
They're just too far ahead, too fast, right? In the way they process information, in the things, the minor details in the game that they do. Like Korean just stealing camp after camp, and it's not the big buffs, it's really the balls, and even those other side camps like the sprites. These are all little differences that add on together. Accumulated, it will add up to be a big advantage for your team.
It's like they're chipping away at them, right? Slowly but surely, like understanding that, hey, we don't need kills all the time. Yes, we'll just slowly take things away from you. And they're kind of like, you don't really see that, you know, your jungle camps might be missing, but by the time you do, it's too late.
Okay, now Team Vitality, this might be one of the best burst potential drafts they have come up with in game number 4. Reminder again, this is Team Vitality going up against TT Global. Now, with the long on the side of Team Vitality, they're looking to play for that late game or try to get the early advantage. And once again, straight away, Manjin, you wanted this pick. The whole E has appeared.
It has appeared here. I mean, they look at it as more of like the tank build to kind of deal with the Loong, the burst. And yes, you have your connection you have with that Burning Sun Arrow, with that slow and that stun, which is going to be key for them. Plus, you have the Dolia, and there's a lot of different options that you can select with. TT Global going with his Dolia draft. I like it thus far.
Do not be confused. It is going to be very hard to kill this whole E off because there's a lot of sustain and heals coming out from TT Global. They have the double ultimate available for Yuhuan, of which can kind of allow Ho Yi technically a second life. Dolia also with her first skill is actually able, no, her second skill is able to get you minor heals as well over time.
Yeah, that wave breaker is going to be very helpful, especially in the lane as well. The sustain, just being able to provide that space for Snowy to really get going. Yes, Ho Yi might not be the most mobile of the bunch, but if you're able to take that damage and dish it out like nobody, like Legolas at the end of the day, I think you're going to have a good time.
So we'll see, right? End of the day, it's not just the cards you are dealt with, it's how you play your cards. You can have a great draft, but you need to have great execution to be able to play at the highest level. And nothing less than that is required, especially when you're going up against TT Global.
If we're looking at the Team Vitality draft thus far, you know, you're looking at the potential jump in from Mayan to the back line. This is where, you know, the TT Global side, definitely on the squishier side, but they're going to kind of go all in with this squishy sense. The Elaine, the Death at Sunset, the double one from the Dolia. I like this combination already.
Okay, now this is a risk that TT Global are taking. Elaine has been nerfed, right? His stats isn't as strong. That's why a lot of global teams have not play him in this KWC. But TT Global, they have a very strong draft to back up this Elaine when he dives into the backline of Team Vitality.
So we haven't seen the hero too much. I don't actually, let me just see if the Elaine has actually been picked. I don't think we have. It has been picked 0 times. So this is a hero that, again, TT Global are realizing that we can get onto the backline, we can get onto the Loong. He's going to have a tougher time to really get going.
Okay, so I like this response. Look, game number 3, Zankyu was responsible for what might be the uprising of Team Vitality, right? He put a very difficult position for TT Global. Now he's going to be playing on his signature hero, the Jing, backed up by the Neo Noir. And also, if you guys notice, there is a substitution, Saole, coming into the clash lane for the side of Vitality. Is this the time they will take, finally, 1 game away from TT Global?
This is the moment, right? You're down 0-3 at this point. Give Saole a chance on the global stage, going up against TT Global. Yes, things might not be looking great at the moment, but you still have the rest of your cores in the sense that you got Neil, you got Zankyu and Zan. These are the guys that are still going to carry you in the end. But let's see what they kind of can pull out on this one, because I think that Team Vitality, we've seen flashes of brilliance, especially throughout the KWC, but to take away 1 game from TT Global, it's going to be a tough one.
It's kind of interesting because I think for the global teams, now that you have seen the performance of TT Global, the question is not whether you can win. The question is, how far can you push TT Global to?
Yeah, how far you can push them. But I mean, I think that's TT Global are like, hey, push me all you want. I'm still up 3-0 going in this series. You know, I got a bit of an advantage. They've been the aggressors thus far. They've been able to counter almost everything. It seems like, you know, whatever question that is being thrown out by Team Vitality, TT Global are just able to respond in kind.
So I think the challenge here for Vitality is, can you contest those neutral objectives? Can you get those fixed resources, your jungle camps? Can you make sure that TT Global does not get a steal? And of course, can you continue on that first blood train you have been on? Vitality have been really successful in that marker so far, and they just need to add on to that success.
Yeah, I liken it to, like, you know, when you're playing chess against somebody who's very good, like a grandmaster, whatever, right? You might have some early game leads, like your opening might be very good, and you might be able to steal a piece or two. But TT Global are like the grandmasters at the end of the day. They've seen this before, and they know when they can take advantage of it and take it back.
Yes, so it is important for Vitality. Look, it's a lesson that is still continue to be learned for the side of Vitality, but you can still perform your best. Leave no regrets on the gorge.
Yeah, and going into this one, this is pretty much all for all in, right? Team Vitality need to do whatever they can to stay alive in this series. They need to really take the fight to them. Continue that momentum into game from what was last in game 3. Continue that on. See if they can overcome that mid game.
I like this. Neil once again helping to speed up the jungle, trying to get the start onto that Azure Golem. Now Ching, he's going to make the trade. And if they get this, Sao Lei not going to be in a very good position. He is already half a level behind Ching.
Yeah, half a level behind, which is pretty huge considering Ching, you'd never want to be around that situation. But Zan looking to steal as well. Team Vitality are like, hey, we're not going to take this standing down or sitting down. We're going to be very aggressive. We want to take everything from you.
Yes, they need to keep this aggressive behavior, right? So not only do you protect your own buffs, you need to take things away from TT Global as well.
Yeah, it's all about just stealing things, taking things away, and just trying to build a bit of a lead. I mean, they've gotten some kills, and that was uncharacteristic of TT Global to be cowed out a couple times, but it was the constant farming that TT Global were able to do of just finding that farm and extract everything on the map.
So they actually start off with the numbers advantage, after which, when they have the gold advantage, they force you in a 4-1 composition fights, where TT gets a split push. You're stuck there trying to deal with the 4 different members on the side of TT Global.
Yeah, but now TT Global just looking to invade. Again, even with those boars, making it tough for Team Vitality to get anything going. They know the power of what ZanQ brings. He's been able to catch out a couple members of TT Global throughout the series, and you want to slow him down as much as possible.
Yes, because you definitely want to keep Snowy alive. Snowy, as a whole, it's quite dangerous for him because he does not have an escape mechanism aside from the flash. So if ZanQ actually gets his hands on Snowy, I think Snowy is probably gone and done for.
Yeah. It's more about his survivability, right? Keeping everyone else, ensuring that he just stays alive so that he can do that damage. If you're looking at the rest of the lineup, you have some damage in Ching, definitely going to be there, but Sunrise and Crane are more about that sustainability, the stun lock, and that utility.
It's going to be room ball, right? Sunrise and Ching, their whole gameplay is to make sure they push you back so that Snowy gets a little bit more safety. And with distance, that is going to enrage and embrace his ultimate to be a stronger version of itself.
Yeah, Zan with that Flaming Palm right into Snowy, who's taking most of that. The Wave Breaker, again, it's all about that sustain, giving him a chance. He doesn't want, obviously, he doesn't want to leave the lane, and Joy needs to keep him up as much as possible.
Yes, now take a look at the growth here. Sunrise and ZanQ. I think this is something, look, Sunrise is now keeping pace with ZanQ in terms of like pacing gold, EXP. So Sunrise bringing it to ZanQ.
Yeah, and keeping it very close on this one, but they're going to get a little serious in the top lane. The knockup has been used, but Ching not able to find the pickoff, and Ching has to dash away. Needs to be careful here. He's solo.
That one was good. They knew Ching didn't have his ultimate. They wanted to force out the kill as well. Vitality, still, once again, good recovery. They're learning the lesson, but because of how far ahead in terms of experience TT Global have, they know the limits and no mistakes made so far.
Yeah, Ching actually fighting that 1 versus 2, but here's the Umbrella Outburst. The flash away from Snowy, but it looks like they want to go for Joy. They have knockup. He's trying to stay alive, but the Flaming Palm just way too much. ZanQ with first blood. Now Team Vitality on the run.
Great start, but ZanQ, here's the pressure. Sunrise, he's full health.
Yeah, full health here. Sunrise looking to go for that steal. ZanQ, not much he can do. He doesn't have smite. He got it somehow. Okay.
That's a good one, ZanQ. Okay, recovery, yes, 4-minute mark. They might have to trade away the Siren though.
Yeah, but they got first blood. They saved their red buff. I think that was all in all a win for Team Vitality right now. But the net worth still shifting in favor of TT Global here.
And the only thing now that is not really in favor is the fact that, look, Snowy as well as Ching, they're doing well in their lanes. A lot of pressure coming in from Vitality, but TT, they're having the lead at the side lanes, which means it's a difficult position to be in. They can both jump in for Neil later parts of the game.
They've been just farming so well in their lanes. They've been like look, Sao Lei has been kind of contesting. Ching hasn't had like a free lane, but he's only up about 300, 400 gold at this point. But still, it's more about Snowy kind of getting on going. He's been able to provide that pressure. The net worth is starting to grow, but the Dream Roam right on top, the infinite fastness, he's circling around. He wants to stick around this bottom T1.
Okay, they give Sunrise an escape mechanism. He should be able to TP out. Or is he actually looking for a setup here because there is support coming in from Crane?
Oh, he finds Zahn. He looks to go for this, but the Leaping Savior in the Forbidden Domain pushing him back. Zahn still onto the tower. He will be fine, but with no minions, they're looking to go with that Dream Realm, finding it out, but Team Vitality push back more than anything else.
They need the help from Neil. Neil needs to help to do something here because once again, they're giving away free camps to the side of TT Global. What a dominant display. 19 gonna get stunned up.
Yeah, Neil there, I think he was looking more for that final blow, that annihilation, that kill steal, if you will, if the fight were to continue. But again, to your point, it looks like they've completely backed up, given their own jungle up.
So once again, like, look at the way TT Global is playing, right? It's not about, hey, I want to fight you. It's about pushing you away so I have access into the Forbidden Fruit, which is the Crimson Golem.
Yeah, and this is your jungle. You should not be giving that up for free. And now TT Global, with this lead, are looking to go. Here's the emergence with that Umbrella outburst continuing on. They're going to try to go for Snowy. He's just trying to dash away, trying to run for safety at this point. But Saleh taking most of this one, and that dive happens, and they find Zahn. The Stampede is now going to connect, but they've already got Zahn Q as well. It's a 2 for nothing, and they might want more.
Out of life, out of options as TT Global looking for a big win to close this series out 4-0. They are rewarded with the T1 at the top, at the middle, as well as the T1 at the bottom as well.
Taking everything. I mean, turning those kills into towers and just pushing them out. But this kind of started with that initial jungle invade. They were like happy squatters, TT Global that is, just taking over the enemy jungle, and Team Vitality were letting them have it.
And it's a rinse and repeat, right? You give me more, I will take even more. Now, the complete jungle annihilation coming in from TT Global. There is very little breathing room for the side of Team Vitality.
Overlord picked up here, and that's going to be even more of a push. Team Vitality on the back foot. Need to find some sort of way to get back in, but giving up their jungle is not the answer.
They can't. There really is nothing much here to explore. Zankyu, oh, hang on.
They find him at the Unending Sorrow. It looks like they want to go for that push in forward, just scaring them away, but they're going to take down this bottom T2 instead.
And look, every time it looks like TT Global has made a mistake, Joy comes in, refreshes. No ultimate for Crane, no problem. Here's your Unending Sorrow again.
The pressure's on. The Burning Sun arrow is going to connect. They tried to cartwheel away, but Saul gets picked off. Here's the return. They get it on the backside. They get the Umbrella Outburst onto Snowy, but they can't really find him. They want to go. The Dream Realm is going to connect. They find Snowy on this one, but Neil with an annihilation snipe out. Zahn has been killed, and now TT Global on the assault by 19.
And with the tankiest member down 19, there is no defense. A T3 wide open for the side of TT Global. This is not going to be the end of the game just yet. Crane is falling low, but they get the T3. And TT Global, they reward themselves over and over again.
Yeah, Zankyu was looking to just deal with his Vanguard more than anything else. The bottom T3 had already been taken out, but TT Global are like, actually, the objectives we want are elsewhere. They're going to focus down on this mid T2 with that point, but it looks like they want the enemy jungle instead.
They have planted a seed in the jungle domination, and it has sprouted into the fruits of labor here. Team Vitality now with a open bleeding wound on the bottom side of the map, and this gives so much space. 8.5 minutes, next Tyrant free of charge for the side of TT Global.
All right, the open bleeding wound thing, a little too gory in that point, but Sunrise taking the Tyrant. That was actually very close. Neil would tried to go for the annihilation snipe out, was not able to get the steal.
Not bad, thank you. Looking for Snowy.
Oh, he's gonna go in. He goes right on the Snowy, wants to go, but the shields are on point, and Zankyu gets sniped out. He gets picked off, and now Saleh, it's a full-on retreat, trying to get back, but the death that sends it on to 2 with that meteor kill. The Umbrella Outburst is now gonna be used, but at what cost? They continue on. They take the mid T2, and they're gonna take the T3 as well.
And with this, the T3 in the middle, wide open. What can they do to make a defense? Nothing much, and it looks like TT Global, the doors are swinging wide open. They want to go for the kill.
They're gonna go in the Dream Realm right onto 19. They have the damage, and Zahn, one last guy. Oh, no, Zankyu with that mirror domain, trying to fight this 1 versus 5, not able to do it, and TT Global, a matter of time. They're just waiting for the minion waves. They will look to end the game at the 10-minute mark.
History for the champions. That is it. TT Global take this whole series 4-0 clean gameplay.
They're gonna move on to the semifinals, and what a great series. They were able to close that out. They will meet Nova Esports.
That is a question we were so curious to be answered. We have seen the strength, the rise of Team Vitality. They have been put to the test. Wade, they will have to go home at this point of KWC 2025.
Team Vitality, valiant fight. Very good fight. I mean, they can be proud of the way that they played. Yes, there were some losses. Yes, they did get 4-0 swept. But man, they actually fought back. They had some opportunities to really take the fight to them, but TT Global just too strong today.
Yes, and this is the standards. This is the new standards you have to be at if you want to survive the later part of KWC 2025. It's a valiant effort, like you said. I think you have to be proud of yourselves. Team Vitality, the growth was insane. They did it in 4 games.
Yeah, 4 games. And they were not easy stomps. You know, they really made TT Global pay or to really work hard for these kills. But it was just too much TT Global in the end. Finding the right pickoffs, finding the right targets. Look at that connection right there with that dream roam. They were able to find them out, find the damage dealers, and just take over these games.
You have been given the lesson. You have been given the trials. Now, it is time to go back home. Do your homework for the side of Team Vitality. And of course, for our winners in this best of 7 series, TT Global, the next step is available for you. Will we see them beat Nova Esports?
I mean, we're going to have to find out. I mean, considering the fact that they're in the top 4, a huge win for them, a big one, right? And on the stage for that. But let's pass it to Sky for the player interview now.
Welcome back to the stage. Here, standing side by side with me, Wei Chin from TT Global. So please say hi to the audiences and say hi to the fans all over the world.
Hello everyone, I'm Qin Qin.
Alright, this will be, let's hear from the crowds. This will be your debut in Riyadh in honor of Kings World Cup 2025. So how do you feel after the match? 今天呢是 TTG 的首秀了啊，今天打完的比赛呢，感觉怎么样呢？跟我们分享一下。
感觉打得特别开心嘛，很享受这个舞台。
We felt extremely well. We enjoyed this match and on the stage as well. So this will be your second time in Riyadh yourself, but will be the first time for your teammates. So do you have different feelings this time comparing with the last one? And how do your teammates feel about Riyadh? 我知道青青呢这是第2次来到利雅得了，那这一次来呢是和 TTG 的兄弟们一起来的，感觉会不会跟上一次不太一样呢？包括咱们 TTG 兄弟们现在适应的怎么样了呢？
第2次来伊雅的话，感觉就是多了一些熟悉吧，因为这里的场馆跟去年也是一样的，对。然后我们大家的话也是在饮食啊、作息方面都已经调整得不错了。
So for me, because this will be my second time here in Riyadh, and basically we're in the same arena, make me feel like we have a sense of familiarity for me. And as for my teammates, we're getting ready. We're getting so used to the food, the culture, the weather here. So we're getting to our best condition. So congratulations one more time on making it to the semifinals. So your next opponent is going to be Nova. So how do you think about this team and what is your impression towards your enemy? 我们下一场比赛的对手呢会是 Nova。那对于这支队伍会有怎样的感受？包括你对于这支队伍个人的一些想法会是什么呢？
感觉 Nova 这支战队很强嘛，因为他们在上一轮刚刚零封了对手，然后局内的压制力也很足，所以说我们需要做好更充足的准备吧。
We think that Nova Esports is a very strong team because they just destroyed their opponents in the last round with a score 4-0, so that we should be better prepared in order to win in that match. So this will be all from the stage. Let's give our time back to the studios.
Thank you very much, Sky, and thank you very much to Ting for bringing us an amazing performance, a 4-0 victory for TT Global on top of Team Vitality. For Team Vitality, this is going to be the end of the road, but you know what? It is not the end of their dream. Their dream can start from here to a new level. It was said, this is the standard that we need to be playing. And right now that they know that standard, it just comes down to them to create a path in order to get to that goal.
I just love this game, man. I love TT Global in terms of showing us different flavors of hero compositions. And that's what I like about HOK. You can definitely, because of the global ban system that we're using, you can definitely use all of the heroes.
You can use all of the heroes, but sadly, they're going to have to let this one go. You can see TT Global crushing the key. It is going to be the moment of truth. Did you see how Tsieng just reacted to that? That is the sound of dreams being crushed and keys being crushed with them.
You look at Qingqing. By the way, he has good eyes. I was looking at how he looked at the machine.
Yeah.
Wow, that was an attractive young man playing at the highest level.
Did you hear the screams?
Competitive.
You hear the screams of the girls on stage?
Oh, absolutely. The crowd
There you
loves
go.
Qingqing, okay? And this player is known for so many different things. Known as a captain for the team. He leads a very, very young fleet of players who are probably less experienced on the stage.
Yes.
But they're probably the best players, among the best players in the entire world. And today we'll learn a lot of combos.
And it was a matter of experience, right? Like, because this is not his first time right over here. It's his second time. And see, this is his second time. He brings in a completely new team. He brings in his younger teammates, and then he's just showing that experience in here and just sharing a little bit of what the past has taught him.
Yeah, it was like we're seeing last year's Kings World Cup, right? We saw the Alain, we saw the AG.AL being picked up,
Yes,
and he was
exactly.
talking about it. This is a familiar territory for me because I was here last year, and now moving forward, locking in the top 4, probably gonna lock in top 2, but then again,
knows?
Nova is waiting. Right? Nova is
You know
waiting.
what? You know what? We cannot jump into those conclusions yet because we still need to think about there's still a long time. There's still 24 more hours before that game. So what about if we just pay our attention to the highlights and we live in the right now? And the right now taught us that for TranQ, it was really difficult to get the kills and then come back home alive.
Yeah, absolutely. Because entire TT Global is so synchronized in how they play it. They're so positioned. It's so difficult for JanQ to find an opening. Every time he went in, he was going in on the backline completely by himself. And that's problematic. There wasn't an opportunity. Not to mention how Monkey was played, was giving the entire team so much pressure. Every time he went in, the rest of the team is cut off.
Yeah.
Well, and again, we talked about this during the BP, right? Like when we were watching the BP, I was having a conversation with the analyst and we were just laying down how the fights were going to happen. We talked about Snowy and Snowy, his performance in that Hoi, how he needed just to learn just team vitality to come in, to move a little bit closer, to try to get the kill, and then just get flanked away immediately.
And also, of course, the Burning Sun Arrow combination, that 5-second stun where you can actually get coffee right after you get stunned.
Yes.
Right? Especially for the global who map arrow, that long duration stun. Of course, you need the best communication that you need in order for you to get that combo, right?
Agree.
For example, you have the Menki, you have the Yuhu-1. The damage of the Yuhu-1 is just like chunk. It's not like the ultra burst that you need.
Of course.
With the Huyi. So still, TT Global showing us a different flavor. It's like spice with sweetness. This is just so good, HOK. I want to learn this.
That's why they are among the top players of our game in the world, right? And among the top players, there was one of them that had the best performance in here. Is going to be our Sonny MVP from TT Global, Crane. The mid laner is going to take the serious MVP, brought to you by Sonny.
Yeah, Crane plays so many different characters in the entire series. We got Gan Mo, we got Zhao Jun, we got Lady Jen, and we got Yu Huan, right? Look at the damage and the gold. The thing about mid is when you play a support or utility mage like Yu Huan, it's not about how fast you farm or how much farm you have in general. It's about the damage to farm ratio.
Of course.
With the least amount of farm, because you're sharing farm along with your jungle most of the time. So how do you take advantage of that? How do you utilize the shared farm and still deal the most amount of damage and feed the least amount of time?
And at the same time, he did not take the farm from his own team. He was on top game when stealing the resources from the other side.
Yeah.
Now, our first semifinal is going to be already set. Tomorrow, we're going to be able to see TT Global fight it out against Nova Esports. That's going to be our first semifinal, and 3 out of 4 teams in the semifinals are already there. We have one more game coming in. We have one more match, and that's going to be AG.AL against Alpha 7 Esports.
Oh my.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is I'm going to expect there's going to be the same amount of energy as you just saw in the previous match. What about we take a little break, and as we come back, we're going to bring you a little bit of a surprise and the game between AG.AL and Alpha 7 Esports.
You know what I see?
What do you see?
Basketball.
Let's go.
Let's go. All right. It's as easy as it looks. All you got to do is put the ball in the ring. Sagi, you're up.
I'm up.
Oh, almost. Go, Phil.
All right, here we go. One and done, baby. One and done. Single elim.
Let's go. Oh, Elisa hit the ring. All right, next up, we got Blam.
Redemption on.
Let's go. Get it in there. Oh, mate. You know what? The pressure's on. I think we're going to be leaving this place empty-handed.
Clutch up right now.
Okay, clutch it up, Eric. Clutch it up.
Game 7, ultimate battle.
Eric the tree. He sets his sight. He shoots. And he doesn't score. No.
Almost, guys. Oh, shucks. You know what? There's a lot of things you can do here at the Boulevard. All right? The next question is, where to next? And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we are at the one and only EWC Esports World Cup Boulevard. And they have a lot to offer here. They got theater, they got games, arcade games, and even spooky houses. But I'm not alone. I'm here with the one and only Team Honor of Kings, EWC. And first off, we have...
Sagi here, guys.
Phil.
And it's your boy, Blam.
That's right. And we're going to do and explore some of the games. And first we have...
Fishing the Duckies, boys.
Oh, right in front of us. Okay, we're ready. Okay, shall we? Sir, what do we have up here?
Big number, the big prize. Small number, small prize.
Okay. Do you understand that?
I get that, yeah.
Okay, who's first?
I'm first.
All right, let's go.
I got my eye on some Duckies.
All right, let's go, Phil. What's your strategy?
I want to go for 3 of them that have the glasses on it.
All right, let's go. Yeah, got the shades.
Oh, this one. He's trying to hide.
All right. Actually, that looked like a little bit like Blam.
Oh, of course, yeah. That's Agent Duck right there. And then, I'm going to pick one that you guys don't expect. You guys want me to go for someone like this, right? But I'm actually going to go for this one here on the side here.
I love the tactics, my friend.
Add this one up right here. This should put me in a commanding lead.
Okay, sir.
One. And one. And one. This big prize.
That's a triple. Okay, next. Okay, sucks. Let's go.
We're just gonna go fast, I
love that. Precise. Okay, sir. What do we have?
2. Big number, yeah. 3. And 5. Yeah, good number.
Bigger number next. Blam. Let's go, Blam.
Right, I'm gonna go.
Agent Blam.
Different meta here. I'm gonna go for the outside. I got 2. I got 3.
That's 2 or 3.
Is that 2? Another one. Oh, it's escaping me. It's escaping me. No. There we go. There we go.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, ready? 1. Okay, Sagi's got it. Sagi's got it with the number 5.
Big prize.
Big prize.
I want a panda. Panda, yeah. Panda. Let's get it.
You know what? The strategy of just picking whatever worked.
RNG.
There we go.
Just gotta be lucky, All
right. Okay. Oh, you're back? Turning back? Oh. Are you gonna move back? You gotta move back just a bit. Are you ready?
Yeah.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, guys, we have a winner.
Hey! And that's our first game here at the Esports World Cup Boulevard. Thank you, boys, for joining us. Back to you guys.
Welcome back. This is the quarterfinals of the KWC 2025. This is the top level competition for Honor of Kings. We already finished our match number 1 where TT Global took a 4-0 victory over Team Vitality. We're going to move into the second half of our show where we're going to have AG.AL face Alpha 7 Esports. But you know what? We're a show full of surprises, and one of the big surprises that we have for today is that we brought over here to our analyst desk not only Phil, not only Dave, but we brought Hun with us. Hi Hun, how you doing?
Hey, good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Anything that you want to say to everyone at home?
I'm honored to be here in the desk here.
The desk, I know. And we have like a table right over here that is kind of far away for us. But yeah, well, let's call it the desk. It's just totally fine. When you started in the show, match today, right?
I did.
Was that a cool experience?
It was a cool experience, definitely. A little bit embarrassing, but
embarrassing? Come on, man. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Like, you're surrounded by top players, top coaches, people that have been doing this for a long time. And for me, you did actually pretty cool, man. It was really nice.
But definitely it was a great experience to, actually, because they're good.
Yeah.
But you don't know how good they are until you face them.
That's an interesting point. For example, do you remember any moment in the game that you were like, oh, hold on, what just happened?
There were a few moments that I just couldn't even press the ultimate. I couldn't react to it.
Yeah.
The engage was so quick, and then the CC chains were on point.
Of course.
Yeah.
And it's gotta be really tough, right? Like you're playing against top players, but you did take first blood, didn't you?
Of course I did.
Yes, sir.
How about the Shangguan play?
Yeah, I don't know. That was something that I've never seen before.
Well, and it was a great opportunity for you to actually get to know a little bit more about that game. Things that we never seen before, but I think that you actually stood really well over there. Boys, Phil, Dave, Game 1, like we had Team Vitality tried their very best against TT Global. They were unable to actually take the victory. TT Global, they tried, they came 4-0, and they're gonna have to face Nova tomorrow, right?
While TT Global did get a 4-0 victory, I think Game 1, how Vitality held up here, it kind of changed some minds, People came into it thinking it was going to be a complete, total stomp, and they put up a really, really good fight.
It was a good fight, no, Dave?
Yeah, absolutely. And I expect nothing less coming to the next series.
I know.
Right, Alpha 7 has been preparing for this. They have a new strategy. We mentioned it this entire time. This is Alpha 7 next version, next gen. They're ready for this fight, and I want to see how they can take a game away from AG.AL.
I am really looking forward to this one. This is going to be our SNB match of the day in between AG.AL and Alpha 7 Esports. This is going to be brought to you by the Saudi National Bank. SNB match of the day, AG.AL against Alpha 7 Esports. Do you guys think that this is going to be something different to the previous match?
I think it's going to be pretty similar in pacing because, they have similar teams and strategies and structures. They are very aggressive. They like invading. They like putting pressure on and ending games early. So because of that, AG and TT are going to be similar in their styles. But will A7 let them do the same thing that TT did to Vitality? We're going to have to find out.
Kun, you already had an opportunity to play against some AG.AL players. How does it feel just to know that you're playing against someone that has been doing this for such a long time and is actually at the top of their game?
Oh, definitely. You feel the pressure, first of all.
Yes.
In gameplay-wise, it felt like I was getting suffocated.
So you have that
there's
sensation
no way
that
out.
You cannot breathe.
Yeah, basically. It's just, you just don't know what to do at some point. You're just losing enemies in our jungle, but what do? There's no answer.
Hun touches a very interesting point, right? Like, because we're always talking about like, oh, Alpha 7 needs to do this or Team Vitality needs to do this. But when you're facing AG.AL, Ran, Zoe, Ino, Sheng, Shuai, what's there to do? Just as Hun said, it's like there's no air for you to breathe.
This is probably one team with most amount of FMVPs, right? You got so many different skins made for this team. So obviously, you're going to play against the best. and it's good. I want to be on a stage playing the show match because that was a cool experience.
Yeah, that was a cool experience for sure.
If you get a kill against Cat, you know, you can say you killed the GOAT, right? And he did.
You can brag all life, man. I will tell you, not everyone can say that. Not everyone can say that. You can see all of these names, players that have been pivotal to the development of Honor of Kings. In front of them, coming all the way, a second seed from Chok BR, CR7, Niab, Danny, Fury, and Bilao. Alpha 7 Esports. They want to take that Latino strength and come in and really try to make the upset.
Oh, I have my faith in my boy Danny right there, CR7. They're practicing a lot of different combos.
Yes.
And I might see some Flowborn Tank again. This is one of the players who actually do a good job on Flowborn Tank. And I love this character, so it might be the time we'll see it again.
While Danny is a great tank player on the Flowborn Tank especially, he in the past was known for only being able to play utility/tank junglers, and throughout time he's evolved to play more carries now, so his hero pool is definitely opened up.
I think that the evolution of the players is something super important. You start at a very low pace, and then after that you keep taking more and more games, and you taking more and more defeats sometimes, and then you get to scale up, and then you go actually to the place where you actually want to be. So tell us, Kun, if you were to think about a hero that you would like to play and to really be really good at, which hero would that be?
Now that I think about it, maybe Shangguan.
Which one was that again?
Shangguan.
That's the hero Cat used.
Oh, Shangguan?
Yeah.
Yes.
Earlier.
Shangguan would be a really nice hero to do. Dave, which is your favorite hero?
I thought you were on a Ganamo kind of grinding arc. What happened there?
Gamo's not cool.
He just got taught a lesson by Cat on Shangguan.
Yep.
How about a Komin with teleport? I thought you were practicing that before coming here.
It's not cool either. I'm Shangguan.
Shangguan, you gotta get a Dolia player though.
You gotta get the composition, right? Like you need to get the comp, and I know that it's going to work out. What about if we just take our eyes and we move them into a little interview that we had with Inuo from AG.AL. Let's see what the GOAT had to say.
Great to be back. Hello, guys. I'm Sky, and I'm here standing side by side with Inuo from AG.AL. So please say hi to the audiences. 跟大家打个招呼。
大家好，我是 AG.AL Inuo。
We were wondering, how do you feel exactly the entire team before this match? 我们今天比赛之前呢，大家全队的状态是个怎样的状态呢？
大家状态都非常的饱满。
We feel extremely well. We're fully ready for the battle. So you're going against Alpha 7. So how do you think about this opponent? 我们今天的对手呢是 A7。在你的眼中和你的心中，你觉得 A7 是一个怎样的对手呢？
觉得他们是一个全新的对手，没有交手过。希望这场比赛能够打得精彩，然后我们也打得谨慎一些。
I think that they are a very brand new opponent for us because we never had any match with them before. So all we wish is trying to bring out the best days of ourselves and make less mistake. Be cautious. That will be all. Thank you. Going back to the studios.
Thank you very much, Sky, and thank you very much, Inuo. They are looking forward to this match against Alpha 7 Esports. They know that they cannot really relax, because if they relax, they might come up and allow Alpha 7 Esports to give us a very historic upset, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is a game that is, again, about learning. It's a learning experience. Yeah. Can Alpha 7 take what happened in the previous series about the macro, about playing and fighting at the same target, and take it to AG.AL? I mean, that's a question we should find out. But AG.AL, they're showing a lot of respect to their opposition. They're not disrespecting them. They're simply saying this is a new challenge, new opponent we have never faced ever in the past before. And they're excited to find something new.
And I think that that's the reason why AG.AL is at the place that they are, right? It's not a matter of just believing that you are the best of the best. It's a matter of understanding, as long as I respect my opponent every single time and I understand how they play, I can always beat them and I can always go victorious home.
Yeah, if I would describe AG.AL in one word, I would say it's discipline. You know, as you mentioned, they respect their opponent no matter who it is, and they play against everyone and give it their hardest. And because of that, they're so successful.
I really hope that AG.AL today is going to show us the same way as TT Global did, the way that HOK needs to be played
all their opponents and for everyone at home, right, Dave?
The gold standard. And Hoon, I want to talk to you about the mid lane for AG.AL, okay? Sheng is known to be the most accurate Wang Zhaojun player for skill 2.
Yes.
He never misses.
The Princess Frost is just incredibly good.
He freezes every single time, and you're about to see it. I think he's going to pick it today because it's most popular, and you have to pick it.
It would be really nice. Like, Princess Frost has been a very meta pick in the composition with Liang, right? And I hope that I can get to see Sheng's Princess Frost as well.
I think Sheng being known for Princess Frost just goes ahead and shows how strong he is on that pick in particular, because Princess Frost is never really like a main carry, right? It's in the background on the sidelines, freezing and providing support. So for him to be known on that pick in particular and how accurate he is with the skills must show another level of gameplay.
You know, before we actually send it to the arena, and right now that we have Hoon right over here, Hoon, you tell me, what is your expectation towards this game? We have AG.AL on one side, we have Alpha 7 on the other side. What are your thoughts? Who do you think is going to take the victory?
AG.AL.
AG.AL?
Yeah.
Do you think it's going to be a 4-0, or are you going to give Alpha 7 a little bit of hope?
I think it's going to be a 1-4.
1-4?
4-1, I say.
Okay, let's go. I like that. Thank you very much. 4-1 AG.AL. Phil, what do you think?
I think that's a very gentleman-like response from Hoon, because he's a gentleman.
Well done, as he should.
I'm not as much of a gentleman, so I'm going to say 4-0.
4-0? Dave?
Hey, same, 4-0, but I want Alpha 7 to take one game to 20 minutes. I want to see a dragged-out game, and maybe in one team fight, they take out Zoe, take out a crucial character, and maybe, just maybe, take a game from the unlockable character, but still 4-0 for me.
Thank you very much. You know what? Phil, Hoon, Dave, it is time for us to send it to the stage. I know that Milos and Sky are ready to take us to the next game. And this is going to be AG.AL against Alpha 7 Esports. Host, take it from here.
Thank you very much, panel. And what a first matchup that we had. Our first KPL ACL team jumping in and immediately TT eradicate Vitality.
Crazy. I mean, it was like only 2 hours of the time that we're watching TT Global completely and brutally destroy their opponents. What more could be happening on the stage?
Honestly, between this and Ultimate Battle yesterday, maybe as the analysts are talking about, maybe you would have one game shaved off of AG.AL.
Maybe. That will be the thing you're looking for, right?
It'll be fun to witness. We want to make history, right?
Of course. And I believe this will be the time. But before the star came to the tower, let me ask you a very simple question. Are you ready, Riyadh?
Hadrin!
All right, here comes the only one name that we've all been waiting for. The team that every rival fears to face. The KPL's unshakable colossus. The reigning KPL champion, AG.AL. Zhan, Zoe, Shen, Yino, Shuai. Their history in Honor of Kings has been nothing but a legend. Their moves are nothing but unpredictable. Their players are nothing but exceptional. 6 champions, 1 dynasty. Their name echoes through every battlefield. AG.AL doesn't just win, they dominate.
It's going to be a tough fight no matter who goes up against AG.AL. Let's welcome them to the stage. Alpha 7 Esports! Yep. Danny, Fury, CR7, and Vilau 1. Our CHOK Brazil representatives have flown quietly under everyone's radar, waiting for the right moment to strike. They got their revenge on Loops, slapped Vitality down, and emerged battle ready through Group Kings and onto the quarter-finals. An opponent like no other stands in their way of semifinals and an opportunity to lift the KWC trophy. Can they dance around this difficult match? What a day, what a game. Please, gentlemen, AG.AL, Alpha 7, place your keys and take your seats for a match.
Single elimination, no second chances. Who will rise and who will fall? That's together see. Every move could be legendary or your last.
Cara, sendo sincero, eu fiquei um pouco chocado no começo, porque era um time que, sendo sincero, eu não queria enfrentar muito de começo, porque, cara, eles são basicamente o melhor time do mundo. Eu acho que isso não tem contestação por ninguém e nem por nenhuma região, mas assim, eu respeito muito o Yuno pela carreira assim que ele tem. Ele é claramente o GOAT assim do jogo, né? Ele ganhou muitos títulos em sequência, ele tá tendo uma dinastia com o time.
他们的优势在于每个选手的个人实力都特别的强大，我们对战他们小心要被他们单杀，注意自己的细节，全力去面对这次的对手。
Essa partida pra mim, eu posso mudar a história da nossa região e eu posso mudar a história do Honor of Kings global. Então, eu vou entregar tudo que eu tenho.
巴西队很强，每个选手都很厉害，希望我们能和他们打一场精彩的比赛。
It's not only about making history, it's a matter of the biggest upset that we have ever seen. Alpha 7 could just change the way that the game is understood as long as they come in with a master plan on how to seal the deal and take the victory from AG.AL. There are facts to things that we need to understand to this. Fact number 1, AG.AL, biggest team in the world right now in Honor of Kings. That's a fact. Fact number 2, Inuo, one of the top players in the world in Honor of Kings. That's just a fact. And number 3, in terms of championships, trophies, AG.AL and Alpha 7 are still miles away.
I mean, AG.AL has been here for the longest. This is the OG of OGs for Honor of Kings. The players, there are a few players you really want to watch out for, but I feel like all 5 players who are on stage today, their achievement just
star-studded, all of them.
All of them have too many achievements. They're overshadowing each other. Like, let's start with AG Xuanran, right? This is the backline slayer. I've made videos about this guy. The way how he flanks the backline, the way how he finds engage timers and shock off for the team is absolutely mind-boggling. So you want to pay attention to where he is before a team fight begins. That's why I urge the audience pay attention to the minimap. How about Zoe? You saw the pay with the one-shot combos on Lady Sun in the previous tournament. This guy, when he gets his hand on assassins, he's merciless. Zoe is a force to be reckoned with. Obviously, you have Ino, the marksman. I know him as a silent killer. He kills somebody and you don't even realize it, especially when he plays alone. He goes in, one-shot the backline and ults away. This is a team you want to pay attention to and to pay attention close to. Get your notepad out and start taking notes.
I'm telling you, the players right now, you can see Niap and Danny right over there, just being very, very nervous. Before we toss this over there to the host and to the casters, Kun, one last prediction. Do you think that in this game, Alpha 7 can get the one kill, the one turret? What is going to be their main objective?
First blood.
First blood.
Whoa. This is the first match.
Let's go. The man himself says that they need to go for the first blood. Thank you very much, Hun. You know what? Let's toss it right over there to the stage. It is AG.AL against Alpha 7 Esports. Saggy, Blam, take it from here.
Thank you there, Isaac. We are going to get into AG.AL's first game of the KWC playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Blam, and with me is my co-caster Sagi, and we're going to be running through you this storyline between these two great teams.
A fantastic start coming in from AG.AL, their first EWC here as the Kings of KPL here. Definitely excited to see what they have to bring to the table, especially if you're Alpha 7 Esports, you are the challenger today. You are looking to test yourself from the whole year of HOK Esports against the best of the best to see how far you have grown and come as a team.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of best of the best, right? Best of the best picks coming here for Inuo. I mean, this is going to be the FMP skin, obviously not in the game, but he did have a skin on this hero. It's going to be none other than the Ali, right? Locking that in, it's been a bit of a fear for this teams within the KWC, but over to the side of Alpha Esports here, I mean, they're picking up some good picks here too.
Ooh, the Maestro Nu and Dharma here, and immediately Shuai uses that Zhuangzi to be locked in for the side of AG.AL to really provide the Purify and the mechanical space for Yino's legendary Arlie to be pivoting around the map, getting these kills and really battling out these team fights. But I'm really commending on Alpha 7 Esports draft here. They're coming in clutch at game 1, full firepower in.
full firepower. And I mean, to get that early game firepower as well, we got the Agudo come through here for Danny. So we're already going to be seeing a little bit more of that faster early game pace, right? That's what we're really going to be looking at and keeping our eyes on for Alpha 7. But like you were saying there, the Shuangzi pick coming through here, the CC immunity prospects of this hero is going to be pretty great at nullifying the Dharma.
Exactly the case here, providing so much space for all the members of AG.AL to fight against these heavy engaged lineups here. So we gotta see the tier 2, the second phase ban coming in from the side of both teams here. Like we mentioned, DRNJ, exceptionally good pick here to fight against the Arlie. That will be removed immediately from the hands of CR7, Alpha 7's core player.
Alpha 7's core player being CR7, the guy that likes to do the shiver pose. But is the last ban here from AG.AL going to be another marksman? And before I even finish that sentence there, it's going to be the Chano. So again, another great pick that could have come through here, tried to actually get the poke onto Ali. As we know, the Chano is one of the good counters, right?
Exactly the case, and AG.AL formulating an amazing draft thanks to Coach ZWY here, making sure that Yino onto his legendary Ali gets the space he needed. So for the side of Alpha 7 Esports, you're running a bit low on the farm lane picks here, so you gotta be thinking, CR7, Bobby, what do you want? And it is his favorite Lady Sun be locked in.
I mean, this is what we were really looking for here for the side of Alpha 7 Esports, right? Is that if we look at that comp that they had previous to that Lady Sun lock-in, it was there's no real late game potential, right? Now they actually have that late game ticket if they can manage to get there, right? Because like we were seeing in the intro, this is going to be a test. Alpha 7 Esports is definitely a true challenger here, going up against AG.AL. On the side of AG.AL, we're really looking for their mid lane and their clash. Looking at that, locking in. Oh, Shangguan. I mean, Hoon was saying previously on the analyst desk that this is a pick that he wants to get good at.
Exactly, and Shangguan here, this pick has so much early tempo here. The first game coming in from AG.AL and Alpha 7 Esports, we are already seeing a mid lane assassin versus another mid lane assassin here. What more could we ask for here, Blam?
I mean, I don't think there is much more that we can ask for here, right? Because mostly within the Honor of Kings World Cup, we've been seeing utility mage against utility mage, and now we are getting those assassins versus assassins. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the drafts locked in for game number 1 between AG.AL and Alpha 7 Esports. So we're going to be looking at a bit of a breakdown as an overall and see which of these and what's their winning team compositions, right?
If we look at both teams here, right, if you look at AG.AL, they formulate a draft around Yino's Arlie, right? So Yino's Arlie definitely has to be able to sustain against all these crazy engages coming in from Dharma, coming in from Maestro, and from Alpha 7 here. And we flip on the side of Alpha 7 here, they want to get these crucial engages here. So the key pick here being the Zhuangzi will be exceptionally important in keeping Yino alive.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pick that we've only really been seeing within the playoffs, especially with the second day, right? Like, this came through for, obviously, TT Global in their first game. So, really, maybe this is something that the global team should really be adapting to, right? I mean, I see nothing wrong with this Shuangzi pick, right? It gives so much great sort of, like, CC immunity, especially when you got quite, like, dive comp heavy onto the side of the enemy team, right? Like, is there a reason why these teams wouldn't be picking it?
I think it comes down to execution, especially on the Zhuangzi. You're so passive as a roamer here. And talking about passive, you really have to be on point with your butterfly effect, which is your ultimate, to purify at the correct timing here. So definitely that will be Da Shuai's job here in this game.
Yeah, speaking of timing, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into game number 1 between AG.AL and Alpha 7 Esports. Can we get some woos in the stadium for AG.AL? And can we get some heck yes for Alpha 7 Esports?
I am definitely thrilled for this game, as we see early on towards the game already. Both teams are looking for the mid lane priority here. Yino with an amazing reaction, dodges the gang coming in from Niam, making sure that he is safe here. And AG.AL as a team, they are really, really good in terms of fundamentals. They are one of the best teams in terms of making sure that all of their members are well farmed.
Well farmed indeed, right? I mean, we're already seeing like that 3-man rotation to the top side of the map here, really putting pressure onto those two like kind of like core players of Alpha 7 Esports, right? Like you've got obviously Dani, you have CR7, but you also have Niap. So really, if we look at these two picks down into the side lanes, we can see why AG.AL are kind of rotating very heavily down to these.
Exactly, and also would want to play around these objectives, right? We talk about this. Honor of Kings, it is not just a game about kills, not about turrets. All those fundamentals about all these silent objectives, it provides you that mini goal lead, and if you stack it slowly by slowly, you will be getting that big goal lead. That is what AG.AL is doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, in Honor of Kings, it's all about the goal lead, right? Getting the goal lead, but then obviously transitioning it into more objectives is obviously the goal of these teams that play on the international stage. And honestly, I feel like there's a few things here that A7 could really learn here from AG.AL.
That is definitely the case here. A7, you come in as the challengers of today, looking to test yourselves against AG.AL. So that is your storyline here. If you can get even one game, that is your current goal right now.
Current goal, I mean, we've already saw it once already, right? Team Vitality not lucky enough to get that one game, and currently right now, it's going to be Alpha 7 Esports' main goal within this best of 7. But we're already seeing quite a lot of pressure being created into all these lanes, right?
I'm loving the thing coming in from Alpha 7 here. They're matching the early game tempo very well, making sure that even though they're against the best of the best, they're still playing their basics, making sure that their game plan is still up for their own hand here. We have to see how AG.AL show us how they formulate the team fights, how they play around this first Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting close to it, right? We're only around about that almost 3-minute mark before those neutral objectives come online, but I can imagine we're going to start to see the pressure being built by either of these teams into the side lane or in that mid lane, so that we can really start to see a setup for these neutral objectives. Obviously, those new joining in know that the Tyrant is that yellow buff that gives you that extra damage.
An interesting item choice and a spell choice as well coming in from Sheng onto the Shangguan will be the Frenzy here. Provides so much extra lifesteal, so much extra defensive stats, making sure that she finishes up her ultimate, which is a finishing stroke with no harm at all.
Yeah, I mean, definitely one of the things you see to falter with Shangguan as a pick, right? Like, once you're up in the air, if you aren't kind of like getting anything kind of resourceful from using that finishing stroke, it's kind of like you are a little bit more vulnerable, right?
Exactly, and look at Sheng right now. He's going on to Danny. Danny goes extremely low, gets taken down by Sheng and Zoe.
Oh, yeah, not a good position there. I mean, definitely picking him off at the right time. I mean, it's only around about a 10-second death timer at this point for Alpha 7 Danny, but with the neutral objective spawning in around about 12 seconds, it's going to take him a little way. And speaking of the way, look at that bottom graphic there. Lead the way, pop that into the game, and get yourself some freebies.
Ooh, we love freebies there. You can get it on the community tab, hop in that CD key, and you will be getting that all for you. And look at AG here. Immediately with that rotation here, they are invading the jungle of Dani here. However, Dani does secure the spike, but look at the engage coming in from Fury.
Oh, Fury and Danny being teamed up there. Get the kill onto Zoe. I mean, this, again, like I was saying when we saw the takedown of Alpha 7 Danny, it's not the greatest time for a jungler to go down right now. But now we're getting Ron trying to get onto the back line as well as Shuang as well to take a lot of damage onto Alpha 7. But Niam gets the catch onto 2, but the triple Manja is not going to quite hit as hard as we was expected.
Oh, health bars are blinking low from both teams here, but Zoe is once again on the map here. A7 comes up really clutch here with 5 members coming into the team fight. I especially want to comment onto Fury here. That engage onto Zoe, that was very good and very on point coming into this fight.
Very on point coming into that fight as well, right? I mean, they've managed to get a kill on the board, right, against AG.AL. So Alpha 7 Esports fans around the world and at Riyadh should be cheering very loud right now.
Very loud indeed, and one kill leads to another. That is how you slowly build the objective, slowly build the confidence in here, because you are crowned the underdog here. And look at Niab here, he's just playing around with Ran right now. But on the side of AG.AL, they start up the Tyrant, and there seems to be no contest coming from Alpha 7.
No contest coming from Alpha 7 there at AG.AL. Inua gets the last hit there onto the first Tyrant, so the extra damage is going to come through pretty hard and pretty thick. So it means that Alpha 7 Esports is going to make sure they play these team fights a little bit more cordial, right?
Exactly. That's the beauty of getting a Tyrant early game, right? You get that extra damage, the extra wave clear makes your rotation even faster right now.
Absolutely.
And the first third of game does go over to AG.AL here. Look at the timers here. They have the specific timer onto this Crimson buff, and this is AG.AL's place out. They love fighting around objectives.
Fighting around objectives. I mean, even into the enemy's objectives as well, right? But Danny does use the furball to be connected onto Zoe, but it's not going to be any good for the side of Alpha 7 as they do get a takedown onto Fury. One of the big damage outputs here, but into the back line, it is going to be Zoe, met by Niap, coming in with Danny, but the sustainability of the Augur is just a bit too much.
He just walks out cleanly under 4-man firepower. That is a Lady Sun with a Ming. That's a lot of damage here. And look at Niap here, getting pressure by 3-man coming in from AG, but he does stay alive, and he's making sure that this tower gets to stay alive for another day.
Yes, I mean, honestly, as soon as they get that T1 down to the bot side, Sagi, they're going to look to that top side, right? So already Alpha 7 need to kind of try and formulate to obviously stop the bleeding down bot side, but also look to make sure they're maintaining their top side because they need to create some pressure here.
Exactly the case here, and we have some fan sides coming in from AG.AL fans here cheering on for their favorite team here. And look at the current map state right now. We have a bit of an engage coming on to Zoe.
Yeah, Zoe maybe getting caught out here, but he does get the Conductor Souls off pretty early within that team fight. So it's not going to be kind of like the engage that Alpha 7 Esports were really looking for within that mid lane.
But Alpha 7 are very, very vocal onto this game one. They are always looking for all these proactive plays here. So right now, if you're Alpha 7, no ultimate coming in from Shuai's Zhuangzi here, so this may be your chance here, but Niap makes a mistake!
Oh, Flash is being committed and dashes as well! Niap gets taken down! Then Danny as well, already setting up a great team fight into the mid lane. Fortunately for the side of Alpha 7, there is no minion wave, right? But I do want to give over a point to Enor, right? Like, he's been completely out of these team fights. He's been pushing that bot side and accumulating that wealth, and no one's really contesting him, and that's a problem.
That's a problem indeed. If you give Enor the gold, and he will be able to become this late game power play. That carry potential from Enor is just so darn scary.
It's very scary. I mean, late game, early game power spike is obviously that Doomsday, which is already accumulated already. But speaking of accumulation, we're looking at the gold difference here in the lane. So 6k to 5.4k over to the side of Alpha 7 CR7. But right now, we'll cut that to the side. We do have a bit of a charge here onto AG.AL as they are looking to invade the enemy jungle. They pick up the Azure Golem.
This is the experience coming in from Zhongyi as a jungler, right? He has so much experience in damage calculations. He knows for a fact that if he face tanks 4 people off the side of Alpha 7, he walks out alive because he knows for a fact that you guys do not have burst to take me down.
No burst. And I mean, look at that as well, right? Like, he has the anti-heal, obviously, when coming through. Any sort of healing from the Agudo, thanks to the Blazing Cape, is going to be mitigated. And obviously, he has the Eye of the Phoenix, which makes him more sustainable, more tanky.
Exactly. But we want to talk a bit about Alpha 7 as well, right? They have CR7 and Bilal on this Lady Sun and Ming. Out of all the group stage games, out of playoffs games, we've seen this composition being able to scale towards the late game here, but will AG allow them to scale?
Will they? I mean, this is going to be the answer to the question, right? But there, picking up the Ming into the backline, it's going to be Zoe picking up Bilal. But not only get that, they are going to get the T2 turret into the top side of the map. Looking to push a little bit further, keep putting that pressure on Thick. Nia is just trying to kind of pinch, poke, and prod the side of AG.AL, but it's not going to deter them here.
9 minutes and the tier 3 already taken down from Alpha 7 Gaming's base. This is AG.AL's playstyle. 5 kills on the board, no problem. But they choke you slowly but surely of every resource that is available on your map.
Look at those dashes there coming through from Shang onto the Shangguan. Like, if I saw that coming towards me, I would be running for the hills.
That is very scary coming in from a Shangguan pick, right? This is why Shangguan is so high mechanic, right? You need to make sure that you do not break your ultimate combos here. If you break it, you wouldn't be able to survive with all the damage that's coming at you because you're just going to be going in and you can't be going out.
You can't be going out, right? I mean, right now, obviously, damage dealt is actually going to go over to the side of Alpha 7 Esports, right? I mean, the Agudo has that AoE, then obviously does a lot of damage with the thanks to the help of Furball. The cute big thing it is just lays waste to your opponents, but it's not actually scratching the side of AG.AL just yet. But speaking of takedowns, we are going to get that takedown of the first Shadow Tyrant. So Alpha 7 Esports have already kind of got to one of those markers, right? They've been able to withstand the 10-minute mark.
10-minute mark with the Shadow Tyrant, as you mentioned, the task here for Alpha 7. Can they withstand the Shadow Tyrant buff that has been equipped by AG.AL? Currently, 2 waves pushing in, and they are scrunching towards their base.
Sponging towards their base. They've got about 68 seconds left for that buff right now. Putting on, obviously, aggression into the front line. It's going to be Sean coming in with that Shangguan, but now Niap is trying to keep away those minions. He uses the Enlightened Mantras just to push them away.
Beautiful play here coming in from AG. They love to make the plays in a form of Sheng going in with the Shangguan ultimate, forcing the whole team of Alpha 7 to back off, and they get a tower.
Speaking of back off, but into the back line, it's going to be Zoe and Ron as well. They're looking to pick up some of the side of Alpha 7 Esports. Niam goes down, Danny goes down, the boys in blue coming from the top here. Can they do it on the side of Alpha 7 Esports? It is not going to be the case, and game number uno goes over to AG.AL.
Fantastic start here coming in from AG.AL as they show us why they are crowned and pointed as the kings of KPL. Very, very clean display.
Very clean display from the boys at AG.AL, right? Honestly, like I was saying in the game, Alpha 7 Esports, they were able to get to that 10-minute mark, but it was all a matter of fact of a timer here for the side of AG.AL. They got the Shadow Tyrant, they put the pressure on thick, and were able to take down a lot of the teammates of Alpha 7 Esports.
And that's the beauty and magic of AG.AL's 10th-minute mark, right? Once they hit that 10th minute, they have their neurons activated, and they will go for all these magical team fights. And that alone, I'm loving it from Sheng. Every tower push that we see from him, he will be the forefront man to force the Shangguan ultimate and force all Alpha 7 members to back off while the remaining members take down the turrets.
Take down the turrets as well, right? I mean, at the same time, they're trying to get the check onto Ron, on the Byron as well. They're trying and catch out Inwa. It's like, where is he? He's slippery. I can't quite get him. And I mean, it even shows here, just diving in thick, using the Parasol to get back, but still just laying the damage onto this crystal here. But oh my goodness, what an aggressive game number one, right? Alpha 7 Esports, they need to make sure to make some measurements and changes, but let's head over to the analyst desk to see what those changes are.
Thank you very much, boys. Thank you very much for that. And thank you very much for AG.AL just showing us a great way how to finish the game in only 11 minutes. It's just a matter of decisiveness. In the moment that you see a little opening, you need to just go there and bang real hard to create an opening that the whole team just could go through.
Their reactions were so quick. The second they noticed a mistake, everyone on the team gone ahead and jumped in on it, right? And because of their insanely quick reactions there, they saw an opening and ended the game in 11 minutes.
I think that's the difference that we have seen in the game between TT Global and Team Vitality, and this first game in between Alpha 7 and AG.AL. In the moment that they see a little mistake, they snatch that and then they really capitalize from it.
Yeah, for example, when Agudo was chasing, that was a bait, by the way, by Zoe on the Aug run. He was stepping back a little bit for Sheng to get ready for the full dive one-shot combo. And you saw the power of someone like Shangguan, even though it's not necessarily quote-unquote meta, but they show any character can work if you do it right.
With the right composition, with the right itemization, and with the right teammates, any hero can be meta. Any hero can be meta, and that I'm completely sure. Now, moving into a little bit of what happened in the game, I do believe that Alpha 7 did start really well. They were really matching the pace. They were really doing really well in there, but they wanted to fight too early in the game.
Absolutely. Alpha 7, I really enjoyed their gameplay. They were not afraid. We talked up AG, right? And how they're the best. Alpha 7 played them like any other team. They went for these risky plays, right? They put up an amazing fight. They got some kills early, you know? But the execution at the end was not as clean as AG, though. That's all.
You need to understand when your lethal damage can come in, right? When you're fatal, when you can know, like, okay, as long as I take this fight, I know I have a little gap at the advantage, I'm gonna win. And they kind of jumped in moments where they did not have the items, they did not have the power spikes, but they thought, I really want to take this one.
Yeah, Lady Sun needs farm. The whole point of this entire draft, Sun and Ming, is to give Sun farm. But Alpha 7 jumped the gun just slightly, and I gotta give credit to AG.AL. Again, they didn't jump the gun. They were patient to let Arlie farm. And somehow, back to the Shangguan point, I think they were listening to Hoon's interview just now. I would say, actually,
I know.
The analyst that, oh, this guy wants to see Shangguan. All right.
Why not? Yeah. Let's give the people what the people want, right? And that Shangguan in there, I hope that is going to become one of those heroes that we will be able to see again and again and again. Is it right over here in qualifiers? Is it going to be in the show matches? I hope that we can just keep seeing that.
I also want to highlight how expensive these drafts are. Game 1 here, both teams are going almost all out, right? We have the Dharma, the Arlie, the Mai being picked up here. Outside of some, more niche picks like the Shangwan there, all the other picks were amazingly high priority.
This looks a lot like a BO3, right? This feels like a best of 3, not like a best of 7.
Yep.
Both teams are not pulling any punches.
Exactly.
No, that's true.
I want to highlight that Zhuangzi again. That was such a good pick against Mai, against someone like Dharma. Now, pay attention to this character, I think, in the future series from AG.AL and TT Global. Because we don't see it at all in the global region. Mostly this character is not banned or not picked. However, today, we have seen it twice already.
Oh, I hope that it's going to become one of the hot picks, right?
Yep.
I hope it's going to become that. As we move into game 2, what do you guys think is going to happen? Do you think that Alpha 7 still has something? Because if we have compared the beginning of the game between TT Global and Team Vitality, and we compare it to the beginning of the game between Alpha 7 and AG.AL, Team Vitality had a better game 1 than Alpha 7.
I think Alpha 7 is a very resilient team. In the past, they've had some losses and they've came back.
Yeah.
So this loss is not really going to affect them. If anything, they're going to learn from this and try and match the pace of AG here and hopefully do better and better as the series goes on.
I have the opposite take. I think it's going to go downhill from here.
You think so?
Yeah, as much as I love...
What are you basing that on?
Okay, see, there are so many different drafts available now still for AG.AL, right? The combo pay still available, and Zoe's one of the most popular, most well-known character on this player. And you still have Duen Dolia available.
Yes.
For AG.AL. All those characters, all the drafts are really good at invading. Just now you saw Ogron give you a little taste. Maybe you don't get the buff sometime, but they were going for the board, they were going for the small camp, and those things snowballs really fast.
Yeah.
Once you start going to the buff territory, once you get Zoe on someone like Pei, I think this will go downhill for Alpha 7.
I think that the biggest thing here comes down to the understanding of the game. Let's compare a little bit on what the junglers have done in the previous match, and in this one. What did Zoe do? What did Sunrise do? They do not even use their abilities to get the kills. They use their abilities to zone out the turrets so people cannot protect the turrets and then slowly but really consequently just going and just taking turrets down again and again and again. Very consistent.
A big reason I think A7 is going to slowly, progress throughout the series is these rotations that they could learn from the enemies here, right? In the first game, we see a 3-man top rotation. That's new to this season here. With the teleport sprite spawning a little bit earlier, teams are starting to rotate up and catch that off guard. A7 wasn't really prepared for that this game, but as the series go on, they can catch on to a few of these little formulas, or these textbook kind of plays that AG has such extensive knowledge of, and try to learn some of that and put some of that into their own gameplay.
As you mentioned that, I hope that they can do that. But it was a very costly pick right over here, right? Like you already mentioned that, Phil. Look at all the heroes that are already not available for Alpha 7. The Lady Sun not available, the Mai Shiranui not available, the Dharma not available. Those are 3 picks that they will need in the future.
Yeah, and Phil, to your point, I will actually address both, right? But to your point, I don't think adapting this fast is possible. Now, the reason why I say that is AG.AL's strength is discipline. If anyone take objective-based, focused gameplay to the absolute gold standard, it is AG.AL. They know how to play for every objective, and now that actually links to my next point to you, Isaac, when you mentioned how they use their ability to push to pressure towers. Tower sieging is such a great lesson to learn when you're watching this type of games. Really watch carefully every time when AG.AL try to push a tower, how's it positioned, how each players are using their abilities, or just where they are relatively speaking, because that's very, very important. They do not go for the kill. Sometimes getting players low enough is actually better than killing them.
I agree with you in that point. That point, I completely agree with you, because when you are thinking like, oh, I won the kill, that's just like the dopamine telling you like, I need this right now. I need that immediate satisfaction of the kill. But if you just kind of like let them go and immediately take the turret, for me, that's a better deal.
If you can get the kill, I would say definitely go for it. But sometimes it's not possible, right?
Don't rush it.
Yeah, don't rush it. Don't overstep, right? Do what is within your abilities here. And then maybe game 2, we'll see how that work out.
Yo, last game, it was 7 kills total. Alpha 7 need to do something crazy here, in my opinion. If they don't, really step up the aggression here, because to face a team who are so good at objective-based game, you gotta bring the chaos, in my opinion. If you follow their footstep and try to take down towers, you're not gonna beat them. I think you gotta bring the Joker mentality into this game, okay? And start going something crazy. We mentioned Luara. Luara is a great character. That might be it. Show something different that enemy might not be prepared for.
Of course.
However, AG.AL is just... I mean, look at the fans. We're seeing on screen right now. These people fly from all over the world to come here to support this team.
That's why it's called AG.AL, man. Like, they bring everything with them. They don't bring only the top level of competition, they bring the top level of fans. So over there at the Amazon Arena, I know everyone is really counting the minutes for the next game.
Look how beautiful that arena is, and all the fans are here to support AG.AL and A7 and check out the arena at the same time. Here's the players getting ready for the next match.
Bro, you have to come here and watch this match live. How the stage, how the arena is designed, we were just admiring it when the Ben pick was happening, right? Half of the stage was lit up.
It all reacts to the game.
It all reacts.
When you get a kill, it lights up. You know, when a tyrant goes down, it sends rippling light effects. It's amazing.
It's the whole experience, isn't it?
It's like watching a movie, but the Honor of King KWC version.
It's like watching a movie, but it's not a movie, but you're watching it.
You're in it. You're watching the IMAX experience, the 3D movie experience, the Honor of King KWC version.
Yes, sir. You know it. That's actually really nice. All right, the BP is on its way. AG.AL is going to be taking the blue side. Alpha 7 Esports trying to turn tides around is going to be taking the red. Sagi, Blam, describe it for us, please.
Thanks for that analogy, Dave. I wondered why I was trying to block projectiles coming out the screen because it seemed all 3D and very aggressive at me. But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the game number 2 for AG.AL going up against Alpha 7 Esports. We talk about IMAX experience, we talk about grandeur, but it's going to be Alpha 7 Esports looking to bring up some grand picks and some grand playstyle in this game number 2, Sagi.
If it's not now, when is it, right? Against the best of the best AG.AL, Alpha 7 Esports, this is the best time that you show up and you show up big. Time to test yourselves because AG.AL, they have banned away the Arlie and the Liang right now. And Zoe's pay is still available for grabs here.
It is available for grabs. I mean, it would be a little bit kind of like a, do we play it later on in the draft or do we just unleash it now? And right, that is going to be the answer. They're going to go for the Lung here, so giving it over to Inwo.
Ooh, Yino's Long is very special here. He loves to lurk around and look for these fights, and he will find your backline, assassinate him, and the damage calculation from him is just so clean.
Very clean as well. I mean, it's a little bit more of a different approach of the Ali, right? Obviously, Ali, you kind of like slip in, slip out, but then it's going to be the Flaming Palms that comes through for the Lung. That's going to be not only doing the siege damage, but also the damage onto the side of Alpha 7 Esports. But we speak about pay, and when we want the pay to come through, we get the Pay and Byron combo right now for the side of Alpha 7 Esports.
Exactly, a very strong early to mid-game tempo here being built around Alpha 7 Esports here. Danny with the Pay, I think this is the second or third showing onto this hero here. His showing, the first time it was during elimination or his qualification towards the group stage here.
Yes.
And he had a fantastic game here. And this pick has returned to the stage at the playoffs.
It's returned to the stage, but I mean, we speak about couplings within Honor of Kings Esports, and we really can't not mention the Dolia and the Duan combo, right? We could also see that Celestial Blessing be used for Lung as well for the Infinite Vastness, but really, we're going to be looking at those engages with the Dune, right?
Exactly, you can either look at 2 Unruly Blades, one to go in, one to go out, or 2 Flaming Palms right towards your face here. Ooh, that's gonna be a lot of damage here coming in from AG.AL's lineup.
Yeah, exactly. That's a lot of ways and a lot of attempts to go for the side of AG.AL, right? But I mean, they're looking for a bit more control on the side of Alpha 7 Esports. Hence the Princess Frost pick. I mean, is that potential obviously why the Liang was banned out? Or are we looking for some more kind of like high frame heroes? Are we going to potentially get the likes of the Mayin come through here for the side of AG.AL?
That may be the case here, especially the bans are so focused right now onto Alpha 7 Esports, especially towards CR7's farm lane role here. And Alpha 7, they do the same thing that you have reciprocate, they ban out most of the Clash laners. That's 3 Clash lane bans right there.
Ooh, I mean, we saw obviously TT Global play that lane in that last game, right? We saw it played quite effortlessly. It seemed pretty amazing for the side of those boys. But the Barty pick here has been one of those Clash lane picks that have been very kind of like dominating within the KWC, right? And I mean, give it over to the side of AG.AL, it could have been spelling trouble because access into the backline is very easy on that pick.
Exactly, and talk about the access towards the backline here. Gui Guzi has been banned by AG.AL. They know how scary that pick is, especially when you pair up the Pei and Byron here. If they go in all together, that's gonna be very scary. But that threat has been removed, and Alpha 7 Esports, they lock in the Mozi that is historically done very well against the heal or soft core type of roamers.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of see, obviously, the Motsu as well is able to kind of use that cannon blast to kind of set up engages from afar, but also being used as a quite good thing for intel, right? But speaking of range, we get the range from the Consort Yu. So obviously that Oak Bolt coming through can actually do very well, obviously, onto the Lung, but also the Protective Winds, right? That second skill, trying to actually time that correctly to then cleanse a lot of that physical damage from Inua's Lung.
That is beautiful as well, as you mentioned, right? You have the Mozi and Consort Yu to do the double snipe in the lane, so that's going to be a lot of pressure here. And Consort Yu, like you mentioned, you can block off physical damage, and if you time the spell too correctly, you can block off crowd control as well here. For the side of AG.AL, they drafted a very well organized team composition. Every hero can pair with the Dolia. You can refresh the Yuhuan's ultimate, you can refresh the Long spell kit, you can refresh the Dun's ultimate as well.
A lot of refreshing, right? I mean, definitely after that game number 1, Alpha 7 Esports, they tried to bring it to AG.AL, but after that little bit of a break, and maybe the refresh for them, it's not going to come from Dolia, it's going to come from their coach, it's going to come from their team, supporting each other and saying, guys, let's try our best to scale this mountain that is AG.AL. And everybody in Riyadh and the Amazon Arena, we are getting into game number 2 with AG.AL against Alpha 7 Esports.
This game is gonna be crucial, especially for Alpha 7 Esports, because it dictates your tempo and mental coming into the series here. And starting off the game, we are seeing a certain lane swap here coming in from AG as they swap Yino and Shuai towards the Clash lane to fight Niap on this Byron pick.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Byron here is definitely one of the bigger picks within the early game up into the Clash name, right? Like 1v1s, he pretty much takes them every day up until Sunday, right? Like every pick that comes through there, Byron definitely likes to go in with the early game and get those 1v1 matchups because he has it all within his kit, right?
Exactly, and look at the level 1 execution here coming in from AG there. They already countered the Crimson Golem here thanks to the lane swap here. So when they plan the lane swap, they already have a game plan in mind, and the game plan is to counter this Crimson Golem here. But look at Alpha 7 here. They know for the fact that bottom side has priority here, so they return the favor.
They do return the favor, so obviously able to get that red buff for themselves is obviously going to be a little bit of a constellation price here, right?
Yep, it's a 50-50 trade coming in from both teams here, but let's talk a bit about Ran's Guan Yu here. This pick is going to be very, very important in being the flank here coming in from AG.AL, as if you see on the side of the Alpha 7 team, there is not a lot of hero to really disrupt this Guan Yu.
There is not really that much to disruption, right? I mean, we potentially see the slowdown there thanks to obviously Fury's Winter is here, really try and kind of control the battlefield on the Gorge within that respect. But right now, obviously, if you haven't already, you have not checked the honor pass that you get for free with obviously the KWC exclusive skin, the Heaven Pulse Alessio. Get in game, get grinding, and get that free skin.
It is super beautiful as a free skin, by the way. You just have to grind a bit, click through the honor pass, make sure you get all that honor EXP, and you will be getting that skin for free here, Blam.
Exactly, just keep looking at those for those key codes, right? And you'll get some of those free XPs for the honor pass as well. But speaking of EXP, we're looking at here and the gold. The gold lead for the side of AG.AL is comfortably around about that 6.6k, so slowly but surely, obviously starting to amount to something here. But speaking of amounting to things, obviously Shuang here has to be flashed out of that 3v1 potential fight there.
Oh, look at Zhong Yi though. He finds CR7 and CR7's flash has been forced here. So Another invade here is being set up coming in from AG's team composition as they look for an engage.
They do look for an engage. A lot of aggression there. That's the poke and prod that we see from the Iran's Guan Yu. But it's going to be Guan Yu being taken down here. First blood going over to Alpha 7 Esports. So Hoon correctly thought so, right? He was like, hey, what's the prediction? What they're going to go for the most? And they get the first blood. So already, I feel like Hoon's been satisfied here already within this best of 7 series.
Exactly. Coming in with a first blood here definitely pumps up the morale coming in from Alpha 7 here. And the typical AG.AL style, they look to share gold between 3 members of the team to maximize the goal full efficiency value. But like you mentioned here, yes, you get the kill here, but look at AG.AL's goal. It's still up for 1,000 here.
It is. I mean, they're definitely putting not all their eggs in one basket, right? They're just making sure they're getting the gains across the gorge. Right now, Inua is taking a lot of damage, but he does have the infinite fastness, right? He's able to use it to try and get out there. Think inside the box, being committed, but now it's up to Inua to do the damage onto Valau to try and get away Shui.
Ooh, a big 2v2 here coming in from bot side as a lot of spells has been expended coming in from Alpha 7 Villau here. And currently the laning phase does look like it's in favor for the side of AG.AL here. So at the very least in this early game, AG.AL's setting is very good. And look at the 4th minute mark, they are collapsing onto the bottom side of Alpha 7.
Yeah, the Winter is here being put down to try and deter them away from that T1 into the bot side of the map. Obviously, AG.AL trying to create some great pressure here. And in terms of pressure, in terms of damage, it's all coming here from Inua.
Exactly, and look at how much focus is being put onto this tyrant here by both teams here. We have 10 members coming in from the middle to bottom side of the map here. Both teams, they know how important it is to target down AG.AL's Inua here, and look at Villau. He has no flash, he gets caught out and he gets punished.
He does get punished indeed. Obviously, the Motsu there, wouldn't you kind of already on top of him, and he doesn't have the common skill to get out? It's going to be hard for a pick like the Motsu to get out of those fights. So already AG.AL are using those intels that their team are kind of formulating and communicating together to say, look, guys, if we're going to strike now. And speaking of strike, we do see the Unruly Blade, but it's going to be thanks to Fury that's not actually going to follow through here.
Ooh, that Unruly Blade as well, it secured the Crimson buff here. And this is AG.AL, the KPL playstyle, right? They don't fight when there's no objective here. And what are the objectives we're talking about? Blue buff, which is the Azure, red buff, which is the Crimson Golem here, or towers here. Anywhere you see any of these objectives, you will see AG.AL fighting you for the control.
Fighting for control, and obviously they're giving over the buffs to the right heroes, right? I mean, giving over to Lung here, we're already seeing quite the expensive build coming through for Lung, right? Obviously the Eternity Blade rather than going for the Axe of Torment, we're going to potentially seeing a lot more of that kind of like attack damage crit build coming through here.
That's a very good point you pointed out, right? Usually the Lung, we see a Meteor, then we see a Starbreaker being finished at 3rd, but Yinor goes for that Eternity Blade that will scale into further the Daybreaker, a very expensive but efficient build towards the late game here coming in from Yinor.
Exactly, I mean, if you try and go for obviously the more expensive items a little bit more early within the build, you come online a little bit earlier, and then you can kind of have that dominance onto the Gorge that we know picks like the Loom can have. But already we're sort of seeing here the potential kind of like highlights is obviously Danny is actually out jungling Zoe here on the Dune, but as a pay, we should be seeing this, right?
As a pay, we should be seeing this as well, especially he's taking so much resource here coming in from the side of his mid lane, which is Fury here, and look at AG.AL once again. When there's objective, it leads to one after another. Azure Golem goes over to Changsheng, and now they secure the bottom tier 2.
They actually secured the T2, obviously, right there, but we have to give props over to Alpha 7 Danny, right? He's trying to play a little bit more of a macro here. He has to be careful of Ran that he doesn't get caught out. He is trying to go back to base, but he does get caught out here by Ran. Pushing him to the side. Is he going to be able to do enough damage here onto the page, you think?
Ran here is just playing around with Danny here right now, and if Danny doesn't get the kill onto Ran here, he might just get executed by Yinor. So much damage right now, and Danny, where can you escape? You're locked into this bush.
Yeah, he's kind of like a rock between two hard places at this point in the game. Danny is trying to just rotate and try and find a way back to his friends onto the opposite side of the gorge, but right now he's sat there. No one's found him. We can obviously see that Inua and Shui are looking for him here, but he's able to get back. I mean, my heart was beating there. Those in the crowd, the Alpha 7 fans, I was just like, I hope Danny gets out.
I hope Danny gets L as well, and he played the vision game so well, managing recall on time, and he is sent safely back to base here. Look at the goal lead right now at 7 minutes here. It's already a 4,000 goal lead going towards AG.AL. That's some magic coming in from AG.AL as they are so efficient in farming gold.
Very efficient in farming gold, but I mean, all that shenanigans that was happening there for Alpha 7's Danny is the fact that he's just lost a lot of gold per minute, right? Like, that's now allowed Zoe to actually try and accumulate a little bit more closer gap, but here we go with a flash in here from Shang, but he's able to get the CC onto one of the front lines, but there's nothing here to follow up just yet. Just trying to push them away from that T2 in the mid lane.
He pushes back with T2 and Eno gets a snipe onto CR7 as he falls by the flaming palms here, and once again, they knock onto the tier 3 coming in from the tower of Alpha 7 as they are looking to push it down. 8 minutes in, a tier 3 goes towards the favor of AG.AL.
Yeah, I mean, onto the gorge, it must be like Riyadh, right? I mean, that protective winds wasn't available. The winds were just too hot from those flaming palms.
Hot win, hot Riyadh. That is Esports World Cup for you here, Blam. And look at the top side here, coming in from Donnie here. He successfully took down the tier 2 as a consolation prize, and he is one of the main carries here coming in from the side of Alpha 7 Esports. He's rocking that gold chart with Elon.
He's doing a great job. He's doing an absolutely great job at taking down those T2s, putting the pressure onto the top side of the map, off the side of AG.AL, but at the same time, we're seeing that we want to go back to that point that we was making, right? That Danny, into this competition, we all had the preconceived idea that he was just going to play tanks. But then into the group stages, he picks the pay. And then it gives us that enlightenment. He's like, you know what? I only pick tanks because I'm picking around my team. And we're really starting to see a different Danny. So 2025 Danny, I'm excited for it.
I'm excited for his growth as well. And he has shown it on this international stage, especially when we talk about Honor of Kings. You cannot always pick the same exact team composition because of global ban pick here. So having more heroes, be it the tank, be it the assassin, being all these battle mages, right? It's so crucial coming in from global ban pick here as Danny might be caught out.
Might be going out here, the Flaming Palms, and the Ride the Wind is going to keep him in place. Inua getting that pick up onto Danny after we gave him such great praise there. But I mean, honestly, there's only so little time before you actually get shut down there when you're kind of trying to prowl around, trying to get that priority into the mid side lanes here.
Wow. Alpha 7 Esports is just getting choked out on all the neutral resource, all their jungle camps here. Looking at the goal lead here, 7,000 healthy going in from AG, and the kill score, only 3 kills to 1, but that is an insurgible amount of goal lead going towards AG.AL.
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about, obviously, Honor of Kings evolving the esports-wise, and within the group stages, we've seen some very brawler kind of like matches where there is a lot of kills on the board, but with the playoffs of day number 2, I mean, the quarterfinals, the final part, we've rarely seen very many kills, but this is what shows, right? You don't need as many kills, you need the resources, you need the objectives.
And look at here, he goes for flank here, but CR7 press the protective quit, he gets out alive, but the remaining members coming in from Alpha 7, you have nowhere to go as you get taken down one by one.
One by one, they fall like dominoes over to the side of Alpha 7 Esports. A nice use of that infinite vastness, right? They baited obviously Inua, but then he just takes his ultimate, comes crashing back down. And what else is going to crash right now? The crystal of game number 2 here for AG.AL.
AG.AL takes game number 2 once again with a dominating fashion here. I gotta say here, Zoe and Ron, their potential in these team fights is just so peak. They come in at the correct timing and make the carries have such a difficult time.
A very difficult time indeed for the side of the boys of Alpha 7 Esports, but they gave it a good shot, right? I mean, it's definitely improvement game after game after game. As long as these boys keep improving, there is a chance for them, right? There is a chance for them to scale this mountain as high as possible, but will they reach to the peak or will they set up camp?
They will probably set up a camp for now because, as we saw, they successfully got a first blood here against AG.AL, and who in the world out of the global team can say that, right? There's so limited teams that can actually say that here. But once again, it's not about sprinting towards the mountain. It's about really climbing one by one, improving day by day in Honor of Kings.
Improving day by day indeed. But I can see here, obviously, mashing the basic attack buttons, mashing the buttons on a Magic 7 Pro, the device of the KWC. But this is it. This is that infinite vastness we was talking about, right? He took straight to the skies. Inua was doing crazy bits. But I just want to ask Isaac a question. If I had merch like those in the crowd, would you buy a piece?
you know that I would always buy a piece, Betty. You know that I got your back. I would completely just buy that and wear it with pride. It is already 2-0. AG.AL right now take already a 2 games lead on top of Alpha 7 Esports. Alpha 7 in this one did not look weak, but at the same time, that gap is not shortening. It's not becoming closer.
They definitely showed some strength in the early game. You know, they got the Pei Byron in there, and they showed that they are able to utilize these picks and actually apply their strengths. Now, that's easy to say, but it's hard in practice. You know, even though Pei Byron's so strong early, you're against AG.AL.
Yeah.
Well, I would say when you pick Pei and Byron, you should play more aggressive. And last game, I mean, partially it's because it's AG.AL. It's hard to invade, it's hard to take that draft and have a lead with it. However, on the other side, AG.AL, they have shown us some insane draft. You got Duen Dolia, but they pair that with Yu Huan and Long. Dolia could literally ult anyone, and that would be a great ult. So last draft was really just mastery. Again, if you're watching, you want to learn, you just get into Honor of Kings, Dolia, and just pair that with any character you saw last game, you're going to have a good game.
Well, Dave, you were talking a lot while we were watching in the green room just about that Guan Yu, right? Like that Guan Yu pick right after there, like on the last fight, you knew exactly that Guan Yu was going to come in. You predicted like 5 seconds before, and then Guan Yu jumps in, and then the fight finishes.
Yeah, Guan Yu, I mean, I'm being a fan for AG Ran for quite some time now. And then, well, Xuan Ran, if you know his Chinese name, this character is so goated when it comes to engage timer, engage position. If you are one of those fighter clash lane player, you try to learn how to play Honor of Kings, the best person to watch is literally right here on this stage. He's playing right now, and Guan Yu is one of the best characters to show off how you can flame because it's so flexible, he's so fast.
No, and that's the main idea, right? Like just to try to find a goal of what you want to actually become and then just move forward towards that goal.
Absolutely. And not just the Clash lane. Everyone on AG is world-class, highest caliber. If you want to learn any role, go ahead and watch that respective player on AG here, and you're going to learn a lot.
All right, Cree. AG.AL right now, a 10 minutes, 56 seconds win. Something very similar to the previous one. Can we already start finding a pattern in there?
I'm actually noticing there, I mentioned in the first game that A7 was kind of fearless in it, right? Maybe that was a little bit of ignorance is bliss. This game, I noticed once they got going, you know, and AG really got going, A7 played a little bit scared, you know? They're hiding behind their towers, you know? They're kind of giving up more than they're supposed to. So I'm not liking the way things are going here for A7.
Yeah, like I said, there are many different options still available for AG.AL. Last game, and before last game, we talked about global ban pick. There's so many things open right now, and Duen Dolia, as we mentioned, was picked in game 2. Now, when Duen Dolia being picked, there's still Pei Byron available for AG.AL, one of their best comps. And I think that's coming out next. Maybe Alpha 7 will ban it, maybe not.
But you see, the problem in here is that if they ban that Pei and Byron, do you allow the Maestro Nui out?
Well, yeah. There are also other combos you can go with. This team is so flexible. You obviously also got the Agudo. AG.AL is so good at objective-based games.
Yes.
And I want to see them play the Agudo channel and Ziya combo and show the world how it's done. Because Honor of Kings is all about farm rotations. When you watch these games, we mentioned many different times. We're repeating ourselves right now. There's so little kills all across the map. It's all about towers, it's all about objectives and forcing those objective fights. But then they don't really kill you. I mean, it's not like they couldn't. They could, but that's not their goal. Their goal is the objective.
Of course, they have clear priorities on what they want to do. I want everyone to understand something that I was actually mentioning to Phil when we were in the green room as well. The moment where Danny is caught in there in a 1v1 against Guan Yu, right? And then Inuo comes in, and then they just start mirroring him out. And then he starts running away. And he understands the map in a way that he knows that as long as I stand in this place, they won't be able to see me. And he is able to spawn back home.
That was super impressive. We call that a Houdini play because he just disappeared without being seen there, right? And to have the game knowledge to know that little pixel area cannot be seen, you know? He's under the pressure of the entire enemy team and still is able to make the escape.
I'm telling you, if that doesn't tell you that they are really evolving, I don't know what else you're looking for. That evolution of their understanding, it is happening. It is coming. It will happen one day. Right now, let's take a little break. We're going to come back with Game 3 of our match between AG.AL and Alpha 7 Esports.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings KWC 2025. We're live from Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. As you can see on your screens, this is the Amazon Arena. Right now, this AG.AL 2-0 advantage on top of Alpha 7 Esports. This is the quarterfinals. Whoever that takes the victory here is going to move forward to the top 4 and is going to be playing tomorrow against Twisted Minds.
And they're going to go ahead and have a chance to get that trophy. I actually was just in the stage earlier today.
Yeah.
I saw that trophy. It's a lot bigger in person, by the way.
And a lot heavier, you know? The first time that you touch it is like, oh, hold on. I didn't know this was this heavy. Dave, I've seen you carrying that thing around.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. If you haven't followed HOK Esports channel, social media, make sure to go ahead and do that, all right? You're going to see some great photos of players' emotions, of the trophy, of the venue. That's where you will find it.
The players right now already kind of like feeling a little bit already, what's the right word for it? Affected by the previous 2 games, I would say. You can see already on the Alpha 7 side, they're a little bit stressed out. Hopefully they can turn things around and hopefully they can give us a good performance. Well, AG.AL is going to continue on the blue side and Alpha 7 Esports is going to be still on the red side. Saggy Blam, let's go.
Let's go, indeed. I mean, we're already, halfway potentially through here. We are at 2-0. Alpha 7 Esports yet to get that dub on the board. But like the analyst Des said, they were showing progress in game number 2. So maybe game number 3, we're going to start to see a little bit more of a climb.
A climb is what they need, and they desperately need it right now. They really need to find the momentum here coming from Alpha 7 Esports as AG.AL. They are so punishing when it comes to getting a lead.
Punishing when he gets a lead, but I mean, this is a pick that we weren't really hoping would come through here for the side of AG.AL, right? I mean, the party already on the global teams have been playing so fantastically. So now that the side of AG.AL get run, it's on the party. It's going to be pretty crazy here, right? Like, what are we expecting to be drafted here by Alpha 7 Esports to stop this?
Coming through the draft that you mentioned, Long and Zolia is definitely pretty good, especially maybe compared to U1 as well. So you have the double bailout to really secure yourself away from the party here. But it's AG.AL, as Dave was mentioning, Ran or Shenran, his capability of playing this party is so damn well in finding the backline. But AG.AL, they come from KPL, and the KPL strat we know and love is going to be the Da-Qiao and Flowborn tank here.
I remember people telling me about this combo, and now we finally get to see it. I'm so ecstatic for this because, I mean, we've already seen the likes of the Futsu and the Da-Qiao combo, right? But this, in KWC, we haven't seen it yet, and I'm really excited to see how Alpha 7 Esports play against this fantastic combo.
Okay, so how does AG.AL's Da-Qiao and Flowborn tank works, right? It's simple. You know for a fact that AG.AL, from their first 2 games, they love to push you away from the turrets, and they allow the other members to take down the turrets here. That is exactly what is going to happen. Da-Qiao will lay down a spell to Zhongyi with the Flowborn tank will be diving towards your backline, and when the circle is almost about to channel finish, he will jump back right into the circle and secure himself back to safety.
Yeah, I mean, we've already had like a little bit of time on the global scene to have this pickup. And I really find in my ranked games, I love Flowborn tank. It's so tanky, it can knock up enemies 3 times, you get shield whilst doing that. It's so great, and obviously you get the on-heal hit if you go for that aspect of his passive as well. So honestly, I can't wait to see this being played very competitively, but more importantly, it's not had a single win yet. So maybe this will be the first win.
This will be the first win that falls towards the second win right now. I think last series coming from TT Global, they did secure a win there. So potentially AG.AL, they're going to show us the full extent of this Da-Qiao and Flowborn tank combo as well. Coming in from Alpha 7 Esports, when it comes to the ultimate battle draft, they really love to draft this blue team color draft here. It's not just because of the color here. These heroes are so strong in their respective manners.
I mean, they say that, right? The teams that style together stay together, and we can really hope that Alpha 7 Esports, with the amount of control that Ishin comes with, the sustainability with the Orgren, and then also the refresh from the Dolia, and then the burst from Lung, could potentially be enough to get some great team fights here. But I mean, another good pick here for the side of AG.AL. In terms of obviously siege mechanics, the Fang here, the pickup is great.
The Fang also does one thing very well. When Long hits you with that Flaming Palm, you can time Fang's roll, the spell too, at the perfect timing to dodge out or mitigate the Long's damage here. So I think that's what AG.AL's Hino is trying to accomplish here. And we talk about Angela here, a very burst-heavy mage here. You go with the 2-1-3 combo and immediately you get to melt the front line or the first person you catch.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great hero for those new players, right? They're getting into Honor of Kings. Angela with a very basic combo, great burst, great wave clear, and obviously great rotation as well.
Great rotation as well, especially when you hit your spells, you get more extra movement speed. You traverse around the gorge even easily here. And I just saw A7's last pick onto Nia. That's a Miyu we saw. He's looking for total lane domination.
Looking for total lane domination, but I'm looking and really wondering how Phil is feeling right now. Not only did he get his Shangyu in the last series, he gets Miyu. He must be on top of the world right now that he gets his 2 big picks, 2 favorite picks come through here for both of these teams. But ladies and gentlemen, over at the Amazon Arena, we want to hear you roar as we go into game number 3 3 between AG.AL and Alpha 7 Esports.
Alpha 7 Esports fan, if it's not now, when is it? This is such a comfortable draft here. Coming in from Alpha 7 Esports. They are drafting towards their strengths, and this is their time to prove against none other than AG.AL, the best of the best from KPL.
The best of the best indeed. That scaling mountain that all these teams are looking to climb. And right now, Alpha 7 Esports was showing promise in game number 2. So we're really hoping that translating into this game number 3, we're going to see some more promise. But speaking of that, leaping Koi Tides here is going to be really oppressive onto the side of AG.AL, right?
And another lane swap as well, right, coming in from the side of AG.AL. They know for a fact that, okay, Ron, we don't want you to fight Niap onto this matchup here, but Zoe here, he seems to be stealing away from the Azure Golem here. He gets first blood once again coming in from Alpha 7 here, and Yino, he's also getting caught up from the side of Alpha 7. Alpha 7 is on board.
Alpha 7's on board, and now they're going to get looking for some more here for Shui. He's able to go use the Sea of Fate to potentially get out of here. Leaping Koi Tides is going to be enough to save him and slow that rotation of Dani on the Alpha 7. Orgrin here, but speaking of 2 kills, KWC Glory is going to be your CD key to get some of that Honor Pass EXP we were talking about earlier.
Get that Honor Pass EXP and you can slowly scale towards the Alessio skin that we talked about, Heaven Pulse Alessio here. But this is the first time so far that Alpha 7 Esports can push 2 kills in clean early game against AG.AL.
Yeah, I mean, they've actually been able to get the gold lead as well, right? So thanks to those 2 kills, they get the gold lead around about that 1.3k gold lead as well. Then we call it 1k. Well, let's be charitable right now. Get that 1k gold lead, but slowly but surely, AG.AL are just trying to make sure they close that gap.
Ooh, we will definitely get hands-on experience and how they actually execute in playing from behind here, because this is the first time that we see a KPL team in the global stage falling behind in the early stage that they're so dominant and calculative in. So definitely a spectacle to see how Alpha 7 is able to really expand this lead, or AG.AL claws it back easily.
And speaking of clawing it back, you can get the romantic prelude Lube skin by just completing the missions in games. I mean, this is one of the beautiful things about Honor of Kings, right? Free skins for everyone.
I do love myself a free skin as well. You get the Liu Bei skin, you get the Alessio skins. We have so much up in line with the Honor of Kings calendar here. And look at the rotations here coming in from the side of Ron here. Shares the wave with Eno and takes the Dimensional Sprite towards the top side. And later on, you will see them teleport towards the bot side here. That secures Eno with more farm.
Secures him with more farm. I mean, let's look at like the late game potential breakdown here for the side of AG.AL. Are we really looking kind of like towards the Bati here? Going to be the late game cash out for the side of AG.AL, but we'll keep that to the side for now. Alpha 7 Danny has to use the Conductor Assault to potentially get out of this team fight, but the second board being conducted thanks to Celestial Melody. Is it going to be enough? Okay, Ron gets taken down by the side of Alpha 7 Esports.
Niap comes out huge as he solos out Ron within the board. Double board coming from Alpha 7 Esports, making sure that Ron had no way of escaping here. And Niap, so far, he's having a heck of a game.
Heck of a game indeed. CR7 has to be forced out of that infinite vastness thanks to Inua's Fong here. But there, straight landing on top of the Koi Tides. Perfectly timed here. And then diving in is Inua with the first kill for the side of AG.AL.
CR7, that's not where you want to be piloting, buddy. Immediate response here coming in from Strive to really punish CR7 that were looking for the re-engage here. And right now it's 4 minutes and AG.AL is looking to tear down this bottom tower that is unattended.
Yeah, unattended, I mean 3-4 minutes are able to get it down really low. And I mean, this is the beauty of the Fong pick as well, right? If you put that first skill onto it and you proc that damage over time, it's going to then burst open not only your enemies' heroes, but their turrets, just like that. And that's why I said in the draft for those at home and in the Amazon Arena, it's a great siege potential, great pushing potential as well.
And it's also a very fun marksman to pick up, right? So much mobility, so much damage from his spell kit here. Very easy if you want to pick up this hero called Fang here. You have so much spell in terms of survivability here, so do pick it up if you want to try an easy to pick up marksman.
Very interesting here. Obviously, Alpha 7 Niap is kind of like having a bit of an overextended vacation into the enemy jungle, just trying to get a bit of intel onto the whereabouts of AG.AL. Zoe at this point, but Ron is like, hey guy, you're kind of overstaying a little bit too long for my liking, so just trying to make sure he's pushing him back into lane.
Yeah, Ron here pops the ultimate, looks for the 1v1 here. Niap has to be forced back, but he has the Umbro Moon to escape here, but gets knocked up by Swag here.
The Eye of the Whirlpool comes in quick, And right now, we keep saying this about AG.AL, right? But their proficiency to get more than one objective, using the either Whirlpool to send everybody up to the top side of the map to take that T1 into the clash lane as well.
And they're so swift with their map movement here. One moment we see Ronto on his bot side here, but look at Danny as he's jumping onto Shang.
Yeah, jumping onto Shang here as well, but we are going to get that build, just splitting them apart. But Zoe's actually being very sustainable, but the Sea of Fate is going to be the thing that keeps him alive.
A very crucial Sea of Fate here coming in from Stry here. This is the potential we talked about, right? You lay down a Sea of Fate here, and as Zoe, he soaked up all the damage that he calculated. He goes back to Sea of Fate here. All the spells here coming in from Alpha 7. It went down to the drain.
It went down the drain, actually sustaining a lot of that damage, but there's that damage coming from the Angela, right? We saw it, talked about it in the draft. So much great burst, and that Blazing Brilliance, her ultimate, just channels a beam that does so much damage. But right now, speaking of damage, we are needing to try to get Shui out of this one. He's getting out by the skin of his teeth. The board has been committed here by the side of Alpha 7. They're looking to get the takedown. They do. They're looking for a little bit more here, but we see Miyu, Umbral Moon makes it untargetable, but the Koi Tides is still going to do so much damage here by AG.AL.
Stry is playing at the knife's edge here. He played that perfectly, baiting out CR7, landing that Koi Tide at the moment it mattered the most. Check out this replay real quick. Look at Stry. First Koi Tide, baits out CR7, flashes in, does not finish him up. He passed back slowly here. Okay, but Zoe goes in. Unfortunately, gets caught out by the board here, immediately executed, but look at how Stry assists Ran here. Ran forces the flash here, but the moment the Umbral Moon finishes, the Koi Tide, immediate burst coming in from Ran, secures the kill onto Nia.
Yeah, those immediate catches are crazy coming from the side of AG.AL, and it's definitely what they need, right, to try and sort of mitigate the pressure that Miyu can do to the backline of your team.
And this is the beauty coming in from these strong teams, especially from the KPL region. With their experience and gameplay, even though they were at a 0-2 deficit, look at the goalie right now. They're way back on board, and they took out Danny at this Crimson Golem, as we mentioned. Objectives are the key taking here. You cannot be walking in solo.
You cannot be walking in solo, but not only getting Danny right, they got the Crimson Golem buff over to the side of AG.AL as well, and now they're just trying to kind of like motivate and capitalize on those T2s into the top side of the map, which they've secured right now. But already, I mean, if we're looking at Alpha 7 Esports here, right, how does Alpha 7 Esports come back in this one, Sagi?
They will really require CR7 to be able to scale towards the late game here, because this long, once he hits that late game power spike, he's gonna be tearing up this backline here. And we talked about this. They have a pretty decent team composition that allows them to fight these big team fights.
There we go, we saw our favorite kind of tofu on screen there. Hello, Kindo Boo! We see you, get back to work. But speaking of work, we are seeing these resources come through, obviously, for the side of AG.AL, right? We're just making sure that it keeps going. But like you were saying there, Sagi, we're seeing and hoping that Alpha 7 Esports can get CR7 online with the Lung, right? But Zoe is, again, just into the team fight. The CFA's going to be put there. Can he get out? He goes in, he goes out. The Either Whirlpool being committed here as well, brings in the side of AG.AL and takes down Donnie on the Orgrin. Now, Zoe going back in for the second engage.
Going for the second engage here. Ron gets locked in by the board here. He's dangerously low. He gets taken out by CR7 here. As Fury, he might be exploding to the front trigger. He explodes as well. A 1-for-2 trade coming in from AG.AL.
Yeah, AG.AL went with the burst damage there onto Inor with the Fang. And now, using the Leap and Koi Tai, just keeping the side of Alpha 7 Esports away. They get the higher ground turret once again.
AG.AL's execution on this Da-Qiao is so beautiful here. Every time we think that a catch has been committed coming from the side of Alpha 7, they come out alive thanks to the Sea of Fate here from the Da-Qiao.
From the Da-Qiao, but also, obviously, those leaping Koi Tides, right? Like, it's only a second, like, bump in CC, but that crowd control really stops the tempo of Alpha 7 Esports in these team fights.
Exactly the case, and it was always timed so perfectly, making sure that the follow-up is always there here. Look at here, Ran gets caught up. The Shuriken coming in from Yino. This is what we talked about. Yino knows the angles on how to flank these players. He's not always the person to be in the front. He knows the angles to go in.
Yeah, I mean, very confidently there, we saw the fan cams, and they're throwing up the 4-0 sign. So really, we need to see some Alpha 7 Esports fans on those fan cams to see if they can bring back some hope here for the boys of the Chuck BR. But speaking of that, Fury gets taken down thanks to Zoe into the backline. But this is the knock-up, the crucial part of Flowborn tank variant is that second skill. That knock-up is just so oppressive, just like a more aggressive version of the Leaping Koi Tides. Miyue gets taken out elsewhere within that team, and Shui just going in for that army of two combo in this team fight.
Zoe's Flowborn tank, he makes it like light work. He makes it look broken here. Exactly the whole team fight here. Look at him. He's still full health here.
Still full health. I mean, it's just that HP regen from this Flowborn tank variant, right? It's so crazy, especially when you're just optimizing it as well. But here, Inuo as well as Ran just trying to get that touch onto the high ground turret. We have the boys in blue to the top side of the map, but more pressure is being put in on here by the side of AG.AL.
AG.AL, their miraculous 10th minute mark. The magic comes in as of this moment, and right now, they're riding on the 6,000 goalie, and it's looking so healthy coming in from all AG.AL.
Very healthy right now, but obviously kills haven't been sort of obviously the greatest within all this series, but this is the kind of like the caliber of Honor of Kings Esports. But the best potential here from Inuo is crazy. Exhausting Infinite Vastness once again means that CR7 is able to get out alive. The passive obviously being procced onto Fury means that Ran gets taken down here. Alpha 7 Esports with the first kill in quite some time, but there goes Valao. Celestial Melody is off the gorge for 30 seconds.
Another Koi Tide to zone out Valao, and Dani exploded immediately like a balloon here. So much burst damage coming in from Inuo. This marksman is so healthy, and CR7 gets exploded as well from Shung's combo.
Yeah, those watching at home, that is the basic combo for Angela coming through as well, but it's going to be Shui picking up that double kill as they're looking to go for the crystal up. Game number 3, AG.AL, are you not entertained?
I am definitely entertained right now as AG.AL, even though they had a not so great of an early game, they came back strong, and every single play from the AG.AL combo was so beautiful and telegraphed.
Yeah, I mean, that CFA, Eye the Whirlpool combo, just really saving Zoe here on this Flowborn tank variant. Means that he can go in, he can soak so much damage, which we saw time and time again, and we're going to be seeing in these replays. And then he just goes back to base, gets full health, comes back in, like we see it in the replays now.
This is the beauty of the AG.AL, right? Even like, look at Ran here. He's getting damaged, the Miyu is so strong, but as we mentioned, Leaping Koi Tide, the 1 second crowd control immediately coming in with the combo of death onto the members of Alpha 7. And look at here on Inuo here.
Yeah.
He's casually looking for the flank angle, finds Fury, props his passive, and Fury, you're marked right now, buddy. You have nowhere to go, and you are taken down.
Yeah, it's like you were saying, obviously, in the game, the placements of those shurikens, obviously, on the Fwang pick here by Inuo is crazy. Like, you mean that you push it into a way that the enemy team, or even the enemy minion wave, just gets cut down over time, and then there's just no way for the enemy team to come back in. But I want to hear the analyst desk go brrr one time for AG.AL.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was game 3. A lot of different picks, and right now the game is already 3-0. The big difference right now makes the game already very difficult for Alpha 7 just to turn things around.
It is match point, but I think, Alpha 7 took a little bit of what Dave mentioned, right? Bringing in that chaos. They pick stuff like the Miyu here. The game plays a little bit less traditionally when you have picks and characters like that. And since it's not tradition, it looks like AG was a little bit thrown off in the early game. Alpha 7 was able to build a little bit of lead. Unfortunately, they were not able to hold it. But I'm liking the way things are going here with that game.
You know what else I am liking? The fact that we get more and more new friends right over here with us. So you can see Phil, you can see Dave, and right now with us, we got Chicken. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Did you like that game?
Yeah, it was actually a very interesting game to see an actual close early game, and then A7 actually put up a pretty good fight versus AG.
Imagine that you would be over there in Alpha 7. What would be going through your head?
Why is my alien throwing on your team?
No one is throwing in here. It's just so difficult. It is just so tough, The problem in here is that the compositions coming from AG.AL are so different every single time. There's no way to prepare for that. Who would say that we were going to be seeing the Fang right over there? I was not expecting that.
I was not expecting that either. Fang is definitely one of the fastest tower or any objective shredder in the entire game. The skill 1 explosion. Obviously, that works with your ultimate as well. And then to see it today go into a competition like this is really great.
Of course. Have you ever played Fang?
I have not played it. I played against it a lot. It's one of those really frustrating marksmen,
I agree.
right?
It's a ladder character.
Yeah, and I think it fits Eno's playstyle because he doesn't want to go down. He likes, playing that 1v1, kind of like Arlie. And Fong is extremely good 1v1.
I love playing Fang. It's one of the heroes that I love playing. I've been playing that for a long time. And I'm telling you, when you have a little bit of an advantage, the burst damage, done. You can take 1v5s easily.
And the thing about picking out Fang is you can bait out a lot of skills, like Long's ultimate, Miyue's ultimate. I think that's one of the reasons why they're going for it. And they also have Da-Qiao. If you notice, Flowborn and Da-Qiao are always picked together, and Fatih as well, because when you have fighters like this, Da-Qiao can send a teleportation in the front, and you had a fighter who diving in, not worried about dying, because there's always a way out. Now, Fang can do the same thing with a skill too. So you can go in, bait all the skills, and then there's a teleportation to send you home.
Well, on the other side, like we saw Nia playing that Miyue, right?
Yep.
Chicken, you've played Miyue, right?
Yeah, I've played her before.
Anything that you can tell us a little bit on that Miyue? What are some skills that we need to be looking forward just if you actually want to be good at that Miyue?
The second skill, I think just generally makes you do more damage to the target and slows them down, so it's very important to connect. She's very strong in the early game, and she can snowball pretty hard, so I wasn't surprised seeing A7, like Miyue getting, popping off in the early game and bait and whatnot. Something I found really interesting was that the Fatih swapped lanes with the Fang pretty early in the game, and obviously, I'm not a pro or out of that level yet, but I've played Fatih versus a Miyue, and it feels like a very hard, almost impossible matchup. So like them, AG having that like in the middle of the game, thought process right away, like, oh, I can't play this, swap lanes right away. And then they swap back later when it's more favorable, and then they killed the
communication, right? It's just understanding the momentum, understanding that when things are not going your way, you need to make decisions just to kind of like try to take control of the game. That was the difference between AG.AL and Alpha 7 in this game. AG.AL did not have the first 2 minutes of the game. You see, Alpha 7 comes in, takes 2 kills immediately in the first 1 minute, take control of the game, but AG.AL said like, you know what? Let's not rush it. Let's calm down. They go to the farm lane. They take CR7 on what he thought it was a 1v1 that turned into a 1v2. Take the Tyrant, and then everything that Alpha 7 had done completely erased.
You know what? That's why Chicken said if he was a Clash Lane, he'll be wondering why my Long is feeding. I mean, it was the one-on-one over there. I can totally understand it. If I would be CR7, I would do the same. I mean, you don't get that much opportunities to go against Eno, right? In this level of competition. When you have a chance for the clip, you go for it.
It's for the highlights, man. He wanted to make the highlights reels. He wanted to be in the Kidilla top plays, but you know what? He did not make it. It did not work out, Phil.
When the play doesn't work out, it looks a little bit rough, absolutely. But as Dave mentioned, it's not every day you get a chance to 1v1 Eno, right? Of course. And then when you get to do it, and if you get to pull it off with 1 HP as well, too, even if the match doesn't really go your way, you have that highlight forever.
I'm telling you, if I would be in their shoes, I would most likely be doing the same. 3-0 right now for AG.AL. They've got a very big advantage on top of Alpha 7. Do you think that we're going to see a very unorthodox strategy for the next one, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, for Alpha 7, this is the uphill battle since the beginning, right? But now it's even more uphill battle. The slope just got a lot worse, okay? You're now climbing. Before, you were kind of walking, but now you're like using 4 limbs. You're using your hand to climb as well. That's how hard the mountain was. I mean, there are not too many combos left for Alpha 7, but for AG.AL, I'm still just wanting to see the pace so bad.
Yes.
Zoe is such a goat on that character. And if you have the opportunity to see it, it's such a treat.
You can see the fans are having the time of their lives right over there. And we talked about the arena, right? Like we talk about like how the arena is just like such a great experience. It is like so many lights, all the things just react to you. Chicken, have you had an opportunity to just go out to the arena and just watch some matches?
Yeah, I was actually in the arena when the series first started, and the fans were for AG are actually kind of crazy, like banging like some drums, making some cheers.
It is a different thing, no?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the stream caught or picked up on it, but I thought it was like super cool.
That is really nice, and that's one of the things that we really want people to understand. We want everyone to really feel what it is, that fandom, right? Like that's what AG.AL, they are one of the biggest teams in the world, right? Because they've got a very intense group of fans that they follow them everywhere in the world.
Absolutely. I was talking to some of the fans. They're flying from all over the world. And another thing to mention here, they would hand make these intricate signs, you know, for their favorite players with pins and decorations.
That cool?
It's amazing. And then the players after matches, you know, they go and they see it and it encourages them to do even better.
Hey, I gotta, you know, intercept here.
Go ahead.
One of those fans has a sign with my name on it. Now, you probably did not pick it up, but
it may have been provided by Dave, but
it might have been Dave's sister.
Well, if you're here to verify that's true or not, you have to be here live watching the show in the Amazon Arena because it's such a cool arena. Man, once you're here, it's a lifetime experience.
It is a lifetime experience, and I know that Holler and Kin, instead of being working hard like us right now, they're right over there just watching the games. They were caught on camera a couple times, and I don't know. I feel like I need to change positions with them.
I want to do that, right? In fact, doing a watch party here in the talent room,
Yes, sir.
doing a watch party in the venue, it's a completely different vibe. I mean, we grabbed Chicken here for the analyst desk, but he was talking about the venue as well. Did you feel like did you hear the crowd yelling at all?
Yeah, definitely a bit of noise. The most noise for sure was for this series, AG.AL. You know, definitely I can tell one of the most popular teams, one of the more popular teams, and it's always nice to hear that kind of stuff. You know, fans supporting the team that they like.
But well, it's not gonna only need fans, right? Like, because right now, it doesn't matter how many fans we could get to Alpha 7 right now. They're gonna need a lot more in order to turn things around. What do you think is going to be key for them to turn the game around, Chicken?
I think they had a great start to this game. I think they would just have to keep their mental, straight and not do anything too overzealous. You know, not as much clip farming and more just like keeping their lead.
Keep going and just keep trying. They are already here. They have one more game, and this is it. And if they lose this one, it's gonna be the end of the road. And if they win this one, it's going to be the first time that they're gonna take a game from AG.AL. So regardless, this game right over here is going to be like no stress for them.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the time to put everything on the line and just, play a great game. Last game, that kind of worked, like Phil was pointing out. You have Miyu who brought a different level of gameplay into the game. And I think a very acute observation from Chicken here with the lane swap. Because Fatigue doesn't do that well against Miyu in lane in early game, especially without the ultimate. But right after Fatigue got the power spike, they swap back. You have the lane going back again, and that's when the CR7 one-on-one happened.
He thought that he had it, but then a miscommunication right over there. That's what I mean when I say there are levels to levels, and right now, AG.AL just showing us that they are in a completely different one.
I'm no coach here for A7, but I would say for this final game here, everyone, drop all your sheets about, what's the most meta picks, whatever. Lock in a hero you're comfortable with, that you've always wanted to play here on stage, and give it your best.
And Ino, who said that on the VT that we watched the beginning, right? He said, we need to be very careful because if they are good, they're good at the mechanics. The one-on-ones, we don't want to actually just take them on a one-on-one because their mechanics are actually top level. So if Alpha 7 wants to turn things around, maybe what they need to do is just to literally just take their best pick. Before we send it to the VP, Chicken, something that you want to say for Alpha 7 right over there to just animate them and give them a little bit of hope?
Good luck on this last game. Make it an interesting one. Win or lose.
It is going to be an interesting one. Blam, Saggy, take it from here.
Oh, it's definitely going to be an interesting one as we get into potential of match point between AG.AL and Alpha 7 Esports. Whilst we obviously saw Hauler and Kin caught red-handed on the fan cam doing absolutely nothing. They had an easy day and now they're just in the crowd. But hey, I envy them. What about you, Sagi?
I, of course, envy them as well. You know what else I envy? I kind of want one of those AG.AL plushies that are sat on the table right now. That looks so cute.
It looks so cute. Hey, let's make it happen. Anyone can hook Sagi up with one of those cute little pandas. We'll get him one in the little jacket as well. I mean, that's the cutest thing, right? But speaking of cute, let's get into what could potentially be a devastating BP here for both of these teams, right? They ban out the Flowborn. Obviously, AG.AL, they picked a Flowborn tank already, so they can't go for the Flowborn marksman. So right now, Alpha 7 Esports are just looking to make sure that Zoe doesn't get a pay.
Ooh, Pei, like we mentioned, Zoe's FMVP performance hero has been banned off here. And banning out the Floorborn tank means one thing here. They are trying to unleash Zoe here on a jungle assassin pick. Be it the Luna or be it the Jing. I am so stoked and excited to see what Zoe has in store for us in this game number 4.
Let's see if it's going to be that Pryo Blue, because I mean, if it is going to be the Luna, we've seen it many a times over onto the blue side that it comes through with that first pick, right? But I mean, they banned the Liang onto the side of Alpha 7 Esports, really opens up that kind of potential for those playmakers like this Dharma pick here.
I'm loving this Dharma from Ran here. We talked about this, even though Ran did not have the perfect game last game, but he was always looking for all these angles, accessing the backline here. And in this game, Dharma is such a strong and prized pick here. And on top of AG.AL's clash pick here, he will come up huge.
He will come look huge, right? I mean, definitely what we've been seeing throughout the KWC is some of those pretty much play of the days, right? Made by this pick alone. No truth and mantras that kind of like knock the enemy onto the wall. They catch 2, they catch 3. It's devastating. But we're going to be looking over here for the side of Alpha 7 Esports, what they are going to be locking in for their first 2 picks. I mean, they've already picked up the Mai Shiranui, right? So they can't really go for that. So realistically, what are we going for here?
What are we going for here right now? I am still waiting for the final confirmation on the 2 picks coming in from Alpha 7 Esports here. But okay, we back it up a bit. We think about the potential picks here, right? What if Dani locks in the Luna here? Game 4, potentially your last game here in the KWC 2025. You can go out with a banger just like what Vitality Zankyu did.
Exactly right. I mean, just trying to go out with a banger here is the potential for either of these 2 teams, right? I mean, if they go out with a banger with that 4-0 for AG.AL, I'm pretty sure the crowd in the Amazon Arena are going to be ecstatic. But for the side of Alpha 7 Esports, they would love to get a point onto the board, right? I mean, this is what all these teams are here for. They are looking to scale the mountain. That is these 2 teams, that is TT Global and AG.AL. And right now, we have seen progression from Alpha 7 Esports. I would have to give it to them, though. Game number 2 was definitely their best performance.
Game number 2, best performance, and game number 3, they came in so good in the early game with the 2 kills here. And as you talked about here, what better way of learning Honor of Kings than learning from the best itself like AG.AL and TT Global?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be experience that kind of lasts with these teams going forward, right? Because, I mean, ultimately, that is the goal, is get some experience onto the board. Let's see how they fare against these teams and what they can take away from it, right? Because this is what really, like, levels up some of these teams within the global scene. And whether it be from Chuck BR, PKL, IKL, MKL, which is obviously going to be one of their opponents tomorrow, right? TT Global going up against Nova Esports. What are we feeling about that matchup as well?
I'm going to be saving my energy for that matchup tomorrow. I'll let you know tomorrow here, but AG.AL fans are definitely the most loving ones so far. We see so many of these fan cheering signs coming in from our audience here at the Amazon Arena here. They are so prepared for this potential final game.
They are prepared. I mean, we've been seeing on the fan cams, right? We've seen some 3-0s being thrown up, some 4-0s being thrown up. We can see, though, however, Hauler and Kid have been completely neutral. They have not thrown up any score signs at all because they know that if they did, they would be...
They will be whipped indeed, and I will be walking to their face and be like, are you for serious here, buddy? But definitely, AG.AL, out of these 3 games here, they showed us one thing. Even if you lose the early game here, if you play towards your basics, if you play according to your strats and your game plan, you will come up huge. And talking about coming up huge, AG.AL, locking in that Jing onto Zhongyi and Sheng on the Mai Shiranui here. So much assassination potential.
So much assassination potential, but... like, the potential that comes through here with these teams is these new picks. I mean, the Lu Shan here, this has not been picked up within the KWC. This is one of those heroes that has great disruption onto the enemy turrets. It's quite unique, right? Like, if you pick Lu Shan and you use his skills onto the turrets, it stops the turrets firing out ballists and bullets. So really great at kind of putting pressure onto your enemy team. Now, ladies and gentlemen, over at the Amazon Arena, we are getting into game number 4. Can we get some OK HOKs going on with the crowd?
OK HOK, as this may be the potential game for AG.AL to close off the series, or will Alpha 7 find a miracle in this series?
find a potential miracle here, obviously throwing up some waves and some heart signs and triangles and A's and everything and L's. There is all the alphabets within the crowd right now. But I mean, I love this skin onto Lushan as well, right? We don't get to see this hero come through much, but the B-Duck collab skin is definitely one of the cutest ones for this hero.
I definitely have to agree with you. And talking about this Lushan pick here, it really fits the AG.AL style because, well, one thing's for sure, they love to disrupt the tower and they love to really zone out. And what better way of doing it is to stun the tower.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you've seen this in-game as well at the moment, the surprise shop. So for a limited time, you can actually roll for skins for cheaper as well. So if you're currently looking for some more skins, that's definitely the time you want to go for. Oh, okay, they forced the flash out here for Niap, which could be trouble, but we're going to be seeing, obviously, that disrupt there that's coming through here for Shuai on the Lushan. We saw the disruption come through with like brief seconds, but for those at home that aren't quite new or used to this hero, that's what it does.
That's what it does indeed. Stun the tower, heals off. Stunning these towers here, a very good demolish tool to take down these turrets. And look at this top side. They're making Niap have such a tough time here. On the side of the bottom, Yino knows for a fact that if he steps up, he's going to be met by 4 angry members of Alpha 7 Gaming.
Yeah, but speaking of angry here, we can see that Vilao1 is angry as well, right? He's gone for the Liam Po pick. We know that this is one of his best picks within the KWC, right? I mean, his phase check-in potential, the intel pickup here that you can use, and obviously the CC immunity from this Liam Po is pretty great, right? The Tremor Smash as well being also a great utility for team fights.
Intel is the wintel as we mentioned on this broadcast, right? What better way of doing it is with Lianpo here, but the flash engage comes through from Shuai here. Immediate follow-up from Sheng on the Maestro Nui here. Beautiful stuff here as they get another kill onto Vilao1.
Brother, I mean, Shuai with the Lushan with the flash as well. Normally, when you see this in ranked, it has heal as its common skill. This boy's gone for flash. He's like, nah, I'm going in, I'm getting the stun, we're getting those first bloods.
I am loving the synergy here coming in from AG.AL. One call coming in from Shuai to immediately engage on ZR7 here. He had no room to react to the combo spell. Look at this.
Yeah.
The moment that he sees Sheng being enraged, goes for the flash engage, combos up with another flash engage follow coming from Sheng, executes CR7 immediately.
Yeah, I mean, Chano in the early game is going to be really squishy, but now we have the mirror domain into the circle, and there it is. Zoe gets a kill onto Danny, and then another one here for Shuang as well, coming through for the side of AG.AL.
We talked about this, right? AG.AL, they love to play the objective here, right? But when all these peak mechanic players, the best of the best coming in from KPL region, they have their hands on heavy engaged heroes. This is the combat ability that we talk about. Look at the arrow here, immediately executed. Fury here. The jungle coming in from Alpha 7 does not escape as well, being punished immediately towards the mid lane here. Ran as well, coming towards the mid lane here. Everybody converges with their spells here immediately.
Yeah, this is why I'm thankful for the replays, right? Like, there's little, like, nuances you missed out there, especially with, like, all the flashy, like, skills of the skins. We saw that, obviously, Burning Sun Arrow come through, really set up the kill onto Fury on the Lady Chen. But now that 4-minute mark has gone up, we're really going to start to see the impact of this Lushan, right?
This Lushan is having a very amazing engages so far coming in towards this game 4. Such an important game into the series here as the first Tyrant of 4th minute mark goes over to AG Zhongyi.
They're able to get that up as well. So 5-0 currently right now. We're seeing a very aggressive early game, right? I mean, definitely with the Maestro, you want to try and get that early game potential come through as well. But same for AG Zoe. Obviously, on the Jing, he has been dropping those mirror domains, making sure they're crucial ones, right?
Exactly, and look at the Lushan right now coming in from Shuai. Hook down your tower a bit, just to chip it down to a very bare minimum, and if you do decide to defend this, you know for a fact that AG.AL is coming in hot, and right now, 4 to 5 minutes in, 4,000 gold lead already coming in from AG.AL.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite a sizable gold lead here, right? I mean, AG.AL able to not only get the gold lead, but get that T1 up to the top side. So really creating the pressure here onto the side of Alpha 7 Esports, looking to go for the T2. But those watching at home, look, that disruption just means that you can just go in, wait for the minions to come in. Obviously, the slow just doesn't make any sense here onto the minion slowdown speed once you take one T1, right? Like, it's just not coming through here.
It's just not coming through at all here at all AG.AL. They are just really controlling so much space here coming in from the jungle of Alpha 7. Esports. We saw this so many times here, and an ultimate goes through mid lane, but gets blocked by Danny here, and another engage comes in from Zoe.
Yeah, I mean, a beautiful way about this Musashi pick, right? Using that Illuminating Slash blocks out those Burning Sun arrows. So that's another thing for those people, players new to the game and at home. If you use Illuminating Slash, the skill 1 on Musashi, you can block incoming projectiles, even block Lady Chen's Destructive Deluge as well.
That's a very key spell here, especially if you can block these key ultimates coming in from these targets here, but hang on. Shun gets engaged, but thanks to the mobility coming in from the Maestro, he escapes safely here, but look at that right here. He's looking for an angle to fake engages here. Burning Sun arrow connects onto the tank.
Oh no, Liapo! The Lao, the CC immunity. You can't use it if you're blind, right? You cannot use it if you don't see the arrows coming. So already, crucial team fight component for the side of Alpha 7 Esports gets taken up here. I mean, this is definitely one of the quickest games for AG.AL.
It is so dominant coming in from AG.AL here, especially Sheng, Ran, and Shuai. They're making so many plays, and another arrow heads on to the jungler of Alpha 7, but there's no follow-up here.
No follow-up here, obviously. They're unable to kind of push that minion wave through into the high ground turret just yet. But here, this is Lucian just disrupting it, allowing the minions to just do a little bit of damage over time, right? Because, I mean, AG.AL, they don't need to rush this. It's Alpha 7's moment to try and get some kind of like leeway or even some team fight outcome for themselves onto Alpha 7 Esports, right?
I'm loving what AG is doing right now. So much wave control. All 3 waves are synchronized right now to really clash towards the tier 3 right now. And they are looking to orchestrate the final team fight that potentially will end the series.
Look at the potential end the series here. The disrupt coming through from Lucian once again. They get 1T3, they get another. It's buy one, get one 3, baby, at this point for the side of AG.AL. But there it is. There's the engage. They are able to get the pickup onto the Maestro Unite, but into the back line. It's going to be for Lau, but he gets punished for it because if you're Liampo, if you get in there, it's hard to get back out. And Zoe claims the double kill. That's a 2-for-1 trade for Alpha 7 Esports.
But still, good news coming in from Alpha 7 Esports that at least getting that kill on Sheng makes sure that they have still a bit of a breathing room. Even though it's very small, they still have a tiny chance right now coming to the series.
They got a tiny chance, right? I mean, they got a bit of a breather here at this moment in time, but stats. Let's speak stats here, Sagi. 8k gold lead.
8k gold lead.
How do we come from that?
That's just difficult because this 8k goal lead, almost 9,000 right now. All of it comes from AG.AL's proactive approach. And look at Shuai here. He's man-marking Danny here with no one near him. He's just having a field day right now. He's also going for the Frost God's Embrace. He's just looking so solid, so confident.
So solid, so confident. The Frost God Embrace is just going to mean that they can't get out as easy. I mean, they haven't had much means of getting out for the side of Alpha 7 Esports. So those kind of items, like the Frost Gods, the Ominous Premonition, is going to make it a lot harder for the side of the Alpha 7 Esports.
Exactly, and the arrow goes wide coming in from AG Xenor here. But look at Shuai here, continuing the disturbance onto the tower as this is the final tier 3 of Alpha 7 Esports. The lone tower standing, and right now Xenor, he looks for another engage.
Yeah, minion waves crashing in on 3 lanes. It's going to be scary for the side of Alpha 7 Esports. They're going to take that onto the Lao, and there is the mirror domain being put through, doing the damage onto the side of Alpha 7 Esports. That is a wipe here for AG.AL. Absolute cinema. AG.AL are your last semi-finalists.
AG.AL, absolute cinema, absolute destruction onto Alpha 7 Esports. The boys in white and red, they come out huge and they show dominance as the kings of KPL.
The kings of KPL, and probably their most cleanest game yet in terms of aggression, putting it onto the side of Alpha 7 Esports. I feel like this was kind of just like, hey, we'll get to game number 4 and then we will show the true AG.AL.
We talked about this, right? We think that they're an objective-centric team. They can only play fights around the objective. No. You give them the Maestro, you give them the Dharma, bombastic engages, multiple angles here coming in from all members of AG.AL. Wow, what a display here coming in from this team.
Yeah, I mean, just a word to the wise for those at home as well, right? We saw the Lucian. If this starts coming in my ranked games, please play it like this. Like, go back, watch this game as many times as you need to, and play it this way.
He is timing all the engages, the flash forward so beautiful and so correctly. And look at his arrow here. It flies through the gorge, hits onto Villawan, and immediate engages comes in from all members of AG. You know for a fact that when we talk about AG, it's all about the full team here.
Yeah, all full team, all hands on deck. And this is what we saw here towards the late game, right? The crucial game-ending play here from Alpha 7, AG.AL coming in onto the crystal here. But we are going to be throwing over to the interview now with Inuo.
Welcome back to the stage, and standing by me will be Ino from AG.AL. So please say hi to the audiences.
大家好，我是 AG.AL 一诺。
Yeah, this will be your third time here in Riyadh. Last year, you were here together with the KPL Dream Team, and 2 weeks ago, you were here to attend the grand opening ceremony of EWC. And this time, you came together with AG.AL members. Do you have different feeling for that? 我们一诺呢已经是第3次来到利雅得了。那去年是和梦之队一起来的，然后2周前呢还来看了开幕仪式。那今天此刻呢和所有 AG.AL 的所有成员一起来，这3次给到你的不同的感受是什么样的呢
？2次都是代表俱乐部和 KPL 过来打比赛的，心情都比较紧张兴奋吧。然后有一次过来参加开幕式，就比较开心吧，过来见识一下国外的这种大型赛事的表演。
Okay, for last year and this year, we are representing KPL and AG.AL. This is such an honor, and we are trying to bring the pride to our club. And for that ceremony, it will be my personal experiences to finally see how big the world is and attend such a grand ceremony. It will be my honor. And it's a brand new meta and brand new opponents for AG. It's going to be challenging. 所以这个版本呢，其实对于你们来说也会比较新，包括呢我们面临的对手呢也会是新的对手。这个对于你们来说有难度吗？
有一些挑战吧，因为HOK 跟国内王者荣耀的版本不太一样，区别还是挺大的。我们也花了一段时间去适应，现在也还在去了解 HOK 更先进的一些阵容跟英雄。
All right, we feel a little bit difficult because the HOK meta is quite different with the one we had in KPL. We're still learning, trying to figure out what will be the best combo, what will be the best strategy in this meta. And up next, tomorrow, your enemy and opponent is going to be Twisted Mind, who just won in the ultimate battle. What do you think of that? 你们明天的对手呢会是 Twisted Mind， 他们昨天刚刚在巅峰对决才获得胜利啊。对于那场比赛，你的感受是怎样的呢？
当时也看了他们几场比赛，觉得他们的节奏感包括实力都比较强劲吧，希望明天能跟他们打一场比较精彩的比赛。
We watched several of their games, and I think they have a great tempo in the match, and they are super strong. So we wish that we can have a great matchup tomorrow going against with them. So looking forward to your play. Thank you, Ino. Back to the studios.
Thank you very much, Sky, and thank you very much to the GOAT, Inuo from AG.AL. 4-0. A lot of people were expecting a 4-1. I remember at the beginning of the show, we talked a little bit about the 4-1, but at the end of the day, AG.AL just shut that door on everyone's faces and said, you know what, 4-0, let's head home.
I would say today kind of went according to the script, you know. Yesterday, we had some unpredictable things happen, you know. We hyped it up today, but at the end of the day, it is kind of how it went down.
The crushing of the keys. Alpha 7's key is going to be crushed.
Oh,
Inuo is just going to look at it and see it bend, see it break. And Alpha 7 is going to be sent home as top 8 in HOK.
Dang. Did you see his facial expression just now when the key was crushed? I don't know if that's like, I feel bad for you or good fight, or is it... Damn, that looks interesting.
I think that looked like a GG, man. It was one of those GG moments that it could mean anything. It could be a very respectful GG, and then it could be just like a very well done for coming. Look at the fans. Like, look at that. Everyone is just having the time of their lives right now over there in the Amazon arena.
Yeah, they're throwing pandas. Of course they're having time. Like, I want to be there and catch a panda. I mean, like, that's a panda.
And look at all those signs. You can't buy those. They all handmade. They're all custom made for their favorite characters. And then the heroes they play and everything. There's so much passion in there.
I'm telling you, everyone in there just enjoyed a lot. Even though the matches were pretty short, they were 4-0 both series of best of 7. But it didn't matter because the fans flew all the way here to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and we gave them what they came for. They came for top level HOK, and we gave them top level HOK.
Oh, on top of it, you also got a lot of fun, right? Yes. Last game, we saw who? Liu Shan. That's the first character Phil played. Now, this guy has been grinding Miyue. We forgot to mention. If you watch the live stream, he's close to it.
All right. I see you, Phil. Just that Miyue grind.
We would grind Clash Lane a little bit. But yeah, Liu Shan has a special place in my heart, being the first character I played. Dave mentioned it was a little bit of a troll character. All right,
yeah.
we don't like to call characters troll here. Right?
Go ahead.
A little bit suboptimal. But if I could explain it away, I think in that game it was a great enabler, right?
Yes.
There's a Ho Yi. If you land an arrow under tower, now Liu Shan's there to disrupt that tower for you. Let Mai swing in and dive in. But I do think Shiwa was having a bit of fun that game, though, you know?
The chain CC is insane. It is really crazy. If you address that last fight over there that we had next to Crystal, everyone just jumped over the tier 3 turret. Like, everyone just jumped over the turret. They were like, you know what? There's still the high ground turret. We don't mind. We're just going to go and fight next to your Crystal.
You know, we talk about AG Global being so disciplined, kind of, right?
Yes.
And in that final game, I feel like they kind of let loose a little bit.
Why not?
They went into enemy base, they had a little bit of fun.
Yes.
Not in like a disrespectful way, in kind of like a relief kind of way, you know?
Why not?
Enjoying the fight with the enemies and having fun, and that's what games are all about, right?
We talked about just not having any stress, and it was not only for Alpha 7, it was for AG.AL as well, right? They come to this game 4, their stakes are really high, but you know what? The stress is gone.
Yeah, there's zero stress gaming. You saw Ino on alone, one of his most signature characters. You saw Ino on early. You came here, you learned everything you could have possibly learned. Not only that, I think, Isaac, you said that AG.AL shut the door for the dream of Alpha 7.
Yes.
They shut the door in style, in a fun way. So it's pretty good door, I would say.
One of the things that I really like about AG.AL is that they come in, they're very decisive, and at the same time they're very respectful. In no moment of the game, it looked like they were toying with Alpha 7.
Absolutely.
And that's something that we need to really highlight. The fact that you come in, there might be a difference in the levels, there might be a different gap in the skills, but you know what? We're all here for the same game, and as long as there's respect, everyone comes, everyone learns, everyone goes home happy.
The only thing higher than their skills is their sportsmanship, and that's commendable.
Yeah, and last game, we saw the Ho Yi combo, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
They played to perfection. We're seeing the highlight right now. Lianpo was trying to be the tank in the front line to soak up damage, but after the 5-second ult landed from Ho Yi, I mean, it's over. It's literally go grab a coffee and you're still dead, or you're still sitting there not moving.
And you're in danger anywhere too, right?
Yes.
It can land on you when you think you're safe, when you're under the tower. And then Li Shan comes in, disrupts the tower over and over again. He was kind of in and out of towers all game, chipping down towers, you know. But that's how you play that character. You know, it's not disrespectful way. That character is played in this playful, it's a little kid on a robot.
I mean, what can I say? You have to play it to know it. This is one of the first characters you get to know once you come to the World of Honor of Kings. It's one of the most fun characters once you get to know when you come to World of Honor of Kings. You have to learn how the hero works. If this guy uses skills on towers, they do not move. It's something called disruption. You will make sure the tower doesn't work. You know what else disrupts? There's actually something that most, I would say a lot of players do not know, which is the Tempest Vanguard. Once you get Tempest Vanguard, the first auto attack that the Vanguard does on the tower actually disrupts the tower, and the tower stops auto attacking. Just sits there and does this.
Look at you, Assassin Dave, just giving us the top information, the insider information from Assassin Dave. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you very much on that. You know what? It's time for us to tell you who was the best player in that AG.AL. The Sunny MVP for this series is going to be AG.AL Inuo. On different performances. That last performance with that Ho Yi, it was actually top level.
I like that, you know what, he's known for the carry, right? Everyone says he's the GOAT, he makes all these flashy plays. But also in the final game, he picked a utility marksman
Of course.
to give his team a chance to shine too as well.
It is a matter of just everyone needs to feel important in the team. If it is just one core, they would not be in the place where they are. They are in the place where they are because every single person in there could be the core.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is such a thing about AG.AL because every single player is so good. It's hard to give a definite MVP, but Eno for sure deserved it with all the signature picks in this specific series. Now, I also want to mention that in the past interview that he just did after they won, he mentioned that, there's different meta they're still adjusting to. Now, I will say, to be honest, you actually feel that when they pick, they prioritize Fatigue #1. They prioritize Algron. You know, a little bit different. They also play characters that you don't see, like Drunks, for example, in the KWC in the global region. So it's just such a good thing that now you're seeing a clash of metas.
It is a different understanding of the game, right? The different understanding of the times, a different understanding of the heroes. Not everything is meta because it is meta. No, there's an understanding of how the abilities work that allow you to make that hero become part of the top of the top. What about if we take a look at the top 4? Right now, our top 4 are already sealed. It is going to be TT Global, Nova Esports, Twisted Minds, and AG.AL. Sadly, Team Vitality and Alpha 7 Esports is going to be the end of the journey for them in here. And tomorrow, we're going to have the semi-finals, best of 7 matches as well.
For sure. These matches here, people are speculating that it's going to go similar to kind of today. But a match I would really look out for is TT Global versus Nova. Oof. People are saying Nova has the highest chance to take a game off the unlockable character teams, that is TT and AG.
I'm going to take that and I'm going to just stack on top of it. I do believe that Nova is going to be very, very close to TT Global. I'm going to put it out there.
Man, that's a big word. I would say though, Nova, this entire series, I would say the playoff a theme, which is rising up, leveling up. All the teams have to step it up in order to have a chance against the KPL teams. And Nova is a team who have done that. They've shown in the games versus OG. We thought that was a BO7.
Yeah.
Full BO7, but that was a 4-0.
We made the tiers, and in our tiers, the discussion was, where do we put Nova? Do we put Nova in A tier, or should we put Nova closer to the S tier where TT Global and AG.AL are? And tomorrow we're going to have an answer to see if Nova Esports deserves to be right over there. They're already top 4. Can they make it to top 2?
Let's see.
I mean, I'm excited about it. There's also Twisted Mind versus AG.AL. I gotta say, after watching today's match, Twisted Mind have to be studying all the way until 2 a.m. tonight, okay? To learn different drafts, different strategies they can possibly go against AG.AL, the invading strategies, how to counter that. They're just so aggressive, like how AG.AL play. And then, I mean, I'm excited to see how Hailong is able to lead the team tomorrow.
I'm super excited for tomorrow, and we are super excited to have you tomorrow here at the same time, at the same energy, in the same channel. I'm telling you, if today was good, tomorrow is gonna be even better. Before we let you go, enjoy the Qiddiya top plays of today. We'll see you tomorrow for the semifinals of our KWC 2025.